meeting for April 25th, 2006 to order for the City Council of Newport Beach. We did not have a closed session, so I have nothing to report back on that. Would the City Clerk call the roll, please?
The record will show that all members are present.
All right. I'd like to have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for that. And after the pledge, please remain standing for Pastor John Embree from the Newport Harbor Lutheran Church, who will give us an invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Gracious God, what an awesome gift, an awesome responsibility you've given to us to live and serve in this city. It connects land and sea. It connects people of affluence and influence and the homeless and the powerless. And yet they're all yours. And tonight our city leaders must make decisions that will affect your land, your sea, your people. So we pray, give us wisdom, compassion, courage, justice. Give this to our leaders, give it to those who come to share. May our words, may our attitudes be gracious. May they be respectful, even when filled with passion or pain. Envelop our city this night with peace. Holy God, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much for your invitation. The first item on the agenda is a presentation concerning the Relay for Life.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Annalisa Biason. I am the volunteer event co-chair for the 5th annual Relay for Life of Newport Beach, which will take place in just over 3 weeks on May 20 to 21 at Newport Harbor High School here in Newport Beach. And I'm here to invite everybody to a fundraiser that one of our teams is hosting, and that is this Sunday, April 30. It's Cruise for a Cure, and all the proceeds go to the American Cancer Society. If anybody is interested in participating in either relay or coming to the party, Cruise for a Cure this Sunday, please call me at 949-887-1065. That's 949-887-1065. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of our centennial events was a contest which we asked students from the schools around Newport Beach to put together posters. And Marie, would you like to tell us more about that, please? This is our Marie Knight, our Recreation and Senior Services Director.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of Tom Anderson, who is a community volunteer and chairs our Centennial Education Committee, but was unfortunately called out of town at the last minute. The Education Committee has been working very hard this last year with the goal of bringing our history and our centennial year to our students here in the Newport Mesa Unified School District. They've had several projects. As you saw a couple weeks ago, one of them was the play that was co-written and produced by a senior in town at Harbor High School and then produced for all the elementary schools. At the end of May, they will be distributing a coloring book to every child, grades kindergarten through 6, in the Newport Mesa Unified School District. It's a 30-page coloring book. It is illustrated by Roger Falk, who is a former Disney marketing director and artist, very well-known artist, who has given his time to illustrate this book. So that'll be distributed to all the children in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa in the Unified School District so they can continue to learn about our history. And then another project was a recent poster contest. And this was done through the school district, grades K through 12. We had 69 entries, and we have 5 overall winners here this evening that we want to recognize. Or 6 overall winners, sorry. I do also want to thank, we had several judges that participated in this event, and Mayor Webb was a judge, Susan Lockhart from the Nautical Museum, Linda Anderson, Roger Falk, and Lisa Albert, who are community volunteers. And I want to thank Andrea and our staff for coordinating this task. We would like to call the students up one at a time to receive their awards. We had 5 different categories, age categories. I would also say that these posters are all posted currently on the city website, both the winners in each category and the honorable mentions. So you can go to our website and see the posters. And then they will also be on display at the Nautical Museum during the month of May for the Imagination Celebration. So I would like the mayor to come down at this time as I ask the students to come forward and receive their awards. The first is for our Division K through first grade, and our winner is from East Bluff, and she's in kindergarten, and it's Asha Cooper, so we'd like Asha to come down.
For our centennial. Let me shake your hand. Turn around so we can shake hands.
And you'll see her poster on the screen, and it's entitled My Favorite Place, Balboa Island. Our next winner is from the grades 2 through 3 from East Bluff as well, and it's Ethan Lint, and he's in second grade. Ethan, would you come down?
Good picture. Did you get both of us?
Yep.
All right.
And his poster was entitled 100 Years of Fun. And we had a tie for first place in this category, and the next individual is Kieran Cooper from East Bluff, second grade. He's a Cub Scout, but you know,
That's right. You were the good thing. Okay. Did your picture come out? Yep. Okay.
Okay, and his poster is entitled Newport Fun in the Sun. Our next winner from the grade 4 through 6 category from Newport L is Kelsey Long in grade 5. And her poster is entitled Our 100th Birthday. In our 7th and 8th grade category, Hai Bin Hong from CDM High School, grade 8. And her poster was entitled The Resort Town of Newport Beach. And our final winner in the grade 9 through 12 category from CDM High School, a 10th grader, Sing Hee Hong. Okay, and his poster is entitled The City of Life. So we thank all of the participants and also Bonnie Swan from the school district who helped facilitate this. It's been a really fun process, and we look forward to giving you your own copy of the coloring book in a month.
Do we get crayons too?
I'm limiting the number of colors you're allowed to have. Okay, the notice to the public, City Clerk.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the council. Speakers must limit comments to 5 minutes on agenda items. The council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones and pagers off or set them in the silent mode. This is the time for city council announcements or matters which council members would like placed on a future agenda for discussion, action, or report.
Thank you very much. Shall we start with Councilmember Nichols on announcements?
I have nothing special right now.
Councilmember Daigle?
Yes, as you know, our residents treasure our bay and Upper Newport Back Bay, and many of us this past Sunday attended the Back Bay Science Center groundbreaking. Wonderful project for our community for both water quality testing and hands-on education. And the city can continue to bring more resources to the table, to the management of the Back Bay, and improving water quality, habitat value, education programs, and recreational opportunities. And so in order to determine how to allocate our resources and work with the other landowners, the county and the state, the city will be coming up with a plan. And so what would be helpful is if the staff were to come before the city council and provide information on the resource management plan and what that process might look like and how our residents might be able to get involved with the future of our Newport Back Bay. Thank you.
Mr. Ridgway?
Just a quick comment. I've been the city's representative, or District 14, to SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, for 6 years. I relinquished that spot, and it is an elected position between the cities of Irvine and by elected officials in Newport Beach. And Leslie Daigle was elected last week, so she is a new District 14 representative to SCAG, and I'm very happy to give up that mantle.
Thank you, Councilman Ridgway.
Congratulations.
And appreciate all your service.
Councilmember Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we look towards the upcoming Memorial Day, I think it is fitting that the city seek an appropriate way to recognize and honor the sacrifice of the brave men and women of the 1st Battalion, 1st Marines who are serving in Iraq. As most of you know, the city is proud to sponsor this unit and to support them in their deployment. Accordingly, I would like to ask the city manager to develop a recommendation for a diverse ad hoc committee representing the Newport Beach Marine 1-1 Adoption Committee, veterans groups, the City Arts Commission, the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission to recommend the location, design, and a funding plan for an appropriate monument. I envision 3 purposes for this monument. First, to recognize the heroism and valor of those Marines who served with the 1-1 in Iraq. Second, to commemorate the relationship of the city of Newport Beach to this unit. And third, to memorialize the men and women of the 1-1 who gave their lives in this conflict. And if I could ask that be placed on the agenda for our May 23rd meeting in advance of Memorial Day.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Ridgway?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment to that. I certainly am very supportive of our armed services folks. One of the comment that was made is a foregone conclusion there will be some kind of monument. I think that's a decision to be made by the ad hoc committee, and I would ask to that ad hoc committee you include a representative from the Legion Hall, who are clearly the most impacted and have a couple of monuments in town and that they actually sponsored. So if with Mr. Curry's
Happy to do
permission, I think you need to add at least the Legion Hall.
Thank you. Mr. Selich.
I have a couple announcements on some things happening on Balboa Island. First of all, Sunday, May 21st from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. is the Balboa Island Art Walk. It's free admission and fun for the whole family. There's going to be over a mile of art and music along the South Bay front. There's going to be painting, sculpture, glass art, jewelry, and photography exhibited. You'll be able to meet local artists and who created the art. There'll be some live bands on the South Bay front between the ferry landing and Marine Avenue. And it's a good opportunity to see art, music, and all set in the background of Newport Bay. And also don't forget to stop at and shop in the shops on Marine Avenue. They'll be open for your business. And if you want more information, you can go to www.balboaislandartwalk.com. And then another item, which is actually one of my favorite events on Balboa Island, is the Balboa Island Parade. It's Sunday, June 4th at 11 a.m. It's going to be a fun day for the family with lots of music and entertaining parade entries. There'll be balloons and American flags and classic cars and kids and dogs. I don't know if that's hot dogs or real dogs, maybe both. Also, the Grand Marshal is going to be Balboa Island's own Keystone Cops, of which our former Mayor Steve Bromberg is a member of. The parade actually starts at 11, but live entertainment will start around 10 o'clock. There will be Rick Sherman's going to be on the stage on Marine Avenue, and then Greg Topper's going to be on the corner of Marine and Park. And they'll both entertain before the parade, and Rick's going to stay afterwards. The parade's also going to have a few bands like the Nomads and the Surf Baris, who are always popular in the parade every year, and a couple of girl bands. I'm not sure what a girl band is, but they'll be there. And just one warning, the streets are going to be closed from 10 o'clock to 2, so if you want to get on the island by the bridge, you got to get across by 10 o'clock. And again, don't forget to shop and support the merchants on Marine Avenue.
Not if you're a walker. You can walk across.
Well, you can walk across.
Okay.
I'm talking about driving.
Okay.
I guess you can get on the island on the ferry.
Yes.
After 10. And then the last thing I'd like to announce is that this Saturday, April 29th, we're going to have a town hall meeting on Balboa Island at the fire station. Starts at 10:30 a.m. to noon, and it's going to be an opportunity to hear the city staff from the police department, fire, harbor resources, public works, general services, and planning, primarily for Balboa Island residents, but if anyone else wants to come, we won't check your driver's license for your address. And to hear what's going on with those departments in Balboa Island, hear the city manager make some comments, and it's an opportunity to hear about what's going on at City Hall and ask questions of these department heads, and I'll be there also to assist and answer questions too, and that's from 10:30 a.m. to noon, Saturday, April 29th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selledge. By the way, that parade is the shortest long parade that you've ever seen. The lineup for the parade is about 4 times longer than the route, because it's 2 blocks long, the route, but the parade itself is 4 or 5 blocks long. So it's kind of an interesting parade. I recommend you come. It's a fun parade. Councilmember Rosansky.
Thank you, Mayor Webb. On Thursday, myself as well as several of the council members attended the opening of the Newport Beach Film Festival. I've been talking that up last month and a half now. We're in the midst of it, so I'm going to make a request, not of the people in the audience, because I know you came out for important business tonight, but the folks that are watching TV at home right now, get out of your bed, get off your couch. You can probably still catch a 7:30 show over at the Edwards. The film festival is going until Thursday, I think, is the closing night, and then they're having the awards this weekend. It's a great event. Attendance is way up this year. I went, we get a sponsor pass because we're city council members, and I went to one of the showings. And would you believe it? They sold all the tickets, and there were no room for sponsors. So they're having a great run. I talked to Greg Schwank, and he said that they're filling hotel rooms at Fashion Island, even as far as West Newport. People are checking in from all over Southern California, coming down to our film festival. So it's an opportunity now, because 5 years from now, it's going to be very difficult to get into those theaters, I think you'll find. So I encourage you to get out there. On Saturday, just a little factoid, I attended one of their events. It was youth in film, or a youth portion of the film festival, and the honorary chairman was Will Ferrell. And most of you know him from Saturday Night Live and some other comedy movies he's done. And interesting fact, he was born at Hoag Hospital, and he used to live in Corona Del Mar and Marguerite. So we do have other stars other than John Wayne and James Cagney and whoever else was in town. So that's. I hope I didn't usurp your. This is the new centennial now, Don.
That's fine.
Just an add-on to that, there are seminars this weekend with the film festival. I believe they're on Saturday, maybe Friday and Saturday. Directors and cinematographers, they couldn't fit it into the other schedule. So the film festival, while the awards will be on Thursday night, if you're into filmmaking or you really want to become involved, I really encourage you to attend these events, because I have, and they're tremendous.
Right.
And they will have
all kinds of things for directors' workshops where they bring directors in, screenwriters, actors, all kinds of workshops. So if you even had any thought that you had a screenplay in you or something, now's your opportunity. Get out there and
well, last year they had, in the cinematography session, they had 2 Academy Award winners, so it's a tremendous opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've had a busy week too, but first I'd like to welcome, looks like Troop 746 from out at the Bonita Canyon area, LDS Church. They're here to see if we communicate properly, because they're all working on their communications merit badge. And so I'm hoping the council will try to say what they mean and mean what they say.
They look like they're communicating pretty well with the camera.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
turn that camera back this way.
And I'd also like to welcome back Alicia Robinson from the Daily Pilot. She I guess is I don't know if she's filling in tonight or hopefully she's been promoted back to Newport. But then as far as events, Wednesday I attended the Oasis Volunteer Recognition Day, which was a great event where all of their volunteers were for the many things that they do were given credit for what they did, and it was a fun event. We listened to the Bones West, which is a trombone group that played big band music. Wednesday evening and Thursday we had the Mariners Library, John and Donna Crean Mariners Library dedication. Today I was over there, and you wouldn't be surprised at 3 o'clock in the afternoon how many people are visiting a library. It's just a wonderful facility. The dedication ceremony, we had all 683 students from Mariner School there, and they are already using the facility in addition to a lot of adults. As a part of the film festival, I was able to give a proclamation to a cinematographer named Haskell Wexler, who did things like the One Flew Through the Cuckoo's Nest, and Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and it was really neat to meet him. We had the ground blessing ceremony for St. Mark's Church, Presbyterian Church, who is moving from the area over in the East Bluff or the Bluffs area at the corner of Jamboree and Ford Road to the corner of MacArthur and San Joaquin, and their facility is going to be a really unique facility. It's a significant portion of it will be landscaped with natural plant material, and the Audubon Society is actually giving them an award. It will be the first, I don't know what the award is, Green Church award in the nation, but at any rate, they are really proud of their new facility. So that the next item is you haven't had your centennial moment yet. It's 129 days until our 100th birthday on September 1st. And it's my turn. Back in 1910, on April 25th, Marshall Hermes indicated that W.S. Collins wanted Balboa Island annexed to Newport Beach. It took 7 years for that to occur, but at least the first request was made in 1910. Later on in the agenda, Street Superintendent Hermes, which is the same guy, so we've doubled up on the people, was instructed to go ahead and build the sidewalks from 30th to 36th Street in area. And amazingly enough, in 1910, a group of citizens appeared before the city council and said they were having problems with dogs running on the beach, and they wanted the city to regulate it. So haven't we had that request just real recently? So when you get into a little bit later on in 1927, they were asked to allow for a guy to smoke, pickle, and salt and sell fish over in the cannery area. Also, in 1955, I think I reported back a couple of meetings ago that the guy wanted to have a floating ice cream boat. Well, in 55, a guy came in and he wanted to have a floating restaurant to our food concession stand to service all the small boats that were sailing around the harbor. In 1960, April 25th of 1960, and this is one that I'm particularly interested in, is the City Council approved putting grass and trees in Mariners Park, which is right across from where I live, and I appreciate that. That's your centennial moment for this week.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'd just like to complete two things for you. I thought you would mention the Back Bay Science Center. We did have the
ground. mention that.
Oh, I'm sorry. And tomorrow we have the ribbon cutting for the new senior affordable housing at what's
11:30.
Bayview Landing, and it's 11:30.
11 o'clock.
Okay, Bayview Landing. So that's our newest 120 units for senior affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. City Clerk?
All matters listed under consent calendar, items 1 through 20, and supplemental item 29 and 30, are considered by the council to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. The city council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the council votes on the motion unless members of the council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Members of the public who wish to discuss a consent calendar item should come forward to the lectern upon invitation by the mayor, state their name and item number. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Council Member Nichols, do you have any items you would like to pull?
I do. Would you like to go on and come back to me, or would you like me to just list my numbers?
Oh, why don't you, if you have them, let's do it right now.
Okay. 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 20.
All right, Councilmember Daigle?
No items to pull, Mayor Webb. I did, however, want to bring visibility to some wonderful improvements located in District 4. Item number 8 is a water main from University Drive to Bristol Street. The job has been completed, so we'll be accepting the work. Number 10, Jamboree Road rehab from University to Bristol. We'll be using Measure M funds to redo the road. Number 12 is Santa Ana Heights Fire Station. It's a contract to hire a project manager. We've bid the project. We have a low bidder, the Bernard brothers, so look forward to moving forward with that project. And then number 16, where the city is proposing to pay half of the repaving of the Corona Del Mar High School lot. I was over there this morning, and I mean, traffic is just flowing like it never has, really pretty smooth. And want to thank our staff, our Public Works Director, our City Manager, our Traffic Engineer, and our Police Department for really a year-long effort to improve that part of our community. And as Motorcycle Police Officer Tracy McKenzie said, it's made a huge difference. So thank you.
Mr. Ridgway, do you have any items you want to pull? Mayor Pro Tem Rosansky?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Selledge?
I have none.
Councilmember Curry?
I have none.
Okay, we at the study session discussed City Council Policy B17 and decided that we needed to continue that item to the next meeting, so that we'll pull item 18 and schedule that for the next meeting. Let's see, is there anybody from staff that would like to have any items pulled?
No.
Is there anybody from the audience that would like to have any of the items pulled? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move the adoption of consent calendar items numbers 1 through 8, 10, 15 through 18, 29, and 30.
Second.
You mean 15 through 17? Well, isn't it 19 in there too? We didn't pull 19.
I'll add number 19 as well. Sorry about that.
How about affirmative action on all items except those?
Except for 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20.
And
18 is continued.
Second.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, the new policy is in effect where we consider the items from the consent calendar that were pulled, and so that the first item would be item 9. Councilmember Nichols?
Some of these I can take fairly fast, but I would like to note there that this was environmental work engineering work that needed to be done on the project for the Back Bay Science Center, and the project scope has grown from $6,000 to $82,000 on that. So there's a tremendous growth in our costs back there on that center. It's a wonderful looking place. It's not real large, but it will do a lot of good for the Back Bay as far as bringing professional people there to be aware of what's going on. I'm happy with that comment, Don, if you want to.
Would you make a motion for approval?
I will make a motion to pass it with that statement.
Second.
To pass
Second.
9 as
Anybody from the public wish to comment on this item?
Yes, sir, Mayor, I'd like to make one quick comment. The Back Bay Science Center does have basically a tide pool, an artificial tide pool, where and we're trying to relieve the pressure on Little Corona tide pools. So it's a very important component, and hopefully school districts will be visiting the Back Bay Science Center where they can interact with the tide pools at the Science Center.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
Motion carries.
Item 11, Councilmember Nichols.
As item 11, I would like to have a little bit of a report from staff as to what this particular project is. We're investigating all of the canyons, I gather, the watershed and Newport Coast, and I would like to particularly understand what we're trying to accomplish with the...
Okay, City Manager.
Councilman Nichols, what we're trying to accomplish with this contract is identification and cataloging of all of the flora and fauna in these 8 canyons in the Newport coast, because we have some grants and water quality measures are going to be taken. So what they want to do is take a snapshot at the beginning of what flora and fauna is there, so it can be identified and protected and carefully worked around in order to make sure that it's minimally disturbed whenever any physical improvements are going to be made.
It appears that this contract has an investigative nature. Apparently, we're the first area, I understand, in the state that is being asked to protect some of the ocean areas right off its coast, where either storm sewers or creek beds go out into, and it looks like this is being done in a forensic way almost. Do the homeowners have something to look forward to here from a standpoint of getting fined for having any water go into the ocean or something like that? That sounds kind of silly.
Well, that certainly wouldn't be any part of what is before the City Council today. It's basically a biological resource cataloging, and so there isn't going to be anything disturbed. It's just going to be identified, and there are going to be pictures taken to where we can make sure that we know what is on the ground so it can be least disturbed during any actions that would be taken.
So for example, Morning Canyon, I'm going to drop right here so you don't need to worry. I'm going to carry on forever. The Morning Canyon, we put those beds in there that act as a water inhibitor from getting floods down the canyon.
Gabions, right.
And this would sort of catalog the flora and fauna we have there now, so we wouldn't be destroying it, or we could protect it in the actions we take.
Well,
that would be one such thing.
And making sure that there isn't any flora and fauna that is on the endangered list, because there is, not only butterflies and birds and animals, but there also are plants that are on the endangered list. To make sure that none of those are anywhere in this location.
Mr. Mayor,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the action.
I will second that, and just note that this is an increase in compensation for work that's already completed. As the comment says, Chambers Group walked the 8 canyons in Newport Coast and mapped the canyon vegetation and habitats. They created a 1.5-inch thick volume replete with 25 11 by 17 color figures and photos, and they've received accolades from a number of people. So it's completed work, and quite candidly, it's an invaluable resource to us. So I second that motion.
Thank you. Please vote.
Public comment?
Public comment. Excuse me. Public comments. Please vote.
Motion carries.
Item number 12, which is the Newport Coast Community Center, Santa Ana Heights Fire Station and Training Facility. This is approval of a public services agreement with GKK Works for project management. Mr. Nichols? Construction management.
I would note that this project is on the Santa Ana fire station that's going in right there off of Birch. It's a pretty good-sized fire station that about half of the money is being used for a community facility. And my question is could we move any of the community facility that we're putting down by the YMCA up here, since it's double, in other words, we're already going to be funding a large room and portion up there, and there's extra land in the back there. There's some 2+ acres.
Okay, Mr. Nichols, I believe that this is a construction management contract, and that is a use of the site, and you need to work with the city manager and staff related to evaluating the use of that community services room.
Well,
and there may be some possibilities to do what you suggest.
But if the $300,000 roughly, or $250,000 is being used to just oversee that, it must be a pretty good-sized room, Don.
Well, no, it's a fire station and training facility, and it's about a $8 million project?
Yes, roughly.
Roughly $8 million project, and this is a construction management services to manage the construction operations.
The community...
And this really isn't the use of the facility.
The community room will probably end up being about, I would just roughly estimate, maybe 1/10 of the cost of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Why would it have such a high percentage allocated to it on cost in there?
Well, I'm sorry. I understand what you're doing now. The contract is for two different projects. It's the Newport Coast Community Center that they would also be doing project management of, and then the Santa Ana Heights Fire Station and Training Facility.
Now,
So
these are in the same facility, are they not?
No. One is in Newport Coast, and the other was in Santa Ana Heights. And this is a
I'm sorry.
construction
This is
management
that
contract.
joint contract.
Okay, the contract, the
I'm
manager
sorry, I
will
didn't-
manage both projects.
And that makes sense. That was because they were within 4 miles of each other or something.
Thank
There
you.
might be one clarification from staff. I know I asked quite a few questions myself prior to the public hearing.
Yes, I'm Mayor and Council. I'm glad you brought that up. I think this recommendation ought to be contingent upon the fact that we do award a project tonight for the community center, and it's our intention to bring the fire station award to council at the next council meeting. So I would say that we need to make this contingent upon those awards, and if one or both are rejected, we'll need to adjust the amounts in accordance with the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this?
I make a motion that we adopt item number 12.
Does the public have any comments on this item?
I'll second that motion as modified with the caveat that...
Okay, good. Please vote.
Motion carries.
Excuse me. Item 13, which is budget amendment and amendment to the professional services agreement with RBF Consulting to provide survey and implementation of the amortization program for identified non-conforming signs. Mr. Nichols, what was your question on this one?
We have a sign. We have adopted new sign ordinances for all the commercial in Newport Beach, and now we're going to hire a pretty expensive firm to go out and catalog all the signs that deviate in any sense from this. And those, I believe the signs are grandfathered for like 15 years. I may have it 13 years or 15. But it seems like we're spending an awful lot of money on this, and I'm pretty happy with the signs the way they are. I'm not sure that it makes a lot of sense.
Do you have a request to modify this approval one way or the other?
I'm just questioning, Don, since they're grandfathered for that amount of time, maybe some pictures or something could be done that would be a little less expensive, but we're spending $33,000 to get a catalog of what commercial signs are out there so we can make sure they all conform as they're replaced or modernized. And
Mr. Mayor?
it seems a little...
Mr. Selledge?
Yeah, when the sign ordinance was up for adoption, we consciously made the decision to expand the inventory of non-conforming signs, and the staff told us at that time that it was going to cost additional funds. And I mean, we made that decision. We adopted the sign ordinance, so I really don't see what the issue is here.
So this is an implementation of our past requests. Is there a motion on this item?
Is there a motion, Mr. Selledge?
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Is there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, please vote. Is there somebody that wishes to talk? This is public comments just on the item related to... you haven't gotten to public comments yet. Please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, item 14, which is the amendment to the Joint Powers Authority Agreement and the Integrated Law and Justice Agency. Councilmember Nichols?
Excuse me, I hit the wrong button. This particular agency is being fed off a grant from the federal government, and it's a combination of a bunch of the police departments to share, to put into common source the information on criminals. So basically, if a person is arrested in Costa Mesa, they can find out whether they have a record for things that are happening in Newport Beach. Now, I understood that that is also the function of the sheriff. And my question is he hasn't chosen to participate in this particular program, and so this is being set up in parallel with him. And my question is does he presently try and have all that information? And Chief, you really can straighten me out here, and I think everybody would like to have it. It's becoming much more necessary now as we have a higher crime rate coming down our path for the last few months.
Why don't we let the Chief explain to you what's going on here?
Councilman Nichols and Mayor, the rest of the council, your reference is only to one piece of the responsibility of the Integrated Law and Justice Agency. Essentially, it's a suite of projects. One of them that is currently under implementation is the information sharing piece of that project. As you may recall from the staff report, we did a strategic plan back in around 2002 that was adopted. It adopted 8 different initiatives, one of which was the records management sharing project. The sheriff has not chosen to participate in the project. He is the only member so far of the criminal justice agencies in the county not participating. And essentially, he does not have the information that we have. It is not his responsibility to collect it. The only thing the sheriff does is act as the repository for booking of prisoners. And essentially, we have our own jail. Many of the people that we book do not make it to the sheriff's jail as well. So essentially, there's a whole myriad of records information from every different police department, all 21 police departments in the county, that does not cross the sheriff's desk. And the only way to share that currently is over the telephone, with the exception of this project. So it's getting into...
So this will set that up on the computer, basically.
Yes,
so
one of the projects, just only one of the projects that would be governed by this agency is a data sharing project, and that will be done as part of a central repository for that information.
But that is one of the I guess one of the major functions of this, is it not?
It is one of the frankly the most useful tools that will come out of this agency. Obviously, from the field officer, from the investigator who's trying to solve criminal cases. It basically connects the dots.
I would like to ask just one more question, and that since I have
This is the last question.
Yes.
One more.
I promise.
Come on now, Dad.
The question is this must help your agencies share people as well when you have a problem in one city and need help there more than the people have, for example. Like we had problems the other day in Santa Ana when the kids rioted at the high school.
Right.
And
This really does not have any impact on that. We have a mutual aid plan in the county that
that would take place anyway.
That would take place anyway. Yes. No
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move agenda item number 14.
Okay, and for those of you that didn't get it, this is Police Chief Bob McDonald that
Thank
just
you.
responded.
Thank you
to this
very
question.
much.
Thank you. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, please vote.
Motion carries.
We now have item 20, which is the paramedic living facility at the Corona Del Mar Fire Station number 5. Mr. Nichols?
Well, we're basically buying a trailer to put on that facility. The Corona Del Mar is not a very big fire station, but we're buying a pretty big trailer, evidently, to put on that facility to house 2 guys because the trailer they were living in got mold in it. And it would seem that we could take care of the mold, but basically I'm not so much. I would like to draw attention to the public that we're now getting we have a facilities committee that's going to be recommending to the city that we have a facilities replacement program to avoid expenditures like this in some extent, which are, it's $65,000 for this trailer for 2 guys on the site so that we can have the paramedics there. And I'm for having the paramedics there. I just think that that's a pretty high expense, and we're looking to rebuild that facility anyway. So that's the comment. I think we need to look ahead maybe and try and keep this from happening if we can. And I do think that maybe some self-help with the firemen treating the trailer would have prevented the moss from growing.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this item?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Dolores Otting. I live in Newport Beach. My only concern, well, I have a couple of issues and concerns, and I'm a little confused. So, okay, $65,000 for the trailer, and I don't know why we didn't do this a few years ago, considering the housing that they had. My concern and request would be that we would lease a trailer because, I don't understand why we need to spend $65,000 when really we should be tearing down that fire station like tomorrow and rebuilding it. But then there is some talk that came out of the, out of the facilities committee that perhaps we're going to be moving the Corona Del Mar, closing that fire station down and moving it up to Crystal Cove because we need a fire station up at Crystal Cove because the response time is in excess of 5 minutes, as we all found out one night at 1 o'clock in the morning, 10 past 1 in the morning when we were going through the City Hall projects. So I have a concern as to we're buying this trailer because we're not going to be rebuilding the Corona Del Mar fire station, and I think people need to know if that's what is going to be happening. I think we could lease it for a couple of years at half the money, and then take the other $30,000 and put it towards one of the lighted crosswalks in Corona Del Mar that we can't seem to fund. I know, Mayor Pro Tem Rosansky. I keep hitting those same buttons and nothing happens.
All roads lead to Rome.
So anyway, that's my concern as to why we're buying it, why we're not leasing it, why we're not saving money and putting it towards a crosswalk, and why we're not rebuilding this fire station immediately. This is kind of shameful. And we had mold in the fire station right next door to us. And we let that go. And they had to rebuild their interior walls and we don't really take care of stuff. And we sit here and we want to build, we want to borrow $50 million, and the fire department ends up being this political football, okay? And they need a new fire station. They don't need a trailer. And so I don't think you're doing the right thing for the community or for the fire department by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment on this item?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have the fire chief in the audience. Can we bring him up in order to provide some answers to some of these issues that Mrs. Otting raised?
Sure.
I would just like to make one statement, though, based upon what I heard. There are a number of people who have mold in their house, and it isn't because they are not taking care of their house. It's because mold grows in places where one normally can't see it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tim Riley, Fire Chief. The Corona Del Mar Fire Station and the paramedic service out of that is really quite key to that community, and particularly the area of Corona Del Mar proper. And so I first want to address that. I think that for many, many, many years to come, we're going to provide fire engine and paramedic service out of a fire station located in the central of Corona Del Mar, because that's where we have a lot of people who use a lot of our services. Well, Ms. Otting is correct. There is some concern that someday in the future we're going to have to plan for an additional fire station down the Crystal Cove area based upon response needs, response time, the growth of the community, and the demands that's being placed upon that and other resources surrounding it. But let's not confuse the two. Corona Del Mar has a fire station, needs a fire station. I firmly believe we'll continue to have a fire station for many, many years to come. That being said, we originally leased the trailer that was there before, and that was 7 years ago when we put a paramedic unit in service full-time at the Corona Del Mar Fire Station. At that time, we leased a small construction-like trailer that we modified at a very low cost to try to save dollars for a temporary solution that ultimately became not only mold-infested, but literally worn out from 24/7 use by individuals in a small, confined environment. We've elected to suggest you a purchase of this new trailer for two reasons. One, it's a larger facility that accommodates their needs better. Two, it is a HUD-certified residential facility that will actually meet all code requirements for residential housing of our paramedics. Three, we honestly believe that because of the good work that's being done by the Facilities Committee, that we will be seeing some other fire stations, including this one, come up on the construction block. And this trailer that we own, which would have paid for itself 3 times in the lease payments that we made over the last 7 years, will provide a valuable temporary facility for other units while their stations are being replaced and rebuilt. So I firmly believe that this is a smart move business-wise. It's certainly a humane thing to do for our paramedics, and it really does put our paramedics back in Corona Del Mar at night where they belong to provide the best possible paramedic coverage.
Chief,
I'll answer any other questions you may have.
One question. Do you have any idea what the approximate annual lease rate might be for an equivalent size facility?
Yeah, it was $17,000 a year. So if you take that
So
times
4 years,
4 years, then we will have paid for this facility like we would have done had we done this 7 years ago.
Actually, do you know the breakdown between the cost of the actual trailer and then and there's a lot of work that needs to be done to prepare the site to receive the trailer, which I would imagine you'd have to do if you leased it or you bought it.
That's correct, but a lot of that's already done because we had it set up for the previous trailer. So all the utilities are in place, the communication systems are in place, the sewer's in place. So really all we got to do is pretty much move in and hook it up. So this is principally for the order and construction and delivery and setup of the trailer.
Okay, thank you. Does the City Council have any other questions?
I would move the item.
Okay, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this item?
I'll second it.
Okay. Please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next item is the public hearings. For those of you that haven't testified before the city, on the podium up here is a little blue box with 3 sets of lights on it. When you start talking, a green light will be displayed, and depending on whether you have 5 minutes or 3 minutes to talk, 1 minute before your time is up, the yellow light will come on, and when the flashing red light comes on, then please terminate your discussion your time is up. So the first public hearing is the item 21, and that is an inter-emergency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium in the establishment and operation of medical marijuana dispensaries. City manager, is there a report on that?
The city attorney will provide it.
Just briefly, the council back in May adopted a ordinance imposing a moratorium on establishment and operation of medical marijuana dispensaries. It's an issue that's come up since the passage of the Compassionate Use Act. It's been a while since I've dealt with this, so I apologize. I'm a little not up to speed. But what this does is basically extends the moratorium for 1 more year as authorized by law, to give staff a little bit of extra time to look at what's happening in the arena of the federal law versus the state law and the recognition of the use of marijuana for medical purposes. And it's still not clear. The federal law is basically been determined to not recognize under the federal law.
It's easy for you to.
Yeah, it isn't easy when I wasn't really prepared to.
Federal law is preempted the field.
Well, actually, the federal law has not been determined to preempt the state law. There's just a confusion as to which is effective as to these dispensaries. And so until such time as it becomes clear, we are recommending the council extend the moratorium for another year.
Okay, and I'll make a motion to extend it.
Second.
Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on this item? Please come forward and state your name.
Excuse me, I just lost my voice. My name's Candace Haas, and I work for a doctor's office that actually provides recommendations to some patients that are in need of medical marijuana. I just wanted to come here today to tell you guys that there's actually a lot of patients that are sick and in need that are in Newport Beach. They need safe access. The citizens that live in your city that need marijuana shouldn't be made to go to LA or to West Hollywood, which are somewhat more dangerous than Newport Beach. A lot of these people are elderly, and there's not safe places for them to get this medicine. They look to your guys' city council and to the police to regulate and to help make these places safe for them. So they look for your guys' help. Waiting another year would force these patients to go to the black market, and I think that's too long. I don't think that they should be made to go there because it's even more harmful. Some of the reports said that a dispensary in the community makes crime rates go up, but I think that people having to go to the black market would indeed be making those crime rates go up, and having a regulated medical marijuana dispensary would make it more safe so we wouldn't have people on the streets trying to sell marijuana to these patients, but perhaps ones that could be controlled. The California Constitution says that when there is a I think it's Article 3, Section 3, I'm not sure if I'm correct, says that when there's a conflict between California law and federal law, that our state has to follow California law, and that includes all officers of the law. Thank you very much, and I hope that you guys don't extend the moratorium, but that you allow dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Come forward.
Hi, Steve. Just on patients' behalf.
What's your last name?
Ari. I'd like to address
Ari.
the council that I don't think it is necessary to extend the moratorium that long. I think there's a conflict between state and federal law, and the same people, 56% of the people that voted for medical marijuana, the same people voted for you guys to uphold state law and follow that. SB 420 clearly as day allows collectives and cooperatives to be able to get medicine to the patients. It's a real simple process. I mean, people don't want to take the pills and the chemicals that the government puts in these pills and makes you dependent. They'd rather take a natural form, a natural herb that comes out of the ground. It's been here forever. There's no harm. If it were called MJ36 or something, it would probably be the wonder drug and everybody would be prescribed it. But because the federal government is never, ever going to legalize it, it will never be that way. It's always going to be this conflict because of the pharmaceutical companies, the politics, everything involved. And you guys as officials can uphold California law, and the patients that voted for this and voted for you should be allowed to receive their medicine. I mean, it's nothing more than anybody that's known or been dying from cancer and had loved ones close to you. If they've ever used medical marijuana, and maybe they have, maybe they haven't, it would change everybody's views when you see someone dying next to you in pain that can't get any relief from the medicine that they're on, destroying their liver, and when they can get natural herb that would help them and relieve pain. I mean, it's something that really needs to be set up and set up quickly so that these patients can get it. And the same thing, if they don't set it up, they go to the black market, they get it, it causes more havoc there. You don't know what you're getting on the black market. These people that rely on this medicine for the last 10 years since 1996, Prop 215, need to get it. And I think it's, you guys should uphold state law and allow them to have that safe access without interfering. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to comment on this item? I'll close public comments. What's the council?
There's a motion and a second. I would just make a comment that the Gonzalez versus Race decision is up before the Supreme Court. It's basically a battle between the feds and Bill Lockyer, our Attorney General, as to whether the federal scheme of laws actually controls the medicinal use of marijuana. So until that's resolved, I'm not in the mood to scoff at the federal decision that basically at this point in time states that federal law preempts for all intents and purposes of medicinal use. So until that's resolved, there is a motion and a second on the table.
Any other discussion on this? Thank you. Please vote.
Motion carries.
The item that we've all been waiting for, which is the general plan, land use and circulation element review. Is Assistant City Manager Woods going to comment on this? Or is the City Manager going to comment?
Did you want to see how many people were here for item after that?
Okay, how many people are here for the general plan discussion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many people are here for the Newport Coast Community Center? I think that we have more here for the general plan, and so I'm going to stick with the, unless the council wishes to change the order, then okay, we'll stick with the current agenda and move forward with item 22. Ms. Wood, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start out by introducing the team that will be helping me, some of them helping with presentation and answering questions. Planning Director Patricia Temple, Senior Planner Greg Ramirez, GIS Analyst Dan Campagnolo, and 2 members of our consultant team, Carlton Waters from Urban Crossroads and Jesse Barkley from EIP Associates. The City Council held their first public hearing on the general plan at your last meeting on April 11th and went through a number of the elements. But this is the first televised public hearing on the land use element and the circulation element, and we're going to be focusing more on land use. And because of that, we wanted to start out with providing some more framework for the general plan and the land use element. This general plan builds upon the existing general plan. For most of the areas in the city, there are no changes in land use recommended. They're just policies encouraging the protection of existing residential neighborhoods. The plan does have some changes that reflect current conditions and needs, also changes that reflect resident issues and objectives, as we heard in the visioning process a couple years ago. It provides opportunities for additional housing development to meet the city's fair share of regional growth and regional need for housing. It provides opportunities to improve areas that were identified by residents again during our visioning process. And it provides a more usable general plan for property owners, for the staff, and for the Planning Commission and the City Council as you make decisions on future proposals for development. Another important part of the framework for the general plan is the vision statement that was developed at the conclusion of the visioning process by our 38-member Citizens General Plan Advisory Committee. And the full vision statement is included within the draft general plan. Excuse me. This is a summary of the major points of it. And the vision statement states that we are primarily a residential community that balances the needs of residents with those of businesses and visitors. We have a conservative growth strategy emphasizing residents' quality of life. One of our guiding principles is that development decisions will benefit both the economy and the character of the community. We value protection of our environmental quality as a very high priority. We want to have an efficient and safe circulation system. We want to have a land use plan that provides the city sufficient revenue to continue providing quality community services for residents. Recreation is also important, both for local and tourist populations, and recreational amenities that highlight our environmental assets. We want to continue to be a premier recreational boating harbor with careful and low-density and non-obtrusive onshore development. The city will continue to do everything it can to control and contain the impacts associated with operations at John Wayne Airport, and the city will continue to have a government that's responsive to its residents. Now focusing more on the land use element, most of the contents of the new land use element, most of the policies and new map sections focus on areas where we believe that change is likely, and this provides us a long-term plan to assure community acceptability rather than the numerous general plan amendments that we've experienced over the past several years as our existing general plan is so old and not up to date. This plan concentrates development in locations where residents told us during the visioning process that it may be acceptable to have more growth. But there is still some growth in areas outside of those special study areas we established. But in those cases, it's the same growth that is included in the existing general plan, and especially in the case of Newport Coast, that's committed through a development agreement. And this map is showing us the areas outside of our special study areas where there is some growth and development potential in the existing general plan, and starting with residential use, working from the southeast. First, we have 800 units remaining to be developed in Newport Coast. And actually, the number that is in the existing general plan is 1,170 additional residential units. The Irvine Company has agreed to reduce that number by 370, and we have reflected that in the land use element. So that's 800 units of residential development that the city is committed to respecting and allowing to go forward pursuant to development agreement and pre-annexation agreement with the Irvine Company. We also have in some older areas of the city, in Corona Del Mar and on the Balboa Peninsula, and on Balboa Island, over 1,500 units. And these are in the existing general plan and the existing zoning, largely because we allow two-family residential development. And in most of those cases, those properties are developed with single-family, and the recent trend that we have been seeing is for single-family development rather than duplex. But in some people's minds, having that ability to do the duplex is sort of a nest egg. It gives them more flexibility over time. The General Plan Advisory Committee has recommended that in West Newport and on Balboa Island, those be changed from two-family to single-family. They discussed it for the Balboa Peninsula, but some property owners came to some of their meetings and expressed some concerns about that, so that recommendation was not made for the peninsula. Those reductions are not included in the draft general plan as of this time, nor were they included in the environmental impact report, but I think that the council had indicated they were interested in talking about those. Not shown on this map is a situation on Lido Isle where there's capacity for another 300 units, again in the existing general plan. And this is because of some old underlying lotting patterns with very small lots that the city would still need to respect if someone wanted to use them. The existing development is frequently over 2.5 or 3 lots. And so that's where the difference of the 300 units comes in. And again, the General Plan Advisory Committee had recommended that that additional potential be eliminated, and we institute a requirement for merging those lots to reflect the existing development. And then in the Santa Ana Heights area, also another recent annexation area, there is, in the existing general plan and the existing specific plan for that area, the potential for 200,000 square feet of office and retail. And we do have a pre-annexation agreement with the county that indicates that the city may not amend the general plan in that area without the prior written consent of both the county and the county's redevelopment agency. And staff is also aware from previous zoning actions in that area that the residents in Santa Ana Heights like their specific plan as it is and generally are not interested in changes.
Sharon, on that, just a quick question. Does that limitation on specific plan change include residential uses? Is it both commercial and residential? And that's pursuant to an agreement with LAFCO.
I think it's between the city and the county, and the provision is, after the city's annexation of the area, the city shall not amend its general plan as it pertains to the annexation area or the specific plan without the prior written consent of the county and the agency.
So it's all land uses?
All land uses.
Okay.
And all elements of the general plan, I would think, as well.
Okay, thank you.
Now shown in blue on this map are the sub-areas that were called out for special study as part of this general plan update. And I think we can go to the next slide, Greg, for more detail on those. No? Okay. The major areas here where we're looking at the potential for change are in the airport area up in the north, Newport Center, Fashion Island, Banning Ranch, and that you see is shown in a dotted circle because the first priority that's shown for that area is open space, but if it couldn't be acquired for open space, there's a development alternative. Other areas for potential change are the West Newport Mesa area, Mariners Mile, and a couple of locations on the peninsula. And then this next, this table is citywide. It's not just the sub-areas. And this shows us for the major land use categories, the existing use, development on the ground as of 2005, what would be allowed with build-out of the existing general plan, what would be allowed with build-out of the draft general plan, and then there's another column showing the draft general plan EIR, and as the council may recall, you decided on a project description for the EIR that was a little more robust than what you had indicated to us you were interested in as you were reviewing policies in the land use element, so those numbers are a little bit higher. And then the final column shows us the difference between build-out of the existing general plan and the draft general plan. And you can see that while we're showing some additional potential for development in residential units and a little bit in commercial square footage and hotels that is offset, at least to some extent, by reductions in office square footage and in industrial square footage. And I might also add here that we always use full build-out numbers for our environmental analysis, and that's what we're always discussing in these hearings. But I mean, if you look at the comparison between existing use and full build-out of the existing general plan, you can see that even though that general plan has been in effect since 1988, property owners have not taken full advantage of that development potential. Not everyone wants to build out his property to the full extent. Market conditions change, financing conditions change, and so we would not expect that we would see full build-out of the proposed general plan either, but that is what we're analyzing.
Sharon, I'm sorry if you could go back to that. So office use is actually in the draft general plan is being reduced by about 1,600,000 square feet. I purple.
That's right.
Okay. And industrial is effectively being cut by 50%. So, but let's just, I want to make a comment on the office. So with that reduction from that which is existing, that's from our existing general plan, there is, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but obviously a substantial reduction in traffic pattern or traffic ADT because of that reduction.
Actually, we're showing an increase in ADT with the proposed general plan, and the primary location for those reductions in office and industrial is in the airport area, which is where, for purposes of the EIR, we were showing the introduction of 4,300 residential units. And while the traffic generation, just the raw number of trips, increases with that, largely because industrial is a very low trip generator, you have the potential advantage of people living and working close by, and so they might not always be in their cars. But even if they are living there and working elsewhere, they're traveling in the opposite direction of the majority of the traffic at the peak hour, so the intersection performance improves even if the ADT, average daily trips, may increase.
So that's a general overall goal for the general plan, is to obviously mitigate traffic and improve the circulation system.
Yes, and we believe that we have done that because we've improved the performance of the intersections.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, unless there are other questions on what I've said, good segue, because I was next going to introduce Carlton Waters to give you some additional background on the traffic study.
Okay.
Thank you, Sharon. Council members, I'm Carlton Waters from Urban Crossroads, and have been working with city staff and the General Plan Advisory Committee and many people on this General Plan update process. I guess we probably want to...
They need new glasses. All right, there we go.
That's a good... Okay, are your eyes feeling better again?
Yes.
Good. This is going to be a very brief recap. You've heard most of the information that has been developed during the course of this process. Want to highlight a couple things you've heard before and introduce just a little bit of new information. Greg, next slide, please. This is a table that you've seen before. It shows the growth by sub-area and then for the remainder of the city in traffic that's anticipated from existing conditions to the currently adopted general plan, and then also the growth from the existing condition to the with project or the EIR general plan alternative that was studied, which, as Sharon mentioned, was a bit more robust than the plan that's under consideration given all the policies and things. The net growth in the general plan under currently adopted general plan conditions is about 20% over an existing total of 800,000 trips to a potential of 965,000 trips. With the proposed project, that number of 965 increased to about 996,000 trips, and went up to about 23.9% instead of the 20% growth before. Greg? One of the questions I know that the council is very interested in is the difference on a plan-to-plan comparison basis. So this is a new slide, and it demonstrates the growth by sub-area from the currently adopted general plan trips to the with project trips. The areas where the greatest trip increase has occurred include the airport area at 11,000 additional trips on a plan-to-plan comparison basis, and then the McFadden Square Cannery Village area down here, and the West Newport Mesa area down here at about 8,000 trip increases, with about half of that increased number, about 4,000, also showing up on Old Newport Boulevard and Mariner's Mile area as the areas where most of the additional trips are expected to occur.
Now, Carlton, the 10% number for the airport area, that's based on an analysis of 4,300 units?
That is based on, I believe, 4,510 units, which was the slightly more robust general plan with Project Alternative.
I think it was 4,300.
Okay, 4,300.
If before you, go ahead.
Okay.
There's just an error on the slide, so.
Okay. If you could fast forward then to what we're considering the more realistic number of, I think it's 3,300, what would growth look like then?
I have that in a trip generation calculator that I'll be able to share after this presentation is over. It does reduce the amount of additional traffic that's anticipated in the airport area. I don't have that number directly in front of me here.
It would reduce the change in trips by 1,576. What I wanted to point out is McFadden Square shows up twice on this table. The second McFadden Square should be Newport Center.
Thank you, Sharon. So we'll have those numbers up on screen here for you very soon, Councilman Daigle. Next slide, please. This slide just shows the master plan of streets and highways that's recommended, very similar to the master plan that has been part of your previous plan. Greg, next slide. We have a total of 18 intersections where improvements are proposed to provide a level of service that actually improves compared to what is out there on the ground today. Next slide.
Excuse me. Oh.
Great. Trying to not dwell on old information you've seen before, get through to new information so that you can continue with this process. We've also completed an existing plus project analysis where we stopped considering growth in the surrounding region. And so what happens if just the growth in the general plan occurs against the background of the rest of the region being frozen as it is today? Very interesting results. We found that 9 of the 19 intersections identified as requiring improvements would no longer require any improvements at all once you took regional growth out of the equation. We found that 6 of the 10 remaining intersections require fewer improvements than the general plan with project scenario. So in essence, 25% of the intersections requiring improvements are because of growth in Newport Beach, and the other 75% are at least in part, if not completely, due to regional growth. Next slide, please. With that, we have a slide that's very similar to one you'd seen before. It actually adds in this new existing with project condition that I just mentioned. Under existing conditions, there are 6 intersections in the city that operate at level of service E or F during the AM or else the PM peak hour of traffic conditions. When you take a look at the existing with project scenario, in other words, the growth that's proposed in the general plan with project alternative, and then develop a set of improvements that city staff and your consultant have determined are entirely feasible, we can reduce that to 1 intersection that would have a deficient level of service or any level of service E or F condition compared to the 6 today. Your currently adopted general plan looked at growth, and actually the way it's written today, your general plan would allow 18 intersections to slide into that level of service E or F condition. The current general plan update effort and activity has resulted in recommendations for improvements at more intersections than had previously been targeted, and would still result, even with regional growth, in less level of service E or F intersections than you have under existing conditions today. I believe that's it for our show here. And we can then get to Councilwoman Daigle's question here. So just to reiterate what Sharon was mentioning, we have up here the recommendations that the Planning Commission made, and is a table that I believe was distributed as part of your staff report for this meeting tonight. And it shows that in the airport area, they had recommended reducing the number of dwelling units to 3,300 instead of 4,300, a reduction of 1,000 dwelling units. based on the acreage of land that would then be freed up, that would result in 300,000 square feet of general office space. And when you go through the trip generation calculations, you end up with a net reduction in traffic generation of 1,576 daily trips. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Any questions from Councilmember Nichols?
How did you manage to improve the traffic so dramatically through Corona Del Mar?
Corona Del Mar is the area where we will still have one of our level of service E, intersections that remain. And in fact, with regional growth, we will not see an improvement in Corona Del Mar. We will see, I believe, both the Goldenrod signal and the Marguerite signal experiencing level of service E traffic conditions. So that's an area where, given the character of the Corona Del Mar neighborhood and the community down there, we have not recommended improvements, and you will still experience level of service E conditions.
Just to follow up, wasn't there some condition that we're not supposed to get a level of E with the general plan? I mean, that we're supposed to provide lower than E on the general plan?
The existing circulation element sets level of service D as a goal. It doesn't establish it as a firm standard. It says a goal whenever possible. And so we always have accepted that some intersections, particularly where they're highly impacted by regional traffic in the airport area, as an example, would operate at level of service E. What we have proposed with the draft circulation element is to set level of service D as the firm standard, with the exception of 4?
I believe 3 intersections, Sharon.
Where we understand that we cannot achieve D without improvements that go beyond what the community would accept. And most of them, if not all of them, are operating at level service E today.
That is correct. And the intersections where the impact to the community character led to a recommendation that we not go in and try tearing up businesses and whatnot are along Coast Highway, with the exception of the intersection of Campus Drive at Bristol Street.
Mr. Mayor, this public hearing is on both the land use and the circulation elements, but at the Planning Commission hearing last Thursday, the focus was on land use, and that's what staff would recommend again for this evening, because I don't think you can have a very fruitful discussion of traffic impacts and improvements to intersections until you have a better understanding of what your acceptable land use plan will be and what the traffic consequences of that are. And the Planning Commission, as you can see by this chart Carlton has up, went through 3 areas, the airport area, Newport Center, and West Newport Mesa. Kind of having learned from that experience, we're suggesting this evening that you reverse the order and start with West Newport Mesa, which is an easier one to tackle, and then move to Newport Center, and then finally to the airport area. And if that's acceptable, then...
Does the council have any objections to that?
No, that's fine.
Then let's do that.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Just a second. Mr. Selich?
Yeah, before we get into the areas, I'd just kind of like to make a couple of general remarks on the land use element. First of all, for everyone out there, this is what we're looking at. There's the land use element, the EIR, and the appendices, so there's a lot of reading for us to do here. I said land use element, I meant general plan. This is the result of four years of work. A lot of money has been spent on it. A lot of effort has been put into it by our citizen group, the GPAC, who has worked on it and making recommendations to the City Council and our Planning Commission, property owners, and other interested groups. And now we're down to what I consider the most critical part of the general plan. We reviewed many of the other elements at our last meeting, but in reality the land use is the heart of the general plan. All the other elements relate back to land use, and I think it's the decisions and discussions we're going to be having over the next few meetings are the most critical. And I'd just like to make a statement, and I don't know what other council members' positions are on this, but in terms of what my standard review is going to be as we go through the land use element, because I think it is extremely critical, and as I said, it ends up reflecting back on our other elements in the general plan. I think the first principle that I'm going to follow is that I want to approve a general plan update that, in comparison to the existing general plan, reduces traffic. I don't want to do that in a way that sacrifices good, sound planning principles. I know that we have set the EIR at a fairly high limit. We have mostly followed GPAC recommendations. In some instances we went higher, some instances we went lower. In reviewing the work of GPAC, I don't particularly feel that if we take actions in dealing with land use, if we reduce traffic, that it's anything that's going to upset our GPAC committee. And so I feel comfortable doing that. I think that my standard review would include the fact that I would only look at land use changes for approval that are balanced by reductions in density or intensity, and that will promote and protect the quality of life of Newport Beach residents. Third principle that I'm going to be using in reviewing the land use element is that I would like to only approve land use changes that will help maintain or enhance property values throughout the city, and especially the value of property in and around our older commercial areas. And lastly, I would like to only approve land use changes that are conditioned so they are consistent with the vision statement that we work so hard to produce and protect views and neighborhood charm and character. And as we go through the general plan, those are the principles that I would like to follow. I'd just like to make one other statement on reducing traffic. I think that we need to look not only in the total number of trips as a whole, but we need to look at, in some form, geographic sub-areas. For example, I don't think that we can take and reduce traffic in Banning Ranch and increase trips in Newport Center and say that we're balancing traffic out. I think we need to take a look at the streets that are affected and the thoroughfares that are affected, and balance it in that manner also. So those are going to be the principles that I'm going to be using in reviewing the land use element, and I would invite any other comments from other council people.
Well, I have a comment. I'm not going to be as flowery as Ed was. Basically, it's crunch time. And, I mean, it is. You know, it's time to make the cuts that we have to make to bring this plan in under the existing general plan as far as trips go. I've been on the council 2.5 years now. The number one concern in town, maybe past the airport, is traffic. Traffic and density and intensity. And so that's what we're going to be focusing on in this meeting and probably our next couple of meetings. And I invite my fellow councilmen and women to, dig deep here, because we're 30, as was just presented up on the screen, we're 30,000 over existing general plan, 30,000 trips. So somewhere in this plan we have to find, I'm hoping we find more than 30,000, quite honestly, because there's already reductions in Banning Ranch of 7,000, Cannery Village of 3,000, actually even more than that. About 11,500 trips are being carved out of those two areas, so we must be adding about 42,000 trips in other areas. So, my goal here is to see that those trips disappear in one form or another, either by reducing the amount of entitlement or the intensity, FARs, whatever it takes to get the job done. So hopefully there won't be too much whining up here as we have to make the deep cuts. But I think that's what we owe to our residents, and that's certainly going to be my guiding principle when it comes to these discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I've been on the council 2.5 months, but let me completely associate myself with Councilman Selich and Councilman Rosansky on this point, because bottom line, this document needs to reduce trips from those currently authorized under the existing general plan if, in my opinion, we're going to have a successful plan to be submitted to the voters. And I certainly join with my colleagues in this effort as we get into the tough work that we need to do on the plan to make it work. Now, I'll tell you that this general plan does a lot of good things. It introduces an arts and culture element. It does a lot of good things for the community. But at the end of the day, it's the trip count that we need to reduce, and I certainly will look forward to working in that regard as well.
Thank you. Mr. Ridgway?
Yeah, Sharon, help me out for a second. There is a slight net increase in traffic, but is that over the current existing, or is that over the projected, or the Yeah, the future build-out.
Both. It's an increase over existing from development on the ground, and it's an increase over full build-out of the existing general plan.
What is the actual number over if we built out according to the current general plan?
30,397.
ADT.
Yes.
Okay. But this current plan actually spreads them out to where there's a significant mitigation.
I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you actually improve circulation.
Oh, the proposed general plan. Yes, the intersection performance is better even though the average daily trips are higher.
Yeah, but performance of the circulation is better. I'd make one comment. While it's easy to endorse, and I think from day one we've always, as a council, endorsed reduction of traffic and maintaining property values and quality of life, all that type of stuff. I want to distinguish from my reference point, and I keep doing this. I divide the city into at least two different components, and that is everything north of Bristol, which is the airport area, and then Bristol south, which I call the coastal zone. And certainly, I will be very aggressive in reducing intensities and densities within the coastal zone. I think the airport area offers us a different opportunity. We have a number of mandates from the government, state government on housing, and there is an opportunity up there for smart growth, jobs, housing balance. And I personally, as I go through the analysis here, will separate what I call Bristol North and the coastal zone. And the coastal zone is basically where all of us live at this point in time. There is very little, if any, residential north of Bristol.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Nichols, you have your light on? No. Okay.
No,
all right.
Just like to point out, there was a table that Carlton showed, which has been distributed to you, that I've been referring to here, and it's called Table ES-1A, Daily Trip Generation Plan-to-Plan Comparison, and I think that will be...
When did you distribute that, and in what package of
It's on your desk, distributed this evening. I know.
Okay. That's not it. Okay.
Before we get into the West Newport, are we taking any comments on the actual, just some of the language in the beginning here? I did have one slight change that I'd propose on page 3.3.
We were planning to come back to that, but...
If we're going to come back to it, then I don't have to do it now. I just didn't know if we were passing on that or not. Thank you.
You may forget.
Well, if you want to hear it now, I'll give it to you now. I'll let you open to the page. Page 3.3 of the land use element.
Yeah.
Okay, on the second paragraph there, where it starts as Newport Beach, is almost fully developed, and the land use element focus on how population employment growth can be strategically inserted to preserve its distinguishing and valued qualities. I'd like to take out those words strategically inserted and put in there employment growth can be accommodated and still preserve its distinguished and valued qualities.
I don't have my book with me, so I got to say I have no objection.
You should forget materials all the time.
I do. Yeah. It's my mind is... I've lost my mind.
Anybody else? Okay. I just think strategically inserted is, it just doesn't seem like the right thought there.
Okay, so that table is one tool that I think will help you. And this worked at the Planning Commission to go back and forth between the two projectors. So we're now showing you the land use plan for West Newport Mesa, and I'll review the changes that the Planning Commission recommended, and then Carlton will also have the table that shows the changes that the Planning Commission made, and as the council may want to make different or additional changes, he can show you the running change in generation.
Sharon, but that plan, West Newport Mesa, is exclusive of the Banning Ranch property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This is the area that we had initially called the West Newport Industrial Area, and then when the recommendation for land use showed so little of it to remain industrial, we thought West Newport Mesa would be a better descriptor. And you can see that in the northern area, the industrial use remains, and that's where the industrial use is the most viable. Residential is what's shown in the brown color for a large part of the area, and in the draft plan, that could go to a maximum of 30 units per acre. The Planning Commission recommended that that density be reduced to 20 units per acre. And then for the, I'll call it a mustard color, the area identified as A, that's commercial, office, medical, and in the draft general plan, the floor area ratio was 1.0, and the Planning Commission recommended that that be reduced to 0.75. And together, those changes would reduce trip generation by 7,022.
Mr. Rosansky, it's your district. I happen to concur with the Planning Commission on those recommendations, but since you're closer to those parcels and owners, what say you?
What say me? I say I concur, and I want to go even a little further because, as I said earlier, my goal is 0 or less. And so Sharon and I talked earlier today. I think there's a couple of changes that we can make in this plan here. The first two I want to propose are maybe you can go back to the map just quickly. Sorry. Okay, there's three kind of red areas there. There's a little triangle at the bottom. That currently now is the retail center. Thank you, Sharon. But just to the north of it, that's medical office space, a fairly new building there. And then further to the north, east, is a convalescent care facility. So I would propose that we rezone those properties to medical office in the middle piece, and either medical office or I think don't we have a convalescent facility designation? Isn't that what this COG3 is?
No, I think it would still be COM.
Okay, well, COM, sure. I make those proposals. And as far as the residential parcels go, the brown areas, what is the density on those?
In the draft plan, it's 30 units per acre, and the Planning Commission recommendation was 20 units per acre.
Okay, what will we have to put it down to get to be trip neutral?
I'm hoping that Carlton can help us with that.
His fingers are flying over the keys as we speak.
We will do our best to answer your questions on the fly. One minor correction that has been identified to the table that showed the Planning Commission recommendations in terms of the impact on trip generation. The hard copy table had shown a reduction actually in residential density from 30 units to 20 units, or excuse me, to 10, when the intent was to show 30 to 20. So if you take a look at the table up on screen there, this is such a high-tech system, you'll see that the
we need a new city hall so we can get new equipment.
Has dropped down here to a 313 reduction, and we actually gained a 5,000 reduction rather than the 7,000 that we thought we had. Now, to address the question that was raised by Councilman Rosansky,
yes,
we've been trying to do a little bit of research into these questions that were posed to us, and so we had the change of those areas from general general commercial, the CGB areas I believe they're referred to, back to a general office at the same floor area ratio. And that would gain us about 4,000 trips. Now I have Greg whispering in my ear here that rather than general office, medical office would be the appropriate code there. Yeah. And being that we can do this stuff on the fly, I think if I change one number here, we should be able to show that medical office, of course, generates more traffic than general office uses do. And so that would change the reduction to about minus 3,000 trips when I had minus 4,000 before. I had done a little bit of just back solving to get a figure of 760 additional reduction in apartments to get to where our target was. Now I'm going to have to do a little more back solving here and try to take that number. So I can tell you the number of dwelling units, and it looks like it's about 820 here as I just idly plug in a couple numbers. Well, it's more like 850.
You call it apartments, but that's like condominiums or anything?
Attached product. It could be any kind of condominium attached project as a product as opposed to single-family residential. And so actually another 900 units would have to be eliminated here. And so now I'm going to turn to my intrepid land use planners and try to get them to feed me a density calculation to support that.
Well, while he's doing that, Sharon, I think on the, what is the FAR for medical office in terms of general plan and zoning?
Currently?
Yes. Well, no, in the proposed, where we're headed.
0.75.
Well, you know, I'd use...
excuse me, with the Planning Commission's recommendation, it's 0.75.
Okay, and I would just make an observation on Old Newport Road. It's actually 0.50 if you go to medical. I know it's zoned differently, and it's 0.65 with a use permit. And I don't, because Hoag has over 400,000 square feet of future medical office, I actually don't see the, I don't see the need to continue with the medical office at the 0.75. I think it actually could go lower on those parcels, or you can just leave them general commercial. Again, I think there will be an oversupply of medical office soon. It's like developers are like lemmings off a cliff. They go to the hottest item, and you have a new medical office building going up on Old Newport Boulevard just below 17th, which is of substantial size. You have everything happening on Old Newport Boulevard, and now you have Hoag, who bought 420,000 square feet, plus they're on campus. I just submit to you that we are overbuilding medical office, and you probably could do some reductions and or FAR changes here and gain quite a bit of traffic, ADT.
While they're working out the numbers, where are we with our schedule, and what date are we shooting at in terms of council having to send this to the voters? If you can maybe go over that, please.
Okay. Well, that is now being driven partly by the EIR on one end and the date to place the item on the ballot at the other end. The draft EIR has been released. I think that you all were given copies this evening. I'm sure you're delighted about that. The start of our public review period was yesterday, April 24th, so that closes on June 8th, and giving us time to prepare responses to comments on the draft. We would see Planning Commission hearings to consider the final EIR and make their formal recommendations on the plan on July 6th and 20th, and then the final hearings for the City Council on July 11th and 25th. I believe that the Council actually could go into the first week in August to set the ballot, but that would require a special meeting.
So we're effectively looking at the July 25th?
Yes.
We've wiped out all the traffic. There you go.
So have we gotten the number there yet, or are we still working on it?
I think they're still working.
I think about 15 more seconds, I'll have the number for you.
Okay.
It's a miracle.
It's approximately 18 units an acre.
I don't want to take up 18.
Approximately.
18? 18 dwelling units per acre? And Patty, do you have any idea what that Shea Homes development came in at? That's over there on 15th Street? Because that's a very dense development.
In Costa Mesa?
No, in our Newport Beach on 15th and Monrovia. There's next to the community center.
Oh, that was not. Well, Shea bought it from R.D. Olson. Yeah, that thing is.
That was from Olson. The original submittal was exactly at 20 DUs an acre, but the number of units did go down, and I believe that it is in the 17 to 18 range.
17 to 18 range. So if we were to move to 18, we can, based upon the other changes we've made, we would be trip neutral in that area?
You know, can you give us another couple minutes? We want to verify this number because we want to make sure it's correct, first of all. And just the reason why it's taken a few minutes is because the TASs and the sub-areas, there's different geographies for each. So in Carlton's report, it has some slightly different numbers than the numbers that are specific for the sub-areas where we're talking about change. His numbers include existing developments that, or may include existing developments where we aren't proposing any change. So that's why we're having to back out a few of the numbers. But let us double check again, because actually the 18 seems
well, we want to get it right. So
yeah, the 18 seems a little bit high. So let me just double check. And we'll get right back to you.
Is there something that we can be looking at and talking about in the interim rather than sitting here?
No.
Well, we could move on unless there were other
I'd prefer not to move on. I'd like to take them one at a time, if you don't mind.
This is fine. I like the rest.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Maybe we can open it up for public comment.
No.
Just City Manager.
Just one suggestion. I mean, I don't know how you would do this, but there's some people waiting for an item that should be pretty brief, and that is the sister city item.
Why don't we do that? Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's have...
I have no problem with that.
Okay, while they're doing their numbers, let's do item 25. City Manager.
Sister cities.
The City Council has before you tonight a resolution for consideration of a new sister city. As you know, the City of Newport Beach has 3 sister cities. It's an international recognized program, Sister City International. Our other sister cities are Antibes, France, Okazaki, Japan, and Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. And tonight, for consideration and recommendation from our sister city group, some of which are represented in the audience, is the city of Ensenada. So, as I said, there is an international sister city organization, so there are some responsibilities that come with a relationship between 2 cities that want to participate in the sister city program, and I think those can best be discussed by some of the people in the audience. But it's my understanding that the first formal action that needs to take place is the adoption of a resolution by this City Council saying that it is your intent that a sister city relationship be formed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the Sister City Board met last Thursday and made the recommendation that we select Ensenada as an additional sister city. It's kind of interesting. I think that of all the cities that we could pick, we've probably had a longer relationship with Ensenada than any others in that we've had the the Newport to Ensenada sailboat race for the last 59 years, and that has created a huge tie between many in Newport and many in Ensenada that we've never really formalized this. Last year when we met with the mayor of Ensenada, he was really pushing for us to formalize this agreement. The Sister City Association indicated that they wanted to work with the people in Ensenada to make sure that there was a group equivalent to our Sister City Association there that could do the exchange back and forth that is really necessary to have a strong sister city relationship. In the last year, they have been able to develop that group and feel that that now that there is a strong relationship in addition to the sailboat race, which is going to be there every year. So that I'd like to open this up to anybody in the audience from the Sister City Association or anybody that would like to comment on this.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment, and I certainly encourage Sid to come up. There's no doubt about that. This has been a long time coming. Sid knows that a few years back I was meeting with the mayor. I think it's important for Sid and the sister cities to indicate what a relationship is. It's civic, it's cultural, it's education. It is not drinking and sailing. We received an email today, and I responded to that email that I thought Ensenada is a city of 400,000 people. The University of Mexico is actually represented there on the Hill, as you know, Sid. And the relationship, and having been down there twice as mayor and interfacing with the civic people, the ones who are really going to be involved in this, some of the finest people I've met in my entire life. And I know you folks share that vision, and maybe you could at least explain that to the general population here, what Sister Cities is all about, Sid.
Mr. Mayor, City Councilman.
You need your name.
My name is Sid Stokes, and I'm a resident of Corona del Mar, Newport Beach. It was in 2001 that then Mayor Todd Ridgway put us in touch with Mayor Catalan of Ensenada, who wanted to form a sister city. We at Sister City Association have always wanted to develop a reciprocal organization in the cities that we work with, so that it's never a one-way street. We're never just Uncle Sam over there with the big bucks giving things away, but it's a matter of establishing friendships between people. And that's what I think since 2001 that we have accomplished. We have been down there maybe a dozen times. We've met with groups of people, including service organizations and the school district several times. We've had our school districts down there. We also have had a art contest now between two of our elementary schools and two of their elementary schools, and this is coming about. So we met people from their organization a month ago, and we're convinced that this is going to be a great sister-city relationship, primarily because of the proximity, the 3 hours that it takes to get back and to get down there. So we do recommend to the City Council that we proceed with this this relationship on an official basis.
Thank you very much, Sid. Does anybody else like to comment on this from the audience? Okay, I close the public comments. Is the council?
Well, I'd like to make the motion. This is something that's been near and dear to my heart for now 5 years, 6 years, and so I'm going to make the motion that we adopt Resolution 2006-30. That's a great number.
Thank you very much. I second that motion because I am going to be meeting with the mayor and actually informing of this coming Friday. So this is very important. Does the council have any further discussion?
Well, just make the comment that he's going to be here in our city.
That he will be here in our city this coming Friday. Okay. Please, well, he's going to be here Friday also. Please vote.
Councilmember Nichols abstaining. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any results yet?
This is like election night.
Thank you very much, Sister City Association members, for being so patient.
Thank you.
Okay. Which store do you pick?
I'm sure we can do this during the ice cream.
Still the third period.
Okay.
The difficulty with these on-the-fly calculations is we want to be deadly accurate, or at least as accurate as we can with these estimation tools as possible. So what we're doing right now is, may I ask a question of the council? Are we trying to build upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission here?
Yes.
Thank you.
And further reduce traffic.
Further,
they
we're going deeper than they went, or at least I intend to.
Okay. At least you can watch the calculations and understand what kind of fun we're having here as we go. We were thinking, based on the way the question is posed, that we were looking for a total of about a 8,700 trip change. And now as we flip back to the place where the Planning Commission left us, they had already given us a reduced FAR for this medical office, and they had also taken the density of residential units down from 30 to 20. I guess, Greg, what we want to do is we want to actually keep the residential units where they are and build upon that FAR reduction for medical office.
No, not necessarily.
We
want to find a place where we can. I mean, we're either playing with the FAR or playing with the density of the units, right?
Okay, so we can go from an FAR, we can go from a density of 20 units per acre and give the council the answer they need. Okay.
Yeah, let's get the outside parameter. Let's say we went all residential. We needed to get it all in the residential. What density would we have to go to?
Okay, well, so now we've taken our general commercial designation and turned it into medical office, which gained us some trips here, about 3,000 trips, and instead of a target of 8,700, which is where I was trying to get to, we can subtract out what the Planning Commission already gave us, and that does help us and allows us to really back this number of additional density reduction way down.
Right, because they knocked out 7,000 on their own, didn't they?
Right. So we only need another 90 units, Greg, from even another 85 units from the units that the Planning Commission already knocked out here with their density reduction.
Okay.
So
Well, how many units is in there now?
85 units on 68 acres. Is that the number of acres we're dealing with, Greg?
That's 1.5 units per acre, roughly.
We're going to have estate lots.
Gonna what?
Estate.
So,
It's not Huntington Beach. You mean encyclopedia lots?
Total units. Okay, Greg wants me to go back to total units here, and we're going to do that. So we had 313 plus the 85, so 400 units is what we want dropped out of the density of 30 units per acre.
I just want to make a comment to Councilmember Rosansky. I favor going down to 20 units per acre. I want to actually, personally, I think residential is more important to this community. Our first goal is we are a residential city. If anything, I think you go back to those commercially zoned parcels that you've changed over to medical office and go back to just commercial zoning.
You have less trips with medical office than commercial zoning.
No, you have more trips.
No, you have less trips. We eliminated 3,000 trips by doing that, Todd.
You increased
it.
No, it was a decrease.
We decreased it.
The increase was from an error. Carlton had typed in the wrong code initially, and then when he put the right code in, then it...
Well, then we need clarification on that. Well, then we need to make it general office and not medical office. Or on that one parcel that is actually a convalescent home, just leave it convalescent home.
That's not a general plan land use designation. It has its own trip generation rate, but that's a very, very limiting land use classification, more limited than you would probably
let's leave it at medical office. I mean, as I get it on this trip generation sheet I have here, general commercial generates 38 trips per 1,000 square feet. Medical office generates 17 trips, less than half per 1,000 square feet. So medical office space is a much lower trip generator than commercial general, and those properties are never going to be, or at least not in the near future, commercial, because there's significant medical office buildings currently on them. So there's no point in.
What about general office? Is that not less than medical office?
11
11. So it's 11, 17, 38.
But realistically, they're medical office buildings, so I don't...
Actually, the one is for sure.
You know,
One's a 7-Eleven.
because of the...
One's a 7-Eleven and Little Trent.
No, the 7-Eleven is going to stay commercial. I didn't ask to change that.
Okay.
I think that this calculation is an especially difficult one, even though I thought this area was simpler because of the boundaries of the study area and the traffic analysis zone not being the same. So perhaps rather than trying to give the council an answer on an estimate of trips this evening, if the council could just talk about what kind of direction to give us. Is the direction to reduce the trips so that they are equal to what we would have with the existing general plan in this area? And is it more important to get that reduction from the residential side or from the commercial medical office side?
Well, personally, I like to know the effect of both. You know, I mean, how can I make a decision which way I want to see it go, or how can the other council members just make that decision without really knowing how that's going to work?
I don't think it's very effective to make it on the fly like this, though, and it's not very
You know,
accurate.
we're going to be making it on the fly in June and July when we're going to have to make these numbers, and we're going to make mistakes that can't be fixed because we have to put this on the ballot by August. So if we don't start doing the hard work today, we're never going to make these cuts.
I can
Then let's
still
have a
tell
special
you
meeting.
that the chances of an error on mathematics
Then we'll
are
fix
much
it at our next meeting. We're going to be meeting on this for the next three meetings.
It's still much easier to give a guideline and ask them to come back with something than it is to do what you're doing.
Well, since the solution may ultimately depend on the reduction, then why not have staff run a couple of different scenarios? And then you can kind of weigh it at that point. But let's get some numbers from them so we can make a decision.
I believe they'll be able to give us numbers right now. I'm willing to wait. I think it's that important.
Well, I want to go to bed right after midnight.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this is stupid.
So,
Where do we stand now with numbers?
The land use density experts are trying to reconcile the densities we were using with the Planning Commission against the acreage that we believe we're dealing with here tonight.
And this is the meat and potatoes of what we're doing. This is what the people are going to go to the polls on in November. This is the most important thing that we're going to be doing.
Right, and I think we all understand the importance of it. It's just that what would be easier in the process if they do this information and come back to us, or, you know,
Well, unless you're planning on going over this at our next meeting, because next meeting we're supposed to move on to 3 new areas.
that works. That works for me.
Well,
That works for me
then we'll be
because
doing, we'll be going this round
because
the
they
same
can bring
route.
it back and it can be a 5-minute discussion. They
No,
will come back
I don't know
with-
it'll be a 5-minute discussion until we get the
maybe it'll be
answers.
more.
I promise I won't make any more than 1 minute worth of comment.
but I think it could be a
I'm
more,
writing that down.
it could be a more polished
Don't
product.
make promises you can't keep, Todd.
I, too, am somewhat concerned that we may think we're accomplishing it, but as was pointed out earlier, there are little hidden items that we might overlook in trying
Then
to...
we'll fix it at the next meeting. I'm sure the staff will bring that to our attention between now and 2 weeks from now. I'd still like to get an answer to my question.
Well, are you going to have
I wanted
confidence
an
after they
answer to
give you
my
these numbers?
questions, too, but, you know, they don't even consider them. I'd like to know how you get such a high-handed approach here.
I don't know that I'm high-handed. I think it's an important question. I won't comment on your questions.
So,
Oh,
Can we move through the next statistical divisions or what the next areas?
Can we do some
Come
more?
back?
Can we do business or not? Want to talk about the
Take up a
kids?
different matter. We have other matters on the
Same
agenda that we can cover.
Talk about
Well,
the
there's
family?
also, within this particular item, I know there's people here to provide testimony on an aspect of the
Then
circulation.
let's open it for public comment on West
Okay.
Newport.
That'd be very considerate.
Hey, I have no problem with
Wait
that.
just a minute. All right. How much longer is it going to take you before you get back to us? 5 minutes? Okay. I'd like to open it to public comments on the densities for the area that we're discussing, which is in the West Newport area.
Well, we're talking about density and intensity.
Density and intensity.
Hi, my name's Dolores Odding, Honorable Mr. Mayor, council members. I have a couple of questions because that street, the street that was up there on West Newport, was the Newport, the nursing home, was that Newport Nursing that was up there? And then
That's Superior Avenue.
that's Superior we were looking at. Okay,
Through there.
all right, so the brown area there is the trailer park.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that wasn't brought out, and so now what are you planning to do to the low-income housing that we have there, or people live there, their residences? What exactly are you going to do to that with this plan,
Well, Dolores,
with the general plan?
Dolores, let me finish.
Okay.
We're talking about a density of somewhere between 18 and 20 units per acre. If you were at the last city council meeting, you know we closed that mobile home park, which is effectively closed. There's only like 6 units out there right now.
That's not the one you closed.
Yeah.
The one on 15th Street, which
15th.
is directly...
15th.
No.
It's in the brown area that we looked
It's
at.
in the brown, yeah, but there's two, because there's one right on Superior.
That's correct. That one we didn't affect.
No, you didn't close that one, so I'm curious about that one, and I was here, yeah, so...
Sharon, what is the...
What are you doing to the what does this all mean to those people?
Hold on for just a second.
I am.
Sharon,
I've got all night. Just like
I
you.
don't.
I don't think it...
Do you have any idea what the rough density of a mobile home park is?
No, I don't. But I don't believe that this is a change from the existing general plan insofar as the residential goes. And I see Patty Temple near the microphone.
Plus, no matter what we do there, at worst it would be legal non-conforming. No one's forcing them to close their park.
Okay, that's all I was trying to find out.
The park can remain as long as they want to operate it as the park, and if they want to redevelop it into something else, then they'll have whatever the general plan densities call out.
Thank you. That was all I was trying to find out.
For my edification, Patty, do you have a rough idea of what the density of a mobile home park is?
There are actually 4 mobile home parks in that general area. When we did the general plan in 1988, we did count the units, and they are in the range of 22 units an acre, and we did establish their MFR density at 20 units an acre at that time.
Okay, so that we're in the range.
Yes.
And we're not significantly changing it.
Nope.
Okay, anybody else wish to comment on the what we're doing up here right now?
Basically, we're not doing anything to the residential that's there. It's about 20. Now, the residential on the other side is Superior, where we presently have those apartments. There's a little bit lower than that, are they?
Excuse me.
Actually, generally, almost all of the residential projects, whether they be condominium, apartment, or mobile homes, are generally in the 15 to 22 to 23 DUs per acre range.
So that's roughly in the same range now already.
That's correct.
So then, if we look at this, we're really looking at setting the medical office if we're trying to get the same, to find out what density would give us the same number, assuming that the medical office that is been highlighted on that were the area that was allowed to be that, and that's what's either there now or, well, I guess we could follow up and ask what the medical office is along, I don't even know the street, Hospital Lane.
Hospital Road.
What on Hospital Road there? Do you know what your medical office density is? Yeah, I'm sorry, Patty. It's kind of tough question.
That exists right now?
Yeah, there's high-rise in the first couple there, and then on the other side of the street, it's set
I don't
back
know
and
what
much
the
lower.
what the standing FARs are for those individual projects. We could probably find out for you for the next meeting.
So
Okay,
that
we're
would be...
in public comments right now, Dave. Okay, so
I'm
we'll get to
sorry.
it. Excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I would like to provide some testimony on this particular planning area, and I'd like to borrow your laser pointer, if I might, Carlton. Okay. As you know, I represent Hogue with regard to the Newport Health Center, which is located in this COM area. right here. And the analysis that we've done on the site would confirm that at the 0.75 FAR, that would be consistent with the level of development that would exist at that location. The one concern we did want to mention for your consideration, however, and we weren't able to get the information for you this evening, has to do with the medical that is right across the street from Hoag Hospital. Because this medical here and this medical here, in this area, this triangle and right here, this may exist at pretty much 1.0 FAR. And we didn't have a chance to verify that, and I don't think it would be your intent or the staff's intent to general plan that in a way that would make it legal nonconforming. And so I would hope that we would have the opportunity to verify that so that the areas that are existing and already developed could be categorized in a way that would be consistent with the existing development. But I did want to confirm that for purposes of what we are working on for this, the 0.75 would work.
Thank you.
So we would appreciate your consideration of that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rosansky, you had a question?
Quick, what is the current existing FAR in that area there, Patty? Patty?
She said she didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said you didn't know?
Oh, the existing general plan?
Existing general plan.
It's 0.5, 0.75, so medical office would be limited to 0.5.
Currently?
Currently.
And so we're up to 0.75 now, 50% increase.
Yes.
Under the new proposed general plan. And would it be your guess that the existing medical office is 1.0 and is not non-conforming at this point?
I don't want to give you any precise numbers. I don't have the numbers. I know that they'd be in our database, but we don't have access to all of our data here. I'm not sure what it's called. It used to be Park Lido Medical Area. It might be Newport Lido Medical Area.
Which is this area here?
That area there is undoubtedly way over 0.5 and probably more than 0.75. The triangle area, I believe, is probably under 0.5. They're mostly single-story buildings and a lot of surface parking. And I really can't remember what's on that little one across from Park Lido.
Fishback building there?
All of the convalescent homes that are essentially above Newport Boulevard are probably very low FARs.
You're talking about this one right here?
All of them, yeah. There's about 3 of them in a row. And then what used to be called the Newport Tech Center, which is now owned by Hoag Hospital, that standing FAR is somewhere between 0.65 and 0.7, and it's in that general ballpark.
Currently, no, probably about 0.7. And they're talking about tearing down a building.
They're talking about tearing down one structure and building another parking structure, but that calculation is for the existing standing square footage.
Correct. But, I mean, if anything, it looks like it's going the other way on that property.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
I would just ask staff one question. We're really looking at a 0.75 overall, so we can have some parcels that are 1.0 and others lower, or not?
Not the way this land use element is drafted. If the maximum is 0.75, that would be the maximum for each parcel. And I'm told that there is an answer, and apparently
the envelope, please.
at the Planning Commission, the calculation was done just with the growth in residential development over the existing general plan rather than over the entire residential area, and that's part of what was confusing the crew this evening. And they have corrected for that, and it turns out that the reduction in density does not need to go as far as the Planning Commission had recommended, which was 20 units per acre. Is it 24, the magic number? So you could keep
So what is the reduction now with
20?
With 20. Is that what you're figuring on there now? 20?
Let me go ahead and recap, starting essentially from scratch and with a calculation we think is accurate at this point. The Planning Commission recommended that we reduce the FAR of medical office from 1.0 to 0.75. That's what the bottom line represents. The 2 lines above that represent the request from Councilman Rosansky to change our general commercial parcels, which represent approximately 5 acres or 207,000 square feet of lot area, which represents a buildable building of 155,000 square feet from general commercial. So we're taking that out and returning it to medical or government office. So that's a positive number. And we then back solved for the number of apartments that you would have to eliminate over a total of 66 acres. Correct, Greg? Thank you. To hit a target reduction of about 8,700 trips. I think the target was 8,731. So we've beat that number by about 44 trips here. There's one of your cutting deeper than we even needed to. And when you take 393 dwelling units over 66 acres, we've calculated that as a reduction in density from 30 down to 24.
So 24 dwelling units per acre. And the project that I referred to earlier, the Shea Homes project, was about 18 per acre, right, Patty? Is that what you said? All right, I would propose then that we put it down to the 18 per acre, because that's quite a dense project there. I can't imagine, well, I mean, I guess I could imagine a developer coming in and trying to build at a higher density, but I think that's appropriate, and obviously it's economically feasible for them to come in and to build units at that kind of a density. So that would further reduce. Can you figure out what it would be if we put it down to 18 now?
We're on it.
Thank you. It's not going to take that long, is it, gentlemen? No. Thank you. Do we have any more work we can do? Hit the trail.
What is it? No.
I could make a comment on the residential density. The Planning Commission wasn't looking only at trip generation, although that was something that they were concerned about, but they also commented, as Councilmember Rosansky has, on the density of recent projects, and there was testimony from someone representing a property owner with a current project indicating that the 20 units per acre that the Commission recommended would be in line with what that property owner was interested in.
Aren't there a number of impacted intersections around that area? At Coast Highway,
Yes.
Superior,
Yes, and
Hospital Road. So reducing trips in that area certainly can't hurt those intersections, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that may allow for other potential users to take advantage of that in the future?
Just make the intersections work better.
Okay, what did you come up with? You had 792 houses, so you added another about 300 houses you reduced?
That's correct. That gets us a total reduction of 11,000 daily trips. And if anybody's interested in a running total, you can see down towards the bottom there that we had the starting point percent differences around 3.5% for daily trip-ins. That brings us down to 1.74, given the changes to this area on top of the recommendations from the Planning Commission for the airport area in Newport Center. But 792 units is reflecting 30 units reduced to 18 units per acre, along with the other changes already discussed.
So what's the net reduction in trips?
For Newport Mesa, it's 11,218.
That's the number of trips.
That's the reduction in number of trips compared to the
existing general plan?
The proposed general plan. All these are being reduced, taken off of the general plan preferred alternative or the proposed general plan.
So it's a 2,000 under the existing general plan, is that correct?
For the West Newport Mesa area.
Thank you. I am satisfied, and that's what I would propose.
And then the tally for the overall proposed to existing is the 1.74%?
Correct. That for the other areas is still based on the Planning Commission recommendations.
Okay.
Good job, Steve.
Any comments?
For the rest of us.
Well, I hope you all step up, because this is what we're here for, and this is what we need to do.
Yeah, I would concur with Council Member Rosansky's recommendations.
Did you wish to make a comment on this particular area? Okay.
I have a question.
Come ahead, please.
I'm B.J. Johnson. I'm a resident of Corona Del Mar, and I wasn't here for this purpose, but I'm wondering if I was a property owner in this area that you're changing, how does that affect me? Does this mean that I have to come before the council to make these, I mean, do you make the changes and then that's it? Or does the property owner have any kind of say in the changes that you make? I was just...
Once we finish making all these various different recommendations, we will have one final hearing, and if a property owner feels that they don't particularly care for that one item, then they'll have to let us know.
So will the property owners that area that you're speaking of that are affected, will they be notified? Will they know that they need to come to this final meeting to voice their opinion?
Can you comment?
We have advertised all of the public hearings with a quarter-page display ad in the Daily Pilot, and it gives the dates of both the Planning Commission and the City Council hearing all the way through the schedule so far as we know them. So that ad is appearing weekly.
We will not individually notify every property owner. They are going to have
so they need to be paying
and
attention
they have
right
to
now.
pay attention to this, right?
Well,
Okay.
BJ, this process has been going on for years.
Oh, I understand that. I understand
And
that.
there
I
are
just mean
property
that
owners that
now
have
you're down to fine-tuning, and I'm just
Right.
wondering
But
what...
there are property
Yeah.
owners that are interested. They are represented here. Carol
Right.
Hoffman
Okay.
represents Hoag Hospital on certain things. Phil
Right.
Bentcourt's here in the audience. He represents certain people, and I'm sure there's other property owners out here. Irvine Company is sitting in the back there. So the
Yes,
people
I want
that
to make sure. I just wondered.
yeah, well, the
Real
people
curious.
that are interested are here.
Are here.
Yeah,
Right.
and if
Okay.
you're not here, you better be here next week or the week after or in June, because that's when we're going to vote on this thing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, are we finished with the Newport Mesa? What's the next item that we're going to look at?
Well, I heard two council members agree with Councilmember Roseanne.
I guess we need more of a straw vote than two.
Does anybody object to what we have up here?
I concur in the end result. I don't concur in the process. That's my problem. I think 18 units per acre is actually a norm, and actually projects can be designed very well. I share BJ's comments about real property rights. The loss of 2 units per acre because of residential values is a substantial amount of dollars. But I think just picking arbitrary numbers as we just did is a very dangerous precedent to set. I think this is not easy. It won't be easy. But anyhow, I think...
Well, I disagree with your...
Well, let me finish.
Okay. Just a second. Let me finish.
The end result, I think, is I do agree with. Again, I just think the process, I think we have to be careful as we march through each and every part of town.
Thank you.
I would disagree with your characterization as an arbitrary number. I think I mentioned, and I think we have testimony here from Patty Temple, that 18 units is a real-world figure where real-world developers are building real-world projects and seem to be getting a real-world return on their investment. So I
don't argue with that. But that wasn't the standard that was established was trip-ins. It was just fortuitous that it came out to be 18. It was
no, it was not fortuitous, Todd, because I've spent a lot of time and effort on this, and it was not fortuitous. I didn't just grab it out of a hat, believe me.
Okay, let's. What is the next item that we're discussing? I think that nobody else has significantly changed what we've come up with.
Okay, our next area for discussion is Newport Center Fashion Island. And the Planning Commission had a couple of recommendations there. First, this was one of the areas where we were introducing the mixed-use land use designation, which would allow additional residential units in Newport Center. And the number of units in the draft plan and analyzed in the EIR is 600. And the Planning Commission recommended that be reduced to 450 units. There was also discussion of the properties to which we had applied the mixed-use designation, which on this map is shown in sort of the light tan color. And the changes that the Commission recommended were to designate Corporate Plaza West as regional commercial office rather than mixed use. I think you're all familiar with that since it's been considered for City Hall. The second was to designate the Newport Beach Country Club parking lot PR, Parks and Recreation, which is what it's shown in the existing general plan, and that's just this little kind of tail here, and that would be consistent with existing use. And finally, and this is a correction in the map because the citywide map earlier in the land use element shows the two arcs with the palm trees as open space, and that's what those should be shown as. The Planning Commission did consider removing the hotel sites from the mixed-use designation, but what they recommended instead was an additional policy that would prohibit using the residential allocation, the 600 or the 450 units, to convert hotel rooms to full-time residential use. So their goal was to protect the hotel units and the tax base that provides to the city.
So, in summary, the only reductions that we're getting out of this are the 150 residential units, apartment units.
Correct, and redesignation of a couple of parcels.
But they essentially have the same generation rates.
Yes.
And so what is the net increase or decrease of ADT in the Newport Center?
827.
No, 8,023.
827.
Additional?
No, that's a reduction.
That's a reduction.
That's a reduction.
We're talking about the Planning Commission recommendation.
Yeah,
Planning Commission recommendation. What I'm hearing is what is the growth in the plan-to-plan comparison?
Yeah, that was my question was what is the current general plan versus the...
A little over 8,000.
And that's an increase?
Yes.
That was my question.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Selich.
Yeah, since this is in my district, I guess I should take the lead on this one. And given in the spirit of my initial comments, I would be looking to reduce trips in Newport Center. Although I think this one is somewhat more difficult than what Councilmember Rosansky just did. First of all, I would say I support what the Planning Commission has done, and I would make some proposals for some further reductions in Newport Center. And the first reduction, and probably the most significant reduction that I would make, is that we have a recommendation for 40,000 square feet of additional office space in Newport Center, which I think comes up to about 4,400 trips, which is just about 50% of the increase that we have. And that's a recommendation that came from staff to deal with modest expansions of existing office buildings, no new office buildings taking place. And as Councilman Rosansky says, we've got to cut somewhere, and so to me, I would think that the first priority to cut would be to take the office out of there, that if somebody needs to relocate a electrical panel or build a closet or something, they'll have to do it within the confines of their existing square footage in the office buildings there if we take this approach. I do believe we need to protect the residential that's being proposed here, and so I would certainly support that. In addition, I think that we're going to have to look at cutting into the additional retail area, and I would suggest that we look at cutting that by about 25,000 square feet. And I don't know what that's going to do with the number of trips. And then the third comment that I would make is that we do have in this general plan additional trip reductions that we've done along particularly the MacArthur corridor going out to the freeway, that I think are the same types of trips that you'd be having coming out of Newport Center. So I think that we could count those towards some of the a balancing effect, if you will, of Newport Center. And I had asked staff to calculate those trips earlier, so I don't know if you have calculated those or not, what we have.
That would be Carlton again.
If he's calculating, I have some comments I could make.
Okay, Mr. Ridgway?
I concur with Mr. Selich, certainly on the residential component. I have no problem with that. On the office, let me make my comments to the commercial, and then we can maybe address the office. Since office generates 17 ADT and general commercial 38 ADT. I've been on this council for 7, I'm in my 8th year, and prior to that I was 6 years on the Planning Commission. And I can't remember what year, but let's say my middle of my term as a Planning Commissioner, and Ed, I'm not sure if you were there at that point in time, the Irvine Company came to the then Planning Commission, actually Norma Glover was on there, so I think you were not, and they requested an increase in square footage at Fashion Island. And they said they had a major tenant at that point in time. And that was, I believe,
300,000 square feet.
it was 300,000 square feet. It was an unnamed retailer, and I had concerns that it was going to be then Target stores, and I had comments about parking. I had a number of comments. But at the end of the night, we gave the Irvine Company 300,000 square feet. Really, there was nothing more to it than that, and the council then adopted that. I would ask us to look very hard at the retail square footage within Fashion Island. I know it is a benefit to the city. It's a net benefit. But I think they've never used, it's basically a bank of square footage that's out there. And I do know that they are looking at tearing down the old, I guess, what was it?
Macy's. Women's Macy's.
Women's Macy's, and adding square footage there. And again, I have no problem with that. What I'd like to do is try to figure out a way to look at that bank that was given to them of 300,000 square feet and see if we can't gain ADT by reduction of that. Again, the 40,000 square feet of office plus or minus is not going to add a lot. But I think if we could somehow come up with a better number, and Sharon, do you know what the unbuilt portion of the commercial square footage is at this point in time?
I think it's still sitting at about 300,000 square feet. No.
Somebody? Because I think we're focusing on the wrong thing.
I don't have the exact number, but I can tell you where it has been used. It has been used for some small additions within the center, including the adding of the 3rd floor on Neiman Marcus. We have transferred out of that pool twice for office development in other parts of Newport Center, most recently to Corporate Plaza West. That transfer was a little over 40,000 square feet. It was a smaller transfer, probably in the 20-plus thousand square foot range for the last office building in Block 600. So those have come out of that total, and I think it's about 215 right now, ballpark.
And how much will they be using for the Women's Macy's store? I know they're increasing the size of that building.
I did have a meeting with them several months ago. The existing building, I believe, is 80,000, and they want to make the new one between 150 and 180.
How much?
150 and 180.
150?
Between 150 and 180.
Oh, okay. So they're going to add 100,000 square feet, but they have a bank, if you will, of 215,000 square feet, correct?
Trust me, I'm operating off raw memory here, so that number could be lower than that.
Okay.
Councilman Mitchell?
Might know the number.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just probing here.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with you on what you're saying, but I think before we get into that, I'd like to hear what the Irvine Company has to say.
Let me say, I'm doing this in an open forum, and I know the Irvine Company's here, and I can assure you I was going to ask that. But for years, both at Planning Commission and at Council, that bank has been there, and it really hasn't been used. And so I know there's an attempt to use a portion of it now, but I guess is there something that we can put back into a reduction of ADT, and that's what we're looking for. Enough said.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, Dan Miller with the Irvine Company. First, before I get into the commercial, just that on the other two areas that you brought up, the reduction in residential is, we agree with that. The 40,000 commercial is fine with us. We also agree with that. As to the commercial, again, when we went through this whole process, which has been about 3 years, things were different in terms of the regional commercial that existed at Fashion Island at the time and where we are today. Again, the GPAC looked at this as the one main area that would be your economic development area that would continue to generate sales tax and hotel taxes that play for city services. So that was the intent at the time, and our discussions with them were as to what do you see in terms of improving that situation to bring us more revenue. So that's kind of where it started. As we've moved forward in these 3 years, a number of things have happened. One is Macy's and Robinson May have merged. We are now dealing with that consolidation at this point. That is in process. We're talking to another major anchor at the same time. With regard to the 300,000, we have been using it. It is actually down to about 175 at this point. So there are a number of things that have gone on. The intent was to eventually get one additional anchor and retain the anchors we had. So there was a plan to do that, and where it has evolved is basically focusing on the fact that the anchors that we have, in order to stay competitive with South Coast Plaza, they all want to be bigger. We are, for example, in South Coast Plaza, you have anchors that are 200,000 square feet. Ours are in the 80 to 90,000 square feet. So the things have changed in terms of the anchors coming to us and wanting larger square footage and larger pads. The other thing that we have looked at is some of the mid-size retailers in like Barnes & Noble. You see that we're now going to open a much larger Barnes & Noble. That is where the market is going. They want to, they're moving to from a smaller facility into a larger facility that's going to be opening very soon. Restoration Hardware is another example. In order for us to stay competitive with the main competition that is on your borders is South Coast Plaza, and that's what we're basically trying to stay competitive for. Can we cut to 125 based on the new reality today? I agree. The 20% reduction is workable. Can we do a little bit more? Possibly. I guess what I wouldn't want to do tonight is to basically arbitrarily just say, well, let's cut it this much more. We'd like to basically go back and work with you and based on what we're facing today is kind of try to address that. The other area that we're looking at is where there's going to be another major impact is basically the hole that exists by the parking lot that's down below, mixed by the food court. We want to fill that in with, again, additional shops. So the 175 that we have today, we have plans to use that and to expand what we have. But we still will need some additional square footage to make this Newport Center and Fashion Line competitive with the regional situation. So I commend you trying to get the traffic down, and we want to help. And we have agreed in other areas to give up units. The idea of bringing it to all those units we give up on the outer areas, and then the net would be less than when you put all that together. The same token, we're trying to, I think, meet the GPAC goal, and I think the goal of the city is that this area is your economic development generator and will continue to provide an increased amount of revenues to pay for city services. So I would just want to, again, not deal with the square footage beyond what has been recommended by Councilman Sillage, and work with you to look at that, what the additional 100,000 that's been added, and see if we can work with you to even reduce that.
Excuse me, did you indicate that you got let's say a bank of 175 that you planned? Now,
That
are you-
is entitled, but not in the ground yet.
I understand that. Now, did I hear you say that you were going to be coming back and asking for more than that sometime in the future?
The general plan, as proposed, has an additional 125,000 square feet in your general plan today that was analyzed in the EIR.
Okay, above the 175?
Above the 175, yes. Which
Okay,
will get
so
back to the 300,000.
That's what I thought I heard, and I wanted
Yes.
to make sure that that's brought out.
Yeah, I just
so
want to
that-
make sure what we're talking about, what's existing and approved entitlement for what is your general plan basically includes that additional 125, which has been there since the GPAC acted. It's been there quite a while. It hasn't changed.
Dan, what would be helpful if you can maybe run through the different categories for us as far as what, as the property owner, you would be comfortable with and what you think we can maybe study a little bit more and come back with some different scenarios. I know that what's anticipated is to remove 150 dwelling units. Can you kind of go through the
We
retail
concurred
and the
with that.
commercial?
We concur with that.
Okay. And what about the retail and the commercial and the other?
The office reduction elimination, we concur with that.
Okay.
And we concur with the recommendation to reduce the square footage on commercial by 25,000 as recommended by Councilman Selledge. And I would want to have further discussion on that 100,000, and we would try to work with you to, again, we concur with your goal of trying to reduce the traffic from your existing general plan. But tonight, I just feel that we've got to spend more time on it, and again, it is where your tax revenues are going to come from to pay for city services, which are going to grow in terms of cost, maybe not level service, but they are going to cost. So I would just like to work with you on that.
Thank you.
The other thing, go ahead. One other issue that was brought up by the Planning Commission, and it was a little confusing, and Sharon addressed it, and that is the hotel units and the residential units. I would be concerned that you basically put a policy that, in that, as Mayor Webb indicated, the traffic is neutral on that, and because we move into a situation of planning for additional, where the units hotel or residential, that we'd have flexibility as to whether you can or cannot transfer. We got to come back to you anyway if we say, hey, the X amount of hotel units that are entitled or added by the general plan, and the residential units that you add, that if there is an exchange, that be still allowable at this point, because this whole area is going to have to be planned out and exactly how many units go where. So I would just say not existing hotel units that are in the ground, fine. I want a policy not to allow those to be changed into residential unit, that's fine. But what we're looking at is we have right now are entitled additional 102 hotel units. The additional residential units, in terms of where the pads and where this goes, we want some flexibility on that, at least at this point. It's early in the game, and so I just urge that you allow that flexibility to continue and, set it as the units and the numbers that you have in the general plan, but allow us to come back if we want to move those numbers just to be, and we're not talking, make 200 residential hotel or vice versa, but it'll allow us to maybe fine-tune that if necessary. Because we're very early in the kind of plans of where these could go.
But Mr.
Ridgway.
Well, Dan, unfortunately or fortunately, I bring a historical perspective. Those 102 rooms were for the then Four Seasons Hotel, you're now Islands. And then I know after we approved it, the hotel industry changed, and that certainly was eliminated from the master plan at that point in time. You bring a complexity to the table tonight because there's a direction from the GPAC, and then there's a request basically for a transfer, which is inconsistent with the GPAC recommendation. So
No, I'm not asking for a transfer. I'm just saying as setting a policy that you cannot. I'm just saying keep that flexible so that in the future, as we move down the road, years and what have you, we would have the opportunity to bring that forward if it was appropriate.
Okay,
I'm
but
not here tonight suggesting that we should.
I know, it's just inconsistent with GPAC, and I don't think that's, despite the request by Councilmember Rosansky, I don't think that's something we can hard and fast say tonight. I think it needs a little bit more discussion both at GPAC and at staff, quite candidly.
I agree.
That's another book of inventory that you have, and that's 102 units that are approved based on traffic studies and economic analysis done by us, and that's why we did it.
Right, I agree. And I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying not to adopt a policy tonight because I think it sets in concrete what we can or cannot do in the future. I just want to, I mean, our intent right now, particularly in the fact that we now manage the Islands Hotel, one of the reasons we didn't move on the additional towers because of the situation with the Four Seasons. Now that we manage, we're more inclined to now move ahead with that additional tower that's already been approved, as you indicate. I'm more concerned about in the other areas of some of the additional 65 units and what's left on the that has not been built in the area, and the 450 residential units that we not set fast that those are the numbers and they cannot change. That's my concern.
So you prefer a more studied approach?
Well, I'm just saying don't adopt a policy locking it in tonight. I would like to have some more discussion and allowing the flexibility. If we move one unit from the other, and again, it's traffic neutral, so it doesn't impact traffic, it's got to come back to you anyway.
Okay,
I'm just saying set a policy that you cannot, it would be my concern.
Here's my comment, and I will defer to Mr. Selledge for a lot of reasons on this one, but the 100,000 unit or 100,000 square feet of commercial, which has been added on, are you prepared as a company to meet with staff and make some decisions here in the next couple of weeks? Because we have to make decisions.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. The 20% reduction, as Councilman Selledge, I think is, we agree with that. I'm concerned going any further than that because we haven't had time to really kind of, we want to sit down and go through exactly what that means.
And while I respect Mr. Selledge, I think the rest of us are asking you to take into consideration even further reduction. And so with that, you know, I certainly would follow the recommendation, Mr. Selledge, but in the meantime, the next couple of weeks, I want to suggest as one councilman that you sit down with staff, and GPAC is going to probably give some direction, and they're going to reevaluate these numbers, but we're trying to get a reduction. If we took off the 100,000 square feet of not your bank of 175,000, but the additional 100,000, we reduce ADT by 3,800 trips. You know, that's almost half of the 8,000. Per thousand, 38 trips per 1,000 square feet. That's 3,800.
I think it's 38 trips per 1,000.
That's right. And at 100,000, that's 3,800 ADT.
And my only concern is the basically.
Isn't it 23? It's 24 per 1,000.
Yeah.
Well,
for regional commercials.
Oh, regional commercial.
Right.
Okay.
Can I interject here for a second? Do you have the numbers yet on the changes that we've made so far?
That it reflects the 40,000 square feet office, the 25,000 square feet of commercial, and the 150 units.
Okay, so where does that put us now as far as
Minus
over
18.
existing general plan?
We started out at about 8,000 plus, so minus 1,850, we're still about 6,050.
Okay, so we're still 6,000 trips over the existing general plan. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right. Are you finished, Todd?
Well, no. The only comment I'd make in mitigation is that ADT, obviously commercial starts at about 10 a.m. and then it spreads out basically to about a 10-hour day. So there is some mitigation, at least from a circulation element, but it does impact the PM. And certainly I can tell you the intersection that was impacted with the 102 rooms, which was at San Miguel and MacArthur. And it was, again, the PM. 52 cars.
Again,
I remember
I would just
that.
say the infrastructure is there for the existing entitlement that we have. So these are not impacted intersections in terms of the Newport Center and some of the other areas. Again, in terms of additional square footage, I think as indicated in terms of what the impact would be. The other statement that was made about the reduction of units that we're also agreeing to in terms of development agreement, what have you, are also contributing to those reductions. So again, my concern would be just isolating one area where there is an increase, but in terms of the Irvine Company's other areas, we're also contributing to reductions in your trips.
Okay, and Mr. Brzezinski, actually, I am done. There's a lot going on here, and I respect Mr. Selich. I will follow that, but at the same time, I would encourage discussion by staff in the Irvine Company.
Mr. Mayor?
Concur.
Mr. Selich?
Yeah, it would be my recommendation that we tentatively adopt or go along with the recommendations I made, and then have Mr. Miller meet with the staff in the next couple of weeks and see what further reductions can be made, and then take it up at one of the future hearings we're having on this. See how much more we can get this down.
I would like to have some consideration, too, for the fact that they're trading land, and they have offered to take buildable off of some of their outlying properties. This has, they're working in the opposite direction on some of the traffic. There are mitigation measures here that...
Mr. Nichols, I would agree with that to the extent that they're on the same travel patterns that Newport Center traffic uses. I don't think we can take Newport Coast trip reductions and apply it to Newport Center, but certainly there have been reductions out on the MacArthur corridor there that can be applied, so I would agree with that.
Yeah, and that's essentially what I'm talking about, though. If they have residential there and are outgoing instead of ingoing to Newport Center, that's a help in that way as well, as you pointed out.
Okay, is there any comments to Mr. Selich's recommendation that we essentially do what is up on the board? I myself am concerned that really this area is one of the economic engines, or the one of the areas that does produce significant revenue to the city, and I think that we want to protect that also.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Carol McDermott again. I just would like to point out that while we all respect the contributions that the Irvine Company makes to the city and the quality that they've always ensured in Fashion Island and everywhere else, they are not the only property owners in Newport Center. And so I respect your efforts to reduce the number of trips, but just the elimination of 150 units really takes it away from all the other property owners out there. So given the recommendations on the map for the locations of the mixed use, I just would hope that you would consider the fact that there are other property owners and that there are other locations that are suitable for additional residential. And if you eliminate the possibility from the other property owners, you also then limit the potential for a variety of housing types in that area. So I would ask that as you start to refine this, that you consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a final comment. Unfortunately, we're not going to go the distance here on this one, which I'm sorry to say that's the case, because you guys are all laughing, but we're going to be having the same arguments in June, I guarantee you. But, I support the cuts that he made, especially the 40,000 square feet, because I think it was gratuitous on the part of the staff. I think that we're going to have to look at that retail number a lot closer. Dan, I hope you go back to the Irvine Company and your general plans are to need to firm up a little bit here, because, we need to make cuts here. I think we left it here, we're 6,000 over the existing general plan?
Correct.
Okay, 6,000 over. I mean, that's going to need to come from somewhere else if we're going to get to our goal. I don't know if it's going to come out of the airport area or Mariners Mile or, McFadden Square or wherever, we have extra trips, but we got to find them somewhere. And so, I appreciate what Carol says about other property owners, but, we got to spread it out all over town. It's not just going to be Fashion Island. It's not going to be West Newport. It's not going to just be Mayor's Mile. It's not going to be just the airport. I mean, this is what our residents are asking us for. And this is what we have to do.
Thank you. Next item, airport area. Oh, excuse me. Yes, Dolores.
Hi. Yes. Hi, my name's Dolores Iding. Mr. Mayor, I know it's getting late, but you have so much more to do, you should refresh yourself.
Realize that.
Okay. You can cut down, I don't know, 6,000 trips over at Fashion Island if you want, which I don't think is really necessary, but one of the problems here is the avocado buildings. The medical office space is there, and I've discussed this before, and that's the queuing. When I'm at this area every day, at least 2 to 3 times a day, and I go down San Miguel to MacArthur, and I stay in the left lanes and don't try to get in the right lanes, because the right 2 lanes, you get stuck at the red light at MacArthur sometimes 2 times, depending upon what what time of day it is. And it's because the shopping center, not the shopping center, but where the Avocado urgent care walk-in places and everything else, all right, you don't have the parking lot, or someone doesn't have the parking lot done properly. The queuing is out on San Miguel, and you wait and wait and wait. And so you can eliminate trips, but if you don't do, I don't know if this is in your plan, but if you don't do something about valet parking there 24 hours a day, having elderly hours during certain times, you aren't going to win that intersection area there. You're not going to win that stretch. Coming back in the afternoon is another nightmare. You can have synchronized lights. You'd really need to look at what's going on in the shopping center, in the medical offices on Avocado, and find out how to queue that, how to put a different type of parking structure that they recently did, how it can go around and come out the other way. You have to improve that one section, and you can improve throughput to get to Fashion Island, because you wait for lights, and it is the economic engine of our community, and it is a destination that people like to come to. And so as much as it's trips, we have a nightmare there now. So I really think you need to fix that, because I really think that that's part of what our next 25 years is Fashion Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item, airport area.
Okay. This was the area that the Planning Commission spent the most time on, and they had the greatest number. I'm sorry. But perhaps the council will find it simple. Number of recommendations here. The first, Carlton already mentioned, and this is the reduction in the number of residential units from 4,300 to 3,300, and the council has already discussed that when you were going over the policies for the land use element. The second issue that the commission took up was whether residential should be allowed within the 65 CNEL contour. And what's shown on this map, and we discovered it isn't exactly correct, but it is fairly close to the 65 CNEL line in the Airport Environs Land Use Plan. And you may have noticed that we have two pieces of correspondence, one from the Airport Land Use Commission and one from John Wayne Airport, and they are very similar. And among the comments that they make, and the Planning Commission had these letters as well, which was a good part of their reasoning, the Commission recommended that the mixed-use designation, which is what allows residential use, not be applied within that 65 CNEL contour. In part, as I said, to be responsive to the Airport Land Use Commission and the airport, and in part because the EIR has found a significant unavoidable impact in the area of noise from allowing residential development in that area, and the Commission was concerned about the need for a statement of overriding consideration on that topic for
I have a question about
adoption
that.
of the plan.
How many other unavoidable, unmitigatable is there in the EIR?
4 or 5.
Okay. In a statement of overriding consideration, I understand what it is, but maybe you can explain for the benefit of the public.
If an environmental impact report for a project finds that there are significant impacts that cannot be mitigated to a level where they would no longer be significant, then the approving body may still approve the project, but before they approve the project, they must adopt findings as to why mitigation of these impacts is not feasible, and adopt what's called a statement of overriding consideration, which indicates what are the benefits of the project to the community that outweigh the environmental impacts.
Okay. And it's my understanding that's done commonly in California, these statements of overriding consideration.
I'm not sure about how commonly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's done commonly in California. It's done when there are findings that a city council can make of basically overriding considerations, which are something about the project that overrides the environmental impacts. It's not, I don't know how commonly it's done, because there's a higher level of approval. You have to have a 2/3 approval.
Right. It's my understanding that it is done daily, from what I've been told, And it seems to me those findings would be things like housing benefits the community or more jobs benefits the communities. Would that be an example of the kinds of things that one would say?
Yes, those would be some considerations that might be made on an individual basis.
Okay. Now, with regards to unavoidable, unmitigatable impacts in the EIR, that's not necessarily such a bad thing. I mean, that's what, CEQA at its best is trying to do, is to disclose information. I mean, I don't consider that a bad thing. I mean, if we found that there weren't any, then people would say you're sweeping things under the rug. I mean, I think that would be, maybe you can comment on that.
Okay, let's finish the presentation on the airport area before, or did you have anything more you were going to say?
I did have more to report on the Planning Commission. I undercounted the significant unavoidables. It's probably closer to 10 in the
10.
EIR.
Okay.
Because there are a number in air quality. The change in the application of the mixed-use designation did not affect the number of units recommended by the Planning Commission. They still left that at the 3,300. They also discussed the policies for residential development in the airport area, which had a minimum land area for the first phase of 10 acres or 5 acres if the council made certain findings, and a minimum density of the first phase that would be an average of 50 units per acre, and the Commission was unanimous in supporting those as drafted. They also talked about, Greg, do we have the slide with the conceptual framework? The map on the left, which does appear in the land use element, this was prepared by Roma Design Group for us as a concept of how residential villages could be developed in the airport area. And if you recall the map that was just up showing the land use designations, these residential neighborhoods occupy a smaller land area. So what we had done in a regulatory fashion in the plan was to allow the possibility of residential in areas, even though we think that this is one potential development pattern. And the Commission was a little bit concerned by having the greater land area allowing residential development, because that would lead to administering the cap on residential units on a first-come, first-served basis. After some discussion and also learning that that's the way we administer a lot of the land use entitlement in this area today, they became comfortable with that, and also to provide more flexibility over time.
Comfortable with what, Sharon?
With the first-come, first-served basis of administration. So not limiting residential development to certain specified areas, but allowing it over a larger area, even though not every property owner could achieve 50 units per acre.
Do you see that would undermine the kind of planning that underpins this in terms of creating neighborhoods and targeting certain properties?
I don't think so, as long as we continue to have the policies regarding the minimum size for the first phase of development and the minimum density for the first phase of development. And that was why those policies were included in the plan.
Sharon, just a quick question. The map you're showing here has two dotted lines, and which one is the appropriate CNEO?
This is the A loop.
Okay, and that's the one that the airport sent their letter on. They want us to respect that line. Okay.
Yes. And then the last issue the Planning Commission considered for the airport area was the plan's proposal that in some areas residential development would replace existing office or industrial development, and on the east side of MacArthur, especially in Coal Center, Newport, the residential development could be in addition to existing office development. And the Commission recommended that that be included in the plan because they felt that in Coal Center, Newport, There are opportunities with the surface parking lots that could be converted, and there's a fair amount of open space, water amenities in that area that would lend themselves well to developing a residential neighborhood. So they felt that there was justification for treating that area differently. They did ask that we add to the plan the reasons why that area would be treated differently, and also to add a policy that the additive residential development in that area could not eliminate any of the major landscaped areas. And the trip changes from those recommendations.
Sharon, were the original traffic projections that were done out there, were they based on the Cole Center housing units being additive and not replacement?
Additive.
They were
Yes.
considered additive, okay.
Yes. And Carlton has put it up, so with the Planning Commission's recommendations, the reduction in trips would be 1,576.
And that's because you've added 300,000 square feet of general office. You've taken away 1,000 apartment units, so that you've reduced. The apartment units went down 48.99, but the additional office space has an added 3,300 trips, so you have a net change of minus 1,500.
That's right.
And that's and that's over the existing.
No, that number is the reduction from
the Planning Commission.
Yeah, the change between the currently adopted general plan and the project analyzed in the EIR was an increase of 11,208 trips, and the Planning Commission has reduced that difference by 1,576.
Okay.
Okay, so that we're really right now up about a little over 10,000 trips.
Correct.
Or a little under 10,000 trips, excuse me. A little under 10,000 trips. Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
Well, I made an opening preamble on the area north of Bristol, which I consider totally separate from the city of Newport, the residential community of Newport Beach, that what I call the coastal zone. I think the reductions recommended by the Planning Commission are certainly acceptable. I think the opportunity here to, again, create jobs housing balance or smart growth, however you want to call it, is still intact. I think the increase in traffic is not traffic that per se comes down to the coastal zone. It's and this is again, this is part of the we have some legal requirements vis-a-vis housing, and I think much of our affordable housing could be met here in this area, if not all of it, quite candidly. Under HCD, the Housing Community Development at the state, we have a requirement, and we have not met that requirement. So this plan does quite a bit in terms of meeting state needs and at the same time providing good housing and jobs in an area which is already jobs rich, admittedly. But again, I separate this from the general Newport Beach. So that's, I support the reductions that are recommended by the Planning Commission, but other than that, I just think it's fine.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes. I think this is the biggest generator of extra trips in the whole general plan, is the airport area. And we've knocked just under 10,000, but it's still the biggest generator of trips in the whole city of Newport Beach. And if we're going to get to our goal, which I hope all of us share up here, that we're going to reduce the number of trips below the existing general plan, we need to find a way to reduce the trips in the airport area. Whether residential works or not, I'll leave that up to the experts. But somehow we're generating 11,200 or 10,000 after the Planning Commission trips that we need to reduce?
Well, let me ask a general question, Sharon. With these reductions, or perhaps to Carlton, whoever can answer it, we've only taken 3 components of the city and the general plan tonight. At the end of the day, with the reductions that we're proposing with these 3 components, overlaid with the additional or all the other land use changes that we're making, are we plus or minus in terms of ADT?
So far, the running total reduction, I think we mentioned early on in this presentation that we had a total increase in plan-to-plan comparison of 30,000 trips. Our total reduction at this point is about half of that, and so our percent increase compared to the currently adopted general plan has dropped from a starting point of 3.49 on daily trips down to about half that, 1.63.
And that's the entire city?
That's the entire city.
Okay. And how many other areas of the city do we have to study before we're finished here?
1, 2, 3,
About 14,
4, 5,
12.
6, 7. There's 7 more, 8.
But I also think it's important to keep in mind that we started with the ones that had the greatest increase in trips.
Right. And
So the ones that remain aren't quite as fertile ground, if you will.
And 2 out of the 8 already have a net reduction.
That's correct. If you draw your attention to the screen, you'll see we've dealt with the airport area, and we've dealt with Newport Center, which is, I apologize, it was identified as McFadden Square, and we've dealt with West Newport. So that was an increase of 8,000, increase of 8,000, increase of 11,000. The areas that remain, we've got 3 areas that have about 4,000 trip increases, and the other ones are much smaller.
If you eliminate all those other trips, you're still probably going to have a net increase in trips, or pretty darn close to it.
Certainly, if you build new
Well,
houses in the airport.
Carlton, I have a question for you.
Hold on a minute, folks. Mr. Selledge.
Yeah, just interject a couple of thoughts here. I think one of the first things I said when I was talking about reducing trips is that, in my opinion, it's not just necessary to reduce the total number overall, but we have to look how we're doing it. And again, most of what we've taken out of the trips tonight have come out of West Newport. So to say we're going to trade trips in West Newport for trips out in the airport area doesn't make sense. They're in different areas of the city. They affect different streets and different parts of the circulation system. And I don't think that's what our constituents are looking for us to do. I disagree somewhat with Councilman Ridgway on the fact that this sits away from the rest of the city and not as concerned about it as I am about the coastal areas. I'm not completely sold on the so-called smart growth concept out here, but I'm willing to give it a shot. But I'd be interested in seeing what it would take to get, in terms of balancing the land uses out there, to get this to be a traffic-neutral area.
And as I would as well.
Did you have any idea what that would be?
Where are all these extra trips coming from? Maybe you can enlighten us to that.
Are we talking about the trips
airport area.
from right now, though?
We're talking about
we have a lot of unused
We're talking about the
properties up
trips that are being generated under the proposed general plan over the existing general plan, not what's on the ground. What could be built, potentially built out under the existing general plan.
Okay.
If we went to the existing, it would be it's even more trips.
Okay. Do we have any idea what the breakdown
Wait a
is?
second. Are we comparing? Okay.
What we'd like to know is where are the increases coming from in the airport area based on
the changes that we've
proposed general
made
plan versus the existing general plan?
The way the airport area has been laid out in the traffic analysis, the general office category is decreasing substantially. The industrial category is decreasing substantially by 500,000 square feet plus in that case.
Okay, could you give us a rough idea? The industrial is down 500,000 square feet?
The industrial is down by 550,000 square feet plus.
And what was general office? It was an
General
up or
office
down?
is dropping by something on the order of 900,000 square feet. By introducing some mixed-use commercial and apartment, along with some high-rise apartment, We've actually kept a fairly constant amount of commercial use, and we have an increase of about 230 hotel rooms compared to the currently adopted general plan, and then our apartment number of 4,300. So the increase is coming from the hotel rooms and the apartments, being partially balanced by the fact that we're taking out some office and industrial uses.
So, but the bottom line is we're adding a lot more apartments and hotel rooms than we are reducing the amount of commercial space.
We are adding an intensity of those uses that results in more traffic.
Because the trip generations, as I'm looking on this kind of little cheat sheet I have here, are roughly about the same. I mean, it's not like 10 trips that, difference. I mean, they're roughly the same, aren't they? As far as industrial and office.
Well, I think that where you're leading is that if you look at the intensity of the apartment uses that were assumed in this analysis, I believe that they were fairly high densities. I'd have to turn to my land use planning comrades here. 50 apartment units to the acre. And earlier we were talking about the intensities of attached housing, apartment condominium uses that are being built are generally more like 20 or so. Now, the vision that you're seeing articulated in this plan is a mix of that kind of product and some of the more intense products such as you're seeing in Irvine up near the Jamboree 405 interchange area.
Carlton, what's the ADT for 3,300 units, which is what the Planning Commission has recommended?
It's 20,000
About
trips.
30,000 trips?
No, 20,000.
Yeah. What is it per
The
unit?
ADT for 3,300 units is about 16,000 trips. I've just gotten rid of the minus 1,000 and put the 3,300 into our trip calculator here.
Yes.
It's about 16,000 trips a day.
And what's the reduction of trips from 900,000 of office and 550,000 of industrial?
Maybe a little lower. They probably look for this one right here. That's coastal.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so we've got the industrial there. And so the apartments would be adding 16,000 trips, and the industrial and general office would be reducing things by about 12,000 trips. Then we also have, the industrial doesn't get that adjustment factor. So it'd be reduced by about 12 to 13,000 trips. The other area we have is the hotel rooms here. We were adding, I think I said, around 250 hotel rooms. So when you take 3,300 and those other reductions, you get about 4,696. If we went up to 4,300, I think you'd be seeing something close to our...
We're in agreement.
Okay.
We're in agreement with 3,300, but right now, your numbers are not coming up to this 10,000. That's what you're telling me, that the hotel, the 250 room rooms would add about 6,000 cars per day? Something's wrong here.
The traffic analysis was based on a number of about 4,500, whoops, lost something here, about 4,500 dwelling units.
About 1,800.
And, well, I'm just looking at what I've got in my traffic study report here, so that gets us real close to the 11,000 number we're talking about. So as soon as we start taking that down to 4,300, you're starting to back down away from that number towards trip neutrality.
Well, Carlton, I guess what I'm questioning is your 11,000. If you have 900,000 square feet of office reduction and 550,000 square feet of industrial, and then balance that against 3,300 residential units, your calculation was there's about a 4,000 ADT add with just those three components, and the only other component we have is 250 hotel rooms.
And that should be about 1,800.
Well, I'm dealing here in rough numbers, Councilman Ridgway. If we want to start really tracking these trips down, there is, I think, a slight net increase in commercial use. I have to take three numbers and add them together here, but if you're asking me to try to get you to that 11,000 number so you understood where it came from, I'm pretty sure I can do that here. Is that what you'd like to understand?
We can do one of two things. I mean, I do agree with that we want to kind of get this reduction, but I'm questioning the 11,000. Again, when you have I've said it. I don't want to repeat it. But what I'm coming up with is only a 4,000 ADT increase, not including the hotel room. So either there was a miscalculation in the original, or we're missing a component in the presentation tonight. And if you want, we certainly can delay this until the next meeting and come back. We can discuss it, take it to staff, and find out where those numbers are.
Yeah, I would prefer to delay it and find out where all the numbers are, and then run some different models and scenarios and where we could get reductions. But trying to do this on the fly, and slash 4 years worth of planning, I would prefer to take the next 2 weeks.
You guys are kidding yourselves. The numbers are not going to change. There's 11,000 trips. Believe me, there's 11,000 trips. He's right. He's working in rough numbers. His commercial's probably up. Commercial's a big trip generator. I mean, if he's got 10,000 square feet of commercial space there, that generates a bunch of trips, and that's a drop in the bucket. I don't even know what the difference is. I mean, we're running out of time.
I think in 2 weeks would be sufficient time to flush this out and get accurate numbers.
Well, why don't we make proposals to them and let them analyze those and come back with those, and if we need to tweak it, then we'll tweak that.
Well, I would ask Carlton if he could just give us nothing we would hold your feet to the fire on, but what would be your gut feeling on where we would be on trips if we cut the number of residential units down to 2,000 from 3,300?
Well, here's our 11,000 trips right here. So this is what was analyzed in the traffic study. It was a bit more conservative in terms of apartment condo units than that 43 number. I'd have to chat with Woody to figure out exactly why, but those are the numbers we had. I guess the good news is we're giving you something that's higher to cut down to get to that 11,000 number back towards zero. And so the question you just asked is the kind of question that I can answer here. If we were to take that down to 2,200, that would just about get us to zero. So
but you'd have to replace some office or industrial.
Or reduce the density?
No. Reduce the density.
Now, would that be a viable product?
Oh, that.
I don't know. But I guess what, the implication there is if you were to take a density of 25 units per acre instead of 50 units per acre, you'd be getting yourself to a rather neutral situation. I can't answer whether that's a viable vision for a smart growth type of application here in the area.
Well, I'd just make one other statement. I think when I first started out on my principles that I'm going to be looking at reviewing this on, I said that I wouldn't sacrifice good land use planning just to get trips to balance out. But I would like to see how far we can get down, and it sounds like maybe going towards 2,000 units might get us closer to a trip balance than where we're at the present time.
Okay, I have one more question, which doesn't really talk about trips so much, but it talks about something that the Airport Land Use Commission has really been concerned with. What is the height limit that we're proposing in this area, or that currently exists in this area?
8 stories. Newport Place is 8 stories.
Well, the existing zoning code height limit chapter defines this area in the 375-foot height limitation area, which is further reduced by the planned community text for 2 of the areas. but the campus track does have that 375 height limit. The height limits in the PCs do vary, but I think, and I'm going to grab the wrong number, I know, but within our policy document, we do refer to the height limits of the airport land use compatibility plan, which I believe are 150. It's either 120 or 150, which would then be incorporated into the zoning.
Okay, so that even though the height limits are in the 375 range, we are only our zoning overlay requires it to be kept at 150?
Right now, our existing plan community texts do not establish height limits with numerical height limits.
Yeah.
They only discuss number of stories. And so there really is no specified height limit except in areas where more recent zone changes have caused the staff to add them, and they're very isolated and scattered throughout those areas.
Because this is in the airport area, and they have specific height limits related to FAA directions and that type of thing, shouldn't we be trying to be a consistent agency and come up with something that is compatible with their way of looking at it?
Well, I think maybe we want, I mean, the whole subject or discussion on whether we want to be a consistent agency, I think that's also tied up with the master cooperative agreement of potential one with the county. And I think with the airport and the Airport Land Use Commission, they're looking to maximize their ability to operate. And so, whether or not we ultimately want to become a consistent agency, I think is another discussion. And I think when we do have full information on what all that means and its implications with this agreement, then that will crystallize the discussion.
Well, I think one of the concerns I have, though, is that if we're looking at densities for residential units of 50 units per acre, how many stories does that take? And tied in with that, how high is the building? And are we going to be above the limits that we should be in the airport area? So that I think it's something, it's an element of the formula that's got to be worked in there and separate from trips and all that kind of stuff.
We've been told that the 50 units per acre would likely be 5-story buildings. The height
now,
limit...
5-story buildings, are we talking about 15 feet per story, 10 feet per story?
I don't know.
25 feet per story?
Well, I think a resident, you got to figure 15 at a minimum. It's not going to be, the plates are not like a hotel, which are less. So if it's 15, that's 75 feet.
Okay. It seems like to me that would be a reasonable height limit, but I think that we need to come back as part of this discussion, making sure that we are not exceeding the requirements of the airport A-loop.
Mr. Mayor, if we adhere to the Part 77 regs, aren't we in compliance with the airport land use heights or not?
Yeah. We probably are.
Well, that is among the recommendations from both the airport and the Airport Land Use Commission, and I would think that we should add to our policies that the height restrictions would be as specified in FAR Part 77. They went on to ask that we get more specific as to a height of 203.68 feet above mean sea level and referencing the datum point. And in my view, that's something that's more appropriate for the zoning ordinance than the general plan because it's implementing the Part 77.
Well, unless we are encouraging people to use densities that are going to build buildings that are going to exceed that level. So that I think that we need to kind of look at both of them.
The other question.
I think, too, in the whole subject of consistency, I think you'd want to read that airport land use plan, have a copy of the document myself before we bind our community into being consistent with that.
Well, if I could suggest, because we need to move on, there's other items on tonight, and I know I want to go home before midnight. I would suggest, at least on the height issue and on the multiple use issues and the 11,000 ADT, which I'm still questioning, why don't we defer it till the next meeting? I think we can, with your analysis, we can come to rapid decisions, but much more rapid than sitting here and trying to fast track it. But we're undoing years' worth of planning and discussion in one fell swoop. And I don't think that's fair to the process. So I would recommend that that's what we do. And we know the goal is ADT neutrality. That's understood.
Okay.
Well, I would just ask one other thing. Maybe we can get a reading on where we stand on the Planning Commission's recommendation on the no housing inside the A-loop noise contour. I'm in support of that.
I'm in support of that one, too.
I'm in support of that.
Okay.
I am too.
Okay. We haven't gotten public comments on this section. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment?
Good evening, Honorable Mr. Mayor and council members. My name's Dolores Odding. I live in Newport Beach. The one thing I want to say, and I think this is kind of important when you're looking to build 4,300 or 3,300 homes, high density, high rise, and I'm glad that you gave us some indication of what high rise is, because a lot of people ask that question and we don't know, so thank you for that, is when you look up at Newport Coast, you go down to Laguna Beach or you go down to Starbucks and you look at that whole area right now. You know what the total number of homes there right now today is? Around 26 or 2,700 homes. And you're looking at between 3,300 and 4,300. When that whole place is built out, it's 5,700 dwelling units. So when you think of sticking 3,300 units at the airport area, you're right, you need to reduce trips. That's an awful lot of homes for that one area, and that impacts me on MacArthur Boulevard and San Miguel. And don't think that it doesn't impact the village or coastal areas, because they're going to want to go to Starbucks, they're going to want to go to Bristol Farms, they're going to want to go to Fashion Island, they're going to want to go to the beach. Let's be real about what's happening here, okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. By the way, there are at least 3 Starbucks up in that area.
Yeah, and if we don't, and just a comment, in the city of Irvine, they're building about 9,000 units right next to Jamboree, so we're being impacted already.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Carol McDermott, representing the coal company this evening, and I would just like to comment that I thought that somewhere in the traffic calculations there was some kind of a credit for residential being put into these kinds of settings for those that are going to be living closer to work, that don't have to get on the freeway, and that there is some sort of credit. And at one point during the process, Carlton, I thought that depending on the number of residential units you add, you have lesser or more credits towards that mixed-use kind of calculation. And I don't know what those are, and perhaps you want to address the council on that. But we obviously would like to work with staff as well to clarify a couple of things. Number one, if the units come out of the 65 CNAL, it takes out one of the park areas. It takes out one of the major villages of the 4 that are intended, with all the policy decisions that go along with that. And we've got some recent information about the probability that residential will not be feasible on the Connexent site, and we'd like to confirm that a little better to share with staff, so that to the extent that if you eliminate a major area where Connexent is, and you've eliminated the area where the 65 CNEL, and you lose 2 parks, it changes the ROMA recommendations. And I think that it's a good idea that we have some very detailed discussions and that we come back in order to help you achieve your objectives, because we understand what you want to accomplish and we want to participate in that as well. But I think that there are a number of factors in this overall deal that could come back with a better recommendation to achieve those. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to comment?
I would like
Wait a second, Dick.
Carol Boyce, 2945 Catalpa Street, Newport Beach, 4-year member of GPAC. We all want the general plan update to pass in November. I've expressed my concerns at GPAC that it might not pass because of deviating too far from the visioning surveys, which reflect what the voters want. 2/3 of the residents and over half of the businesses asked for no change in developing the airport area. They wanted only low-rise offices, with 58% of the residents and 51% of the businesses opposing new high-rise buildings. The draft general plan update of 50 to 30 units per acre does not suggest low-rise. And I think in one of our sessions, the question was asked about a 50 unit per acre. What kind of building would that be? And they said 15 stories. It was in the GPAC Airport Area Subcommittee that residential was first introduced by the staff. At the last public workshop in June 2005, The staff presented the vision of 2,400 residential units as what the airport area, quote, could accommodate, unquote, as reuse and infill. This would add 11,416 AM and 11,795 PM car trips. In July 2005, staff bumped it up to 3,000 units, and GPAC added 300 more units in its vote, which was 900 more than presented at the public workshop. Mixed-use, high-density urbanization may be popular with planners and developers, but many people have had negative reactions to the traffic mess on Jamboree near Irvine's high-density residential developments. The traffic congestion near San Diego and Los Angeles' new high-rise developments are really appalling on Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard. Pasadena City Council just amended its general plan, putting a moratorium on planned high-rise residential due to the traffic mess there. The same goes for Chula Vista cutting back. Costa Mesa is proposing a density of 13 to 20 units per acre for its large west side mixed-use development. Last week, the Planning Commission, some of them tried in their straw vote to reduce the airport area's 3,300 units to 2,300, and I think, Carlton, you said that would be a reduction, they took away 1,000, it would be a reduction of 3,000 trips, car trips at the Planning Commission. This would be more in line with the number originally presented of the 2,400 recommended by staff at the public workshop. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission did not pass that. It's no secret that the freeways are overburdened already. Walking to work is sort of a fantasy, just as the image of the empty nesters hanging around their condos all day. The empty nesters I know, including myself, are on the road most of the day, and we do a lot of flying out of John Wayne Airport. How many young professionals do you see walking to work from Irvine's high-rises? Lowering the density would ease the burden of the traffic, which would spill over into Newport's neighborhoods on Irvine Avenue, Bristol, Jamboree, and MacArthur. You compound that with Newport Center, and you really get a lot of traffic on MacArthur and Jamboree. If you did reduce the density, it could also make the general plan update more palatable to the voters if they see the plan is closer to their visions expressed in the surveys. It would be a shame to ask for the people's opinions, then ignore them, which could cause a defeat of the plan in November. This would result in a huge waste of taxpayer money and a lot of time invested by a lot of people. I hope you will lower the density of the residential village in the airport area, as did some of the planning commissioners who wanted it. This would reflect the visioning surveys and help pass the plan in November. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? Mr. Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Philip Betancourt, 110 Newport Center Drive. On behalf of Brookfield Homes, Fletcher Jones Jr. and Miss Stephanie Grody, who are co-applicants, I think we can see this at Bristol Street, who are co-applicants, as you may recall, on the old Fletcher Jones motor car property that is shown in this location. We took our application off calendar, even though we were well into the environmental review process in view of the uncertainties regarding the general plan. But I think our efforts, as we've been sort of at the tip of the spear as really the first applicant for ownership residential in the area, are instructive. What we have learned in the process, first of all, we're not in the high-rise business, and in fact, this particular application, if approved, as then drafted, would have reduced the authorized trips on the site by about 2/3. We're also outside the 65 CNEL line. We have all of our FAA clearances already, but we do find some limitations on the plan, on the general plan standards as they exist at this time. One is the requirement for a minimum 5-acre parcel and the 50 units per acre density to have a minimum qualified project, despite the fact that these same standards are not applied elsewhere, as they were, for instance, tonight in the West Newport area. We think the area is quite suitable for residential and mixed use now. We like to joke, we've got Starbucks already. We're within walking distance of 24-hour medical care, a hot bakery, fine dining, convenience dining, grooming, automotive care. We have complete infrastructure in the area already. One thing, though, if there is a wholesale density reduction, we'd indicated to the Commission last week we would respond to that in the context of the environmental impact report document. But I do think we should look at the collateral damage that creates because of the development standards here, as Ms. Hoffman pointed out, because there is an assumption of the development of these villages around fairly costly urban parks in this area, and if the density comes down, we think that you should look at the development standards that go with us. Within our particular node, just to make a final thought, there's not a single property owner that has a 5-acre parcel, so it would require parcel assimilation, accommodation, linkage for us to take advantage of the same property rights that others have, and we're holding talks with adjacent property owners about that now.
Phil, approximately what density was Brookfield proposing on the site?
Let's see, we were 22, 23 units to the acre. It was.
Okay, and how many stories were you planning on?
A 3-over tuck under parking, which is a pretty common product
so you're
form,
at
if you will.
50 feet, maybe?
40, yes. Yeah, 46, 47 feet, as I recall.
Okay. Thank you.
It would take, to achieve the density in the area, and we presented studies for the Commission, it would take higher-rise buildings to achieve that density in Brookfield.
If you were trying to get 50 units per acre on your site instead of the 20.
Which we'd go back and
just a correction. There is one parcel, Commerce Center, up there. It's under one ownership. It's 14 acres.
Oh, yes, exactly, Councilman. What I meant was in this node right here. We average 1.6 acres within our node, but the Commission has said since then this remains a study plan that might be looked at in the context of the specific plan for this area, but the mixed-use application is proposed to apply to the whole of the area. I think, Ms. Wood,
Well, I think in the between now and next meeting, obviously the credit that's due for the existing use on that property versus residential, I don't know if that's been incorporated in Carlton's numbers, and I'm interested with Carol Hoffman sharing, or Carol McDermott sharing with Sharon Wood her comments regarding Connection.
If I could just leave a final thought. It's not as simple as good cholesterol versus bad cholesterol, but our experience has been, and the advice that we've received from our traffic engineer, is that if it's a matter of trips versus trips, that certainly for peak hour trip-making characteristics, the residential trips are far preferable to an equal amount of commercial industrial trips that are peak hour impactful in the neighborhood, and the opportunity for mixed use is given. That's what smart growth is all about, but your experts can tell you about that. That's what we know.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, council members.
Okay, anybody else wish to comment on this?
Mayor Webb, I do know we have some citizens that have been patiently waiting on comments concerning the circulation element. Will we be getting to that next? Or when would be appropriate for them to comment?
Just wait for a second. Let's handle the airport area first. Okay, now, we'll handle that right after the airport area. But okay, anybody?
Don, I'd like
I just want to make a second. Hold on. Mr. Nichols has been very patient. He had requested a comment a few minutes ago.
Could we lower the lights just one more time? There's two CNEL lines here. This is really the A loop, as they call it, and that particular loop is a historic one. The present 65 CNEL line is this interior one. The other aspect that I would point out is all of this bump in here is caused by these small airplanes that are taking off for the runway that ends right about here. And what they're doing is they take off everywhere. And what I asked the airport is, could this be directed more down to 73? What that would do is increase this hump that we see here a little bit more, it would come in like this. And what you would have is a higher noise level there. You have commercial here, but the people who are really going to be hurt is the few people that are in the residential below in West Santa Ana. They will be hurt a little bit, very little, but you would open up all of this to less than 65. Now that can be done by the tower. And I don't know, it seems to me like maybe we ought to try and talk turkey with them, because basically then you've opened up an area, this area in here, which definitely would be usable for residential. Everything beyond that, and that would be all of this area within my, outside of my, what I outlined. And that would be a very, very healthy thing for the residential that you want to put up there. We could go to a little lower density. It would be a good project. But
okay.
It's hard to achieve. It's going to take some work, but it has much more merit than what we're doing right now.
Unfortunately, because of the various different statutes that are in place, we are confined to use the current A-Loop 65 CNEL until such time as the airport would adopt a new line. And that's something that is going to be considered. The Commission is looking at starting up a review of the existing land use plan. However, that's going to take several years, and I think that we still, by ordinance, or not ordinance, but by having trouble with words now, by the rules that we play under right now, we can't arbitrarily adjust that line. We have to follow what is on the books until it's changed. So I'm on that commission.
Yeah, I am too, and I don't disagree.
I'd love to. No, you're on the aviation committee.
Yeah, I'm not on the other.
I sit on the Airport Land Use Commission, and that commission, as well as the airport operations people, recognize that this is a 20-year-old line, and things do need to be looked at, and they do need to be reviewed, but it's going to take a couple years for that to happen. And we can't, in order to be consistent, which I personally disagree with Ms. Daigle, I think that we do need to strive towards being a consistent agency within the area, and I think that that's one of the things that we are working with in our negotiations with the county on our severe issues.
Lastly, we are looking at a 20-year plan.
I know we are looking at a 20-year plan, but I think that we still have to, we can't guarantee that your proposal would first work, and secondly, that the Airport Land Use Commission is going to, and the airport itself, is going to change that line. And so that I think that we need to plan based on at least what we can foresee the rules are going to be for the next 5 or 10 years in that area. Okay.
I'd like
Mr. Rosansky?
One quick comment, since the staff is going to be going back and looking at these land uses and the numbers, I'd also like you to kind of explore maybe some type of a residential overlay if we are going to put residential in this area, but that requires that if we're going to trade commercial for commercial entitlement or industrial entitlement, whatever you want to call it, or both, for residential development, that they do it on some type of revenue, or not revenue, traffic neutral basis. Okay? See if you can maybe work up that idea into something that'll help us here.
Okay. Now, Sharon, what was the comments that we should be considering relative to the circulation element?
Well, I think it would be appropriate, since this hearing was advertised on both the land use element and the circulation element, to accept public comment on any other portion of the land use element and anything in the circulation element.
Okay. Does the council have any comments related to circulation element and land use element that they would like to make before we open this up to the public?
No, Mr. Mayor, the Planning Commission hasn't made any recommendation on circulation, so I'd just as soon defer that until we get comments from the Planning Commission.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilman Daigle? Okay, I'd like to open it up for comments related to the overall land use and circulation element.
What's that?
I'm Harry Rinker, 2342 Mesa Drive, and we completed our home in 1967, nearly 39 years ago, and that was before, I heard you speak of the jets here quite a bit. That was before jets were flying.
Could you pull a little bit closer to the microphone, because I'm having a little bit hard time hearing you.
That was before jets were flying, and point of interest, I led the fight opposing jets at that time very vigorously for 7 years, and I don't have a very good track record of it, I'm here to talk about the proposed addition to the horse trail. The horse trail, as you probably know, comes up Cypress, it dead ends on Mesa Drive, turns right a short distance, and goes down the flood control wash to the back bay, and they ride in the back bay. On your plan, there is a line to propose extending the horse trail instead of to the right where it now goes to the left, which would go across all of our landscaping along Mesa Drive until it emits on the east. The neighbors and I are vigorously opposed to that. One of them you mentioned, Mayor Webb, this evening, John Crean. He's my next door neighbor. He has a beautiful landscaping, as we all do. And we're not opposed to the horse people. They're nice people, all of them that we've met. But we're nice people too. And we would hate to come home some evening and from a trip perhaps and see a double horse trail put across our landscaping simply so that they could go to the left as opposed to the right to get to the back bay. And I hope you gentlemen would see fit to, if it would help you there, I have a map of the trails that I could show you. Would that be a point that you'd like to see?
Mr.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
May I answer any questions?
Yeah, I think that what you're referring to in our particular document is it's figure CE5, which does show in the legend a proposed equestrian trail. Are you aware that that trail is actually shown in the Santa Ana Heights specific area plan that was adopted by both the county and the city?
If it was, Mayor, we never received any notice of such a thing, because obviously we would, it would be devastating to us to...
Okay. It's actually shown, Councilman Ridgway took me to task on it today earlier, and I looked it up in our city code, and it was something that when the city had adopted the same essential land use plan that the county did almost 15 years ago now, between 10 and 15 years ago, that trail was actually shown in there. And so I think that it's shown on our circulation element because we have been asked by the county to make sure that we don't make any changes in the general plan up in the area that they had approved. So I think that if in removing this trail, one of the things that we need to look at is perhaps we can have our Parks and Recreation Commission look at it from the standpoint of a recreational trail system, but I think it still will require an amendment to the Santa Ana Heights specific area plan, which is currently in place, in order to change it and remove it from this document.
No, Mayor Webb, would that also include a consent from the Board of Supervisors?
Based on what our annexation agreements are, that's correct. The Board of Supervisors would also have to approve that.
I do have a question for you,
Yes, please.
Harry. That is, and by the way, your exhibit and your letter is part of our package tonight.
Thank
I
you.
want to let you know that. And I would make a comment, it's probably some of the best exhibits I've ever seen, so you did a good job. And the overlay of what the equestrian trail is very explicit. Is that land currently in fee without easement over it, owned by you, or is that land, do you have an encroachment permit to do your landscaping on that land?
No, my land is in fee, absolutely.
And is there any type of easement over that land?
Isn't what outside your fence, isn't that public street right-of-way, which you have the underlying fee to?
And some of the frontage there, it is. They go from the it goes from the curb in for the proposed horse trail. Now, I don't know where those property lines are, but on mine, which was built nearly 40 years ago, I own it.
So you would have to be condemned in order
Yes,
to
I
have
would.
the equestrian trail. Do you know if Mr. Crean would have to be condemned in order
I do not know that, no. I can tell you one thing, he would be devastated if he comes home and sees that double trail across that beautiful landscaping.
Well, I think the recommendation, or certainly Mr. Webb suggested that we send this over to the PB&R Commission, and if they recommend that we remove this from the master trails, it comes back to us, and it's got to go over to you have to fight your battle again with the County Board of Supervisors. I certainly support sending this over to our PB&R Commission for a review of that segment of the equestrian trail. And certainly as a component of that is the economics of doing condemnation and the cost of that. I think it's fairly significant.
Well, thank you very much. Could we possibly participate in the legal decision, or whether, I'm just asking, of whether that has to go to the county?
It does.
Oh, it
does. It's part of our annexation agreement, and the annexation agreement says we cannot change the specific plan which shows the equestrian trail. We cannot change it without permission. It was read earlier at the very beginning of our hearing that's been going on forever. And Sharon, if you have that language, you can read it again, but it's very specific. Perhaps you can listen.
This is paragraph 2.1 of the agreement, and it's dated September 10th of '02. Excuse me.
What year?
After the city's annexation of the annex area, the city shall not amend its general plan as it pertains to the annex area or the specific plan without the prior written consent of the county and the agency. That would be the redevelopment
It's the county
agency.
and the redevelopment agency.
Well, that's one and the same. That's 5 supervisors.
Now, with regards to our fire station, we amended the specific plan, so that would need the consent of the county?
Yes.
It will? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's unfortunate that apparently the county didn't give us the same rights that you have given us, because you've brought it to a public hearing and I'm speaking here, and the county had never notified us, or certainly we would have been there when they put it.
Well, probably the notification you got was one that said, we are discussing the Santa Ana Heights specific area plan, and stopped right there.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell you that it had to do with all the streets and the trails and the water system and the land uses and all that kind of stuff.
Well, thank you for your...
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I also would like to commend you, Mr. Rinker. I think it's an excellent exhibit, and I think it demonstrates fairly conclusively, to my mind, number one, that the trail extension is really unnecessary to facilitate the equestrian movement in your neighborhood, and number two, sort of the damage that it does to the property owners along Mesa Drive in terms of the landscaping and the access to their homes and just the general environment in which you all live. It appears that there's more process that needs to go through here than simply our concurrence, but I certainly would agree with your analysis here and the difficulties that I think the county would face, or that we would face, in even trying to implement this trail on Mesa Drive. And I would encourage you to follow through with both the city and the county to take this off the map and alleviate this issue. And certainly you have my support in that regard.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, let me ask staff a question. In light of where it appears there's 4 votes here, rather than sending it right over to PB&R, what would be the process to just remove that segment right now?
Well, we're supposed to have the prior written consent of the county and the agency first, and I believe we have time to communicate with them before adoption of the general plan, so we can start that process.
Right. Well, I think that you have to go through a separate public hearing, too, that will look at amending the specific plan. I mean, what do we have to do to amend a specific area plan?
Well, we should be finding out with our fire station.
Forgot about the specific.
Well, I'm just trying to short-circuit the process, that's all. Rather than going to multiple hearings, if we're going to amend the specific plan, do you want to agendize that to the next meeting? On this one segment?
I think we need to look into it and make sure that we give you an accurate answer of what the process is going to take.
Okay, then would you communicate that to Mr. Rinker and to Mr. Johns? Okay.
And then we could schedule it for another hearing. That would be fine.
Then we'll send a copy of that to the county.
Good. Well, thank you. I think your intentions are quite clear, and our neighborhood appreciates it on Mesa Drive.
Well, it certainly is aesthetically very pleasing to drive along there and see your landscaping.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else that wishes to comment on the broader issue of the circulation element and land use before we... Okay.
I really have, Carol Boyce, 2945 Catalpa Street, Newport Beach. I just have a question about the roadway classification system, which is a change from the existing general plan that we have. It says here, the City of Newport Beach is required to be consistent with the County of Orange Master Plan of Arterial Highways. For a principal arterial in our existing plan says that the daily capacity goes up to 60,000. Now the new classification in our update says ranging from 60,000 to 73,000. In other words, that means that a principal arterial or 8-lane highway could then handle 10,000 more cars, basically what this is saying. Same thing for a major arterial in the existing general plan that we have now. It says the daily capacity would be up to 45,000, but the new plan says it would range from 45,000 to 67,000. And my question is, did the County of Orange change this classification, or did Newport Beach change it, or how did this happen? Why did this happen? Or, it just shows that our 6-lane highways can add 10,000 more before they would get to a threshold where they'd have to be widened. Basically, this is kind of what it's saying. So, do you know? Did Orange County change it?
No, Orange County didn't change it necessarily. The capacity of a street is a very difficult thing to evaluate in a straight section. Your capacities usually are controlled by the intersections on either end. You could probably have a 2-lane road with 35,000 capacity on it as long as it was 10 miles long and absolutely no obstructions and nobody slowed down. So that if you have shorter lengths, you need more lanes to carry the people. But I think that we had asked, I personally had asked that instead of using a specific set number, that we come up with a range, because there really isn't a set number for every street that has 4 lanes or 6 lanes or whatever. And so that we haven't really necessarily said that that street is going to handle 10,000 more trips, but there really isn't a magic number that says when you get to 10,001 trips, you all of a sudden have reached and gone over the capacity.
So this still is consistent with...
It's consistent with what the county has used. I'm not sure that you're going to find any agency that's going to come up with exactly the same numbers for those 6 or 8 or 4 lanes.
Well, I just was curious why the change. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're closing this one. Can we please take a 5-minute break so that, and it'll be a short 5-minute break because I know you all are very anxiously waiting the last item.
We can skip it.
The next item on the agenda is public comments on items that are not on our agenda. So if we are going to discuss it at another time tonight, then please don't discuss it. But B.J. Johnson.
Hi. I'm B.J. Johnson. I'm a resident of Corona Del Mar, and I'm representing the Corona Del Mar Residents Association. And I didn't know I was going to be here so late tonight, but I wanted to be sure that you knew you were all invited to our meeting. Tomorrow night is a general meeting at Sherman Gardens, and the Business Improvement District meeting starts at 5:30. It's over at 6. We have refreshments from 6 to 6:30. And the Newport Beach Council, the Centennial Committee will be represented there, the fire department with their CERT program, and also the Neighborhood Watch. So anyway, I just want to make sure that you all knew you were invited. And our topic, Rich Edmondson's going to be there. He's going to be talking about crosswalks and the light possible signalization of IRIS. And also the, who else is, the vision plan. They're going to be presenting the future and where we are with the vision plan for Corona Del Mar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you had to wait so late to make that short comment. Anybody else have a public comment?
Good evening. Good morning. My name is Elise Wayman. I live at 890 West 15th Street, Newport Beach. I have a letter here addressed to the City of Newport Beach, specifically each one of you. I delivered a copy to the clerk's office this afternoon, and it reads as follows. Dear Mayor Webb and City Council members, the residents of Seacliff Mobile Home Park, located at 890 West 15th Street, Newport Beach, California, request the Newport Beach City Council to redress the Seacliff Mobile Park Closure Impact Report, the CIR, that was voted on the March 14, 2006 City Council meeting. We have additional information relevant to the mitigation of the Closure Impact Report that council members did not have the opportunity to review. Sincerely, Andy Lattis, Denise Isaias, Lance Hunter, Anthony Green, Debbie Ayler, Carol Ward, Christina McKenzie, Mark King, Dennis Date, Susie Mello, Francisca Martinez, and Elise Wayman, residents of Seacliff Mobile Park. I've heard a lot of talk about property values this evening and protecting the residents, and I'm hoping that you folks will step up and acknowledge that we are part of those people and need protection, and our property values increased.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elise.
We'd like to have this put on a future agenda.
Well, what we would request that you do is please contact our city attorney's office with any additional information that you might have so that she can review it and make recommendations back to our staff related to what action might need to be taken. But we would not be able to reschedule that until we have a basis to do so. And I think the attorney's office will be able to evaluate that and make a determination for us.
The basis that I'm telling you that we have additional information for you, you didn't have the opportunity to hear, is not enough for you to schedule it for a future meeting?
If you can provide that additional information to the city attorney, then she would be able to evaluate it and determine whether or not she would recommend that we rehear this item.
Is the city attorney here this evening?
She's sitting right in front of you.
Well, how about if I address some of the issues right now? I'm ready.
That wouldn't be appropriate
Even at this late hour.
That wouldn't be appropriate because it would be something that in a public comment we're not really supposed to get into an exchange because it's not an element or an item that's on our agenda that we can take actions on. That's why if you would present the information to her, then she can evaluate it and give us advice on what we need to do, because this is a legal matter now that we've adopted something, we've gone forward, the time clock is running, and
we only have 60 days, so am I to understand that you are refusing to put this on a future agenda at this time?
No, I'm not refusing to do so.
I just have to go through the city
I'm
attorney.
asking that we take the advice of our city attorney, and maybe the city attorney would like to give me further guidance on this. Have I said the right thing or not?
I think that that's appropriate to get that additional information, and we can look at it. The mayor doesn't have the ability to put something on an agenda if the council's already taken action on it, and the time period to reconsider that action is passed. So what would have to happen is I would have to look at, you could provide me the information that you have. We would then do an analysis on the action that the council took to see if there's a basis to bring the item back to them.
Well,
so we need to get the
I
additional
understood that we
information.
had 60 days from the date of the hearing to respond to any action that was taken that day.
I'm not aware of having 60 days. The closure report, the only action that the council was able to take on that closure was approval of the closure report, and that was already done.
Or decline it. They could have declined it.
They didn't.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none? Well, you better get down here. Don't walk so slow.
Well, you know, Hi, my name is Dolores Odding. I live in Newport Beach. Honorable Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm in agreement with the memorial for the Marines as suggested by Councilmember Curry, but I also feel that we can't just, unfortunately, I would like to see it just not limited to the Marines. I really feel that there are other armed services that are dying over there that are related to people that live within Newport Beach, and so I think that's something that has to encompass all of the people that fight for the right of democracy throughout the world, as well as a special session part of the memorial for those firefighters in the future that might die in the line of duty, or any policeman that might die in the line of duty. I think it's something that if we're going to memorialize, we should do it right. I also feel that to me it's kind of like a no-brainer that it should be at the Central Library, someplace where people could actually put flowers if they wanted to on occasion, or at the City Hall or the new City Hall, because those sites are traveled by almost everybody. And I also would like to think that perhaps we could do something next week or tomorrow, which is that flag in the back that was given to us by the M1 Marine that's hidden in the corner over there that nobody ever sees, that I salute when I come to every meeting. Yeah, that big flag. You see it, but nobody else in the public ever sees it. And that flag flew over Baghdad, and that flag is drenched in blood. And I don't understand why that flag was never put behind your head so that people could understand what lives have been lost. There's plenty of space up there. And I've asked a couple of times different people before, and I was just ignored, and this opportunity arose, and I thought it was a very important thing that we should do, because we have to start we have to start with the little things before, and I think that is a perfect thing to do next week. If we really care about the Marines and if we really want to memorialize them, then we should be hanging that flag up there and saluting it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Ridgway?
I think everybody up here is patriotic, but I want to remind the Dolores and Mr. Curry, for that matter, that the intent of 1-1 was to provide money and assistance and clothing during the trials and tribulations while their husbands are away. It was meant to help the families. And I consider myself extremely patriotic, but the number one goal of the 1-1 was that. And there are, as you know, during all the holidays, Memorial Days, there are numerous places where you can, in fact, memorialize all the people who've been in the armed services. So I think we're losing a little bit of sight what the 1-1 is all about, and the citizens of this community certainly have embraced the 1-1 and provided for those families. And as you know, two of the enlisted men were killed in the line of duty about a couple of weeks ago, and there has been, in fact, help going out to those families.
I think that you will also notice that if you walk by the flagpole out front, that there's a recognition of both World War II and the Korean War veterans, so that we, and there are, if you go by the American Legion, there are also further recognitions of military service within the community.
And in front of Newport L. So it's not like we haven't done it before.
Okay. I would like to suggest to the council, if it's all right, that we bypass oral reports from the city council members. Does anybody have any objections to that?
No objections.
I think we'll just, no. Okay, and does anybody really wish to have the planning commission agenda? It was a relatively simple agenda. We'll bypass that.
I did have one comment, if that's okay.
Okay, quick.
I know that at 6 Behringer, which is located in Belcourt, I am aware of an application to subdivide one of the tennis court lots in Belcourt, and it is being opposed by the neighbors. And I've discussed the situation with the city attorney and also Larry Tucker of the Planning Commission. And if any determination is made at the lower levels, if you could please let the council know, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're under continued business, which is an ordinance of the City Council adding chapter to the Newport Beach Municipal Code, limiting the use of the city powers for eminent domain. I think that's a relatively fast item. I don't think we need an additional report. Is there anybody on the council that would like to add additional comments to that? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this item? Do I have a motion from the council? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion carries.
We've already covered item 25, and 26 was left blank. So that brings us to item 27. Mr. Kiff, are you going to give us the presentation on this?
Yes, Mayor Webb and council members. I know it is late at 11:30 here. This is a fairly detailed matter. I have a PowerPoint presentation as usual to try and explain it. I'll try and go through it quickly in the interest of time. In the meantime, I have a handout of the presentation I'll let you follow along with if. So tonight's agenda item is the bid award for the Newport Coast Community Center, along with a couple of other things. I'm going to go over really briefly the background of the center. We're going to talk about some Newport Ridge Park issues that are directly related, the bid award itself, a summary of recommended action, and then following that, obviously, you'd have your discussion. The Newport Coast Community Center is called out in a pre-annexation agreement that set aside $7 million for this in 2001. The project now is $9.4 million, including contingency and management. That $7 million is part of $25 million that came to the city from IRWD. And just to clarify for folks at home who are staying up this late, it doesn't come from excess assessment district payments nor excess property tax payments, as was said in one of the papers, I believe, this morning.
Dave, does that 9.4 include the item that was under the consent calendar?
It does, yes.
Thank you.
The project is 16,865 square feet with 2 meeting rooms, a large one and a small one, a gymnasium, parking, the related landscaping. Your council voted in 2005, March, to proceed with the project. There was plenty of discussion, as some of you will remember, about the outreach and whether or not to have a public vote. 4 bids have since came in after pre-qualification. They were all within $300,000 of each other, and tonight's recommended action is to award the bid along with some other related actions. I'm going to move to the Newport Ridge Park issue and include that with a park called Crest Ridge. I'll show you a map in just a moment. Newport Ridge Park is adjacent to San Joaquin Hills Road near Newport Coast Drive. Crest Ridge is open space that lies inside the loop of Newport Ridge Drive. Both parks are held by the Newport Ridge Community Association, subject to what's called an irrevocable offer of dedication that allows the County of Orange to accept the parks and make them public facilities. So this is a map of Newport Ridge Park and Crest Ridge.
Crest Ridge is right here. Newport Ridge Park stretches along here. Newport Ridge Park includes an open grassy area here, 2 ball fields, parking lot, 77 spaces, restrooms, tennis courts, volleyball courts, picnic areas, and a tot lot. The issues about Newport Ridge Park are that relate to that irrevocable offer of dedication. The city needs to own the property underneath the community center. Some members of your council have expressed an interest in controlling and maintaining the 2 ball fields. The Newport Ridge Community Association has told us that they do not want us to take title to those ball fields, Crest Ridge Park, or the remainder of Newport Ridge Park outside of the community center land. And we believe the IOD can be accepted in portions. Councilmember Curry called a couple of the groups together just a few weeks ago, and this is the recommendation that we have before you. It would have the city taking title to, in other words, accept the irrevocable offer for, the community center land. Secondly, it would allow Newport Ridge Community Association to take fee title to Crest Ridge Park and the non-ball field part of Newport Ridge Park. And then thirdly, it would, in exchange for not accepting the offer, and this is a little bit complex, it's not accepting and not rejecting the offer for the ball fields and the 77-space parking lot, the city and Newport Ridge would enter into an operating agreement that would assure the same level of community access to the ball fields as the ball fields have today. And that access is AYSO, Little League, and Sage Hill High School. So this is a map that shows those parcels. This is parcel A, the community center, with the community center and the parking lot overlaid. This is parcel B, with the ball field showing how one ball field would be relocated slightly to the west. This would be parcel C, which is the tennis courts, volleyball area, picnic, and restrooms.
Dave, is all of that parcel C shown in the picture?
No, you're right, Homer. Parcel C goes back further up the side there. If you wanted to talk about that, I do have a final map that I can show you if that comes up in conversation.
Is there still room in parcel B for a soccer field?
You could stretch a soccer field out in the middle. You could certainly play soccer there as long as the ball fields weren't active. I'm going to talk next about the community center bid. We did have the 4 bids. They range from $8.1 million to $8.4 million. With a 10% contingency and a construction management fee, we staff propose awarding the bid to Bernard's Brothers. This is a summary of the budget issues. It's in your staff report. Basically, there is $6.689 million in the Newport Coast Community Center building account that started at 7, and then we drew design funds off of that. You can see the bid award, contingency, construction management brings us to 2.7 remaining to construct the project. Now, I believe the pre-annexation agreement obligates the city to pay $840,000 of that for FF&E, or furniture, furnishings, furniture, and equipment. And then, so if you take the 8.3 and split that with the 2.7 total, there's about 1.9 million that your council has the discretion to award. You could decide not to award that tonight according to the PAA. But if you do choose...
How did you come up with that the city's obligated for that $840,000 when we were only obligated to $7 million initially?
Well, the pre-annexation agreement speaks of the $7 million going towards so-called core and shell for the building, and then the PAA also says that outside of the core and shell, the city will furnish and equip the center, which means things like bleachers and the scoreboard and tables and chairs. That was the agreement reached in the PAA.
Well, I understand that, but after PAA you have more, which indicates that it's something outside the PAA that's requiring us to do the other stuff.
There's a couple of issues that are on that list. The city manager and I, in working with the Newport Coast Community Center as a compromise, we proposed that the city, we would ask your city council to pay the $45,000 associated with the increased parking spaces. I think that may have arrived, Councilman Selich, either right before you got on council or shortly thereafter. And there's a cost to relocate the ball field That's part of the landscaping and irrigation section. So there are some items that we staff members proposed adding outside of FF&E. They're small items, but they are indeed above just FF&E.
Well, it's half of $840,000.
Well, no, not if you consider that the FF&E has a share of the general conditions and general requirements and a share of contingency and construction management. And certainly, I think FF&E is a misnomer in terms of landscaping and irrigation. The pre-annexation agreement spoke to core and shell. Landscaping and irrigation wasn't core and shell.
Well, I won't quibble with you, but that's
okay.
Creative accounting.
Any other questions about this budget slide? In addition, tonight, in compliance with the pre-annexation agreement, the PAA obligates us to develop a community access and use plan for the center that has a reservation preference for Newport Coast use, and this is proposed to you as a new council policy B18. It's in your packet. I won't go through it entirely. I do have a proposed amendment tonight that would assure that HOAs can use the meeting in a non-fee way in the event that on a weekday evening when the center may not be open. We actually think the center will be open a lot during weekday evenings because we'll be programming basketball and rec classes there, but there's a chance that it's not. So working with some of the folks on the Newport Coast, I have a proposed amendment for you.
Doesn't the agreement indicate that there needs to be at least one city employee there? And I thought that part of the fee was related to paying for that employee's salary.
What we have proposed, I'll show you in the end, is that a park patrol person or a designated staffer would be there would come over potentially for another facility and open and close the facility. Again, I don't know that we would run into this. I think the center is going to be programmed and busy enough where someone's going to be there through 9 o'clock, especially Monday through Thursday. So to summarize the recommended action, it's to adopt 2 separate resolutions. One is to accept title to the community center. Second is to express the council's intent to reject the IOD for parcel C. The second item is to authorize the city manager to enter into an operating agreement with the Newport Ridge Association regarding those ball fields, and the terms of that operating agreement are shown in your packet. I did talk with Newport Ridge, and they've asked for something that we thought was a good concept. Would there be some separating fence between the parking lot for the community center and the ball field? It would be the same metal fence that exists out there today, just to keep people from running from one end to the other. And that's actually part of the center project, to build that fence. C is to award the community center bid, including a budget amendment, establish a contingency and construction management amounts, and then to amend a design contract with Dougherty & Dougherty to reflect increased work. And then finally, D, to adopt the new council policy regarding the community access and use plan. With that, I take your questions or allow public comment. I do have some exhibit slides.
I'd like to see the exhibit that shows the extent of parcel C.
This is, Mayor Webb, would be the extent of parcel C. If you picture a line right here, the rest of the parcel, parcel C would end here, yet Newport Ridge Park continues here. I haven't discussed this with the city attorney. I imagine we would, if the irrevocable offer exists for this land as well, we would reject that. We would recommend rejecting that too. Maybe Robin can correct me.
Yes, I think that upper area is actually already a separately identified parcel.
Do you think it's addressed in the IOD?
Yes, it is.
If we were consistent with our policy, we would reject this too and allow that to revert in fee simple to the Newport Ridge Community Association.
Correct.
That would also include Crestview Park?
It would, indeed. Crestview is right here, yes.
Are there any other restrictions on Crestview Park related? I believe, isn't that a retarding basin that is part of the overall flood control system for the subdivision?
I see Mr. Wampel nodding, so yes, that's been my interpretation as well.
Okay, so it's when you say it's not quite public, but it still is something that can't have anything done to it because it has to be part of the system that keeps...
That's correct. And I believe that's protected in the covenants associated with that land.
That's similar to the other park, Don, that was excluded and private. That has that same water quality protection at the bottom.
That's one across the street from the school.
Yeah, across from the school.
Okay, now, are there other parcels that, as far as the extended park area is concerned, that wrap up around into the entrance to the next...
to Ravage?
To Ravage, and
yes.
then on even a little bit farther than that?
Yes, you're right, Mayor. There's a parcel up here where Ravage would enter, and then a smaller parcel adjacent to that. And those are all technically part of Newport Ridge Park. It would be the intent, the staff's recommendation to reject the IOD for all of those properties.
Okay, if I remember correctly, and looking at the map here, there's a sidewalk that pretty much follows the upper ridge line, or the top of the slope, and there isn't a sidewalk adjacent to the curb, I believe.
That's right. You mean this sidewalk here?
Right.
Yeah.
Would it be the intent that that sidewalk remain public, or would that be a private sidewalk?
Well, that may be something you want to ask Dan, what he believes the Community Association's intent would be. Certainly, if we rejected the IOD for that property, they would be able to control it as a private park. However, I just can't imagine them putting up a fence right here along the road and keeping, in a way, their own residents out. But you can ask Dan that. He has a fairly good feel of how his neighbors are interested in this, or what his neighbors are interested in.
He is the president of the Newport Ridge.
I'm aware of that. Okay. Is there any other questions by the City Council on the items that have been presented by Mr. Kiff?
I have a question. Just
Mr. Rosansky?
Just for the sake of clarification, we're going to basically give them the top parcel, which includes the tennis courts. We're going to kind of leave the middle parcel in limbo and let them operate it under some operating agreement, and we're going to take the other piece. Is that accurate?
That's a summary. That's an accurate summary, yes.
And why are we not just using an operating agreement for both the tennis court parcel and the baseball field parcel?
The Newport Ridge Community Association has expressed its strong desire to be able to not have that direct relationship with the city and the rest of that land, not be under control of an operating agreement. They believe that should be theirs and kept theirs.
There is precedent within the PAA for that as well. It says that they should make the offer, we are the acceptor. Now, under those circumstances, it seems that they have that right to ask for that. The other thing is we have already seen that third park is a private park, so it was, as part of the PAA, recognized that it would always be in a different subdivision. So you would be setting a precedent here if you want to pick and choose on any properties that you could do that in all the parks possibly in that area, and I think you would really cause a
Mr. Ridgway, you had a comment?
Yeah, I have quite a few comments, and let me start with City Attorney and Dave. First of all, I think what we're proposing here tonight, I'm of the opinion, having had to do this, that we're not complying with the Subdivision Map Act, that we can't do what we're attempting to do here, and that is, by deed, create separate parcels. The Subdivision Map Act is very specific, and they don't want you to do by deed what has to be done by a legal map. So, one, I'm under the impression that what we're attempting to do tonight can't be done.
I agree with you. But we're not attempting to do tonight and in fact, if you look at the second resolution, it identifies the MAP Act as being a major issue with the other actions that are being proposed. All we're recommending tonight is not necessarily, we use the term parcel, and I kind of told Dave that wasn't the best way to do it. We're doing a legal description of the area within the parcel that the council is going to approve tonight, that we're going to accept. And we are going to have to further go back to the MAP Act and figure out the best way to parcelize if we're going to not accept all of the parcels that already exist.
Okay, well, that's the legalese. Let me move on with my comments.
So I agree with you that the MAP Act is an issue for this.
Well, hold on for just a second. Let Mr. Ridgway finish, please, and we'll...
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more tail.
I think you're wrong on the MAP Act.
No, I listen. I've had to comply with the MAP Act for years, and I can tell you, you can't do by deed what the law specifically requires that you be.
There's an exception there for public agencies.
But this isn't a public. Let me make a comment. You have a homeowners association is trying to take ownership. We're putting a parcel in limbo, and then we're trying to take one as a public agency. There's only one parcel that the public agency is in effect taking, and that's the only one that you can comply with. But having said that, let me move on because Mr. Rompo is here. I won't go to the FF&E intent of that during the negotiation of the annex of the agreement. FF&E was meant to be physically what was in the building. I can tell you I remember that. I sat there and talked with Mr. Willinger about that, and you've expanded the definition. That's fine. Quite candidly, I love having a community center up there. What I oppose and what I want to move forward on is one of two concepts. I think parcel B should be ours, this is the tail wagging the dog because the IOD exists on this entire parcel. I think if there's an operating agreement, it's not an operating agreement for Newport Ridge, it's an operating agreement for us, and the devil's in the detail on that, but I think we should be controlling those baseball fields, and if they want to reserve time with us, that's fine. But I want to be able to publish in the Navigator that those baseball fields are available through the city of Newport Beach, and I think the operating agreement is, you've got it reversed. It should be us, and then ultimately, parcel B should be, we should accept that dedication. So that's where I'm headed. But I've never hidden that from anybody. And during the negotiations, I said that. And there were actually, and so, you know, if we're going to head down this trail of putting parcel B in limbo, let's get back to the original intent of what the city, where the city was. But at the bare minimum, in tonight's staff report, the management agreement should be, we should be taking over management of those baseball fields, quite candidly.
Just a comment, and that is the parcelization has already been done by the various parks up there by what they're called.
No.
And the fact that you can make one private, Coastal Canyon Park shall remain a private facility, and that's in the PAA
We're not
that you
discussing
negotiated.
that. We're not discussing that part. These
I
particular
understand
parks
that,
here
but
haven't been legally mapped.
Excuse me?
These particular parcels here have not been legally mapped.
But
that's what Mr. Ridgway has indicated. We have various different segments. The resolutions that are being proposed rely on property description and mapping being done kind of after the fact and inserted into the document before it's recorded, right?
No.
Then I'm confused.
Okay. The action tonight is not to parcelize, not to create a new parcel. The action tonight is to accept a portion of the property as described by the legal description, and that's what we would record a certificate of acceptance for that identified area.
Do we have a legal description
Yes,
tonight?
we have a legal description.
I'm going to show it to you here on the screen. I can give you a hard copy, but I thought it was easier to show it to you on the screen. This is the legal description. It's in your handout, too. Second page.
If you see, it says a portion of parcel 1, And it's not by deed. There's no creation of a lot by deed. All it is a description of the area within the entire parcel that we are agreeing tonight to accept so that we can go forward with this. The second action that the council is being requested to consider is a resolution basically a resolution stating its intention to further take whatever steps are necessary to parcelize in whatever way we look at that is legal. And it says, in accordance with all applicable legal requirements, including but not limited to the Subdivision Map Act, to reject a portion of the offer, which would be the portion, what I think they're identifying as the Area C,
on this exhibit,
and then to leave open for future acceptance the middle area, which is the ball fields.
Okay, I'm really uncomfortable with parcel C because we don't have a map that shows all the little pieces of parcel C that we are being asked to act on tonight.
Well, as Robin pointed out, you're being asked to express intent, so maybe that's exactly your concern, but our intent is to bring, if you adopt this resolution, to bring back in 2 weeks the actual resolution that would include the legal description and the parcel map. Sorry, the diagram of the lot.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that if it's appropriate, that we hear from the representatives from the association who are here, and then we can take this back in, and once all sort of the cards are on the table, and sort of talk through these issues that we're looking at tonight.
Okay. I would like to open this up to the public. Please come forward.
Daniel Walpole, 27 Bridgeport Road, Newport Coast, president of the Newport Ridge Homeowners Association. Everybody has put an awful lot of time and effort into this for the past 8 years, and there's been just a tremendous amount of good faith that the details will be worked out, and we know the devil is all in the details. The Newport Ridge Homeowners Association has always bargained for, and in the PAA, that it would end up keeping its current parks. And if I may clarify, those parks are in fee simple right now. The association does own them. However, they does have the offer of dedication on it also. With many talks with staff and more than anything else, I really appreciate Keith Curry's effort in this, and we put our 200% trust in him that he is going to watchdog the details to make sure this job gets done. We do support what the staff is recommending this evening, realizing that all the details are not in line at the moment. I'd like to field any questions the council might have.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, Dan, how do you feel about changing the agreement regarding management of parcel B, so the city of Newport Beach actually takes control over the management of that property, with the Newport Ridge actually having reservation rights, if you will, on the baseball fields?
No, we wouldn't agree with that, Councilman. I mean, I can go back through history, but from the beginning, when we first started the pre-annexation talks, 98, 99, the city was not interested in accepting the dedication of those parks at that time. And the Newport Ridge Homeowners Association has never been interested in really giving up any of the land. We wish to keep control of our ball fields. And as we have always done, we have been extremely generous and are willing to continue to be that generous, and may not limit our generosity just to what we're talking about today. We believe that we are members of a much larger community. Yes, we do own it. We paid for it. We continue to pay for it. But no, we wish to keep control of those fields.
You understand the legal implications of an irrevocable offer to dedicate.
Yes.
And the legal implication is you don't have a choice. We have the choice. Period. And you and I disagreed on this years ago. We disagreed on it during the 7 years I've been in council. I'm now in my 8th year, and quite candidly, and Mr. Curry is coming in, he's 2.5 months, and you're looking at him as if he's your savior. There are 6 other people here, and there is a history to this property, and there is a history to the IOD, and quite candidly, I think the city should be taking parcel B. I've said that ad infinitum, and I'm saying it tonight, and I don't agree with the staff report as written. I think the management and control for parcel B should be in the city, and it's reversed, and this is the tail wagging the dog. And quite candidly, you don't have a choice on this IOD. Now, whether I can convince, obviously, I can't convince Mr. Curry, but there are 6 other people here. And this has a long history. And the IOD was put there because the public intent was to create a park for the entire city. This is not an elitist community. This is not an elitist site. This is a site that is there for the entire city. But we've given you priority rights on the center itself. And if you want us to give $2.9 million extra, I think it's a small price to pay to get, and I think we should be making the motion tonight for the IOD to take parcel B.
Well, Todd, you and I don't agree on that. Up into the point of the pre-annexation agreement, I would agree with you. In the pre-annexation agreement, we took care of that issue. And that is, if the city exercises the right, the association gets to lease it back. All of it.
For $1.
Well, let me say, that's been shown to be unenforceable in the agreement by our attorney, and I think your attorney would agree. So it's unenforceable, and it countervenes the public policy issue of an IOD, which you cannot contract against. So, quite candidly, the public policy of providing this park for the general public trumps that PAA agreement. And by the way, and our attorneys already said, we can't do that.
Well, we disagree.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
But, the council's worked hard tonight and long, Todd. I think we have all looked at these issues, and we can sit there and spend half the night hashing them out again. I don't think there's anyone on this council that isn't familiar with all the issues. I beg the council to follow the staff's report. From our point of view, that is our park. We negotiated in the pre-annexation agreement so it would stay our park. The city attorney at the time researched the vehicle. It was the city attorney that said the vehicle that would be used was a leaseback, and told us that that was the only vehicle that could be used.
He was wrong.
He could have been wrong. But the people of this city are not trying to lawyer this to death. There was an intent. We let the lawyers figure out what vehicle would be used to take that intent further, and I believe that that intent should continue. And beyond that, you have the residents of Newport Ridge that freely believe, joining the city of Newport Beach, they would get to keep their park. After that, they're saying, here, take our corner and build this community center. And this community center would be owned by the entire city. I don't know if you have an idea of what that land just for the community center would be worth, but we estimate about $10 million, more than the cost to build it. And this association paid for it, continues to pay for it, and says, here is the gift. And Todd, the way we look at it is you want to take our gift and force us to double our gift. That's not right.
It's already in the document. That's the way it was set up when the county created this park. I didn't create it. The county did.
We're getting...
Todd, I really don't want to go point for point back and forth. I think it's a waste of time.
We have a lot of pressure on our fields, and I appreciate that the soccer and Little League is using those fields, but for example, a youth lacrosse team contacted me. Their leader's name is Lambert. Can they get some time at this field at Parcel B?
We haven't heard from them, so we don't know. We certainly will.
Well, if you were to hear from them, can they use this one day a week, one afternoon a week?
I'd love to hear from them.
But that's not answering my question.
I don't have the power. I'm one vote, so I don't have the power to say, yes, they can use it. I do have the power to say, please come forward.
How many votes would it take? What's the authority?
It would take 3.
Okay, so 3 votes. So, as you can appreciate, if the city were to own it, I mean, basically we would have more authority over who's using that park when, and we have enormous pressure in our community to use these fields.
Well, and we understand that. But this is why we handled the issue in the pre-annexation agreement. And it was the intent of the city at the time. They didn't want our parks as well as we wanted to keep them.
Okay, I understand. As far as Parcel C is concerned, one of the questions that I was concerned with was the sidewalk kind of follows the berm at the top, whatever it is.
You have to have a sidewalk. You have to have a public sidewalk.
Is it your intent, if that were returned over to you, that sidewalk be private, or would you, as a part of that turnover, agree to that being a public sidewalk, to where if I want to go out there, I can walk down it, and I'm a flatlander.
Sure, Don.
Down the hill a ways.
No, there has to. We've looked at a couple of ways of corralling what I call the family aspect of the park itself, and like where the sandlot is and things like that, we don't intend to corral that because there's quite a bit of the sidewalk there, and redoing that sidewalk wouldn't make sense. We're not even looking at putting any fence even close to the curb. I think the closest we get to the curb is the corner of the basketball courts, because we have no choice. Otherwise, we'd have to cut right through the basketball courts. But no, we have to have a sidewalk open.
Okay, so even if we were to reject it and then turn it over to you, you would agree to at least a public easement for the sidewalk?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's partially answered part of it. Now, the other thing is, why do you think that the county required an irrevocable offer of dedication for these park sites? I'm a little bit mixed up here, because the county must have done that for a reason. Why do you think that they were requiring that?
We are asking my opinion, so
Okay,
I can do is give you my
that.
personal opinion. It has to do with dollars and cents. It's a way for the builder to sell homes at a higher price with less cost built in underneath it. So you get the builder to build the parks, as usual. You get the homeowners to pay for the parks. And the county didn't have to pay for anything, nor maintain it. But they wanted the option to take them over at any time they want, at no cost. I mean, it makes sense from the county standpoint. I can certainly see that.
And
that's my guess.
And we have the same type of ordinances ourselves in our park dedication ordinances. Every tract that come in is required to dedicate a certain percentage of their property for public park purposes. And that's why I have to agree with Todd a little bit here that this wasn't, yes, your assessments, your house prices and everything paid for that initially, but that's not a normal for that. There are parks all over the county that are built that way, and they are public parks.
And usually the cost to the individual homeowners stops there, not in this particular arrangement. This homeowners association for roughly 10, 11 years has paid for the maintenance and the upkeep and the improvement of that park as well.
Yeah.
And you're right, Don, in normal circumstances, it is built with the homeowner's funds, and then it is turned over to the city, and the city takes all costs. That's not the way this was put together. It isn't.
I understand the county elected to say, well, okay, we'll let you maintain it, but we'll also let you control it during that time frame.
Right.
We're, I guess, looking at taking over the maintenance. We wouldn't ask you to maintain it if we were operating it, obviously, but you're indicating that you got 10 years investment in it, and that you ought to get something for that, I guess is what your comment is.
I have to tell you, Don, we feel that because we stepped forward with our generosity, that we have now become vulnerable. And it's not a good place to be at all. We don't agree with the opinion that the PAA is not enforceable in this regard, but we don't even want to go there. You don't want to lawyer this thing, and I'm asking you not. These are your citizens that joined your city with an intent of keeping their park. Period.
Okay, I understand that part of it. Any other questions, Mr. Wampole? Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to talk on this? Come forward, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
My name is Don Phelps. I live in Newport Coast and have for a long time. I'm really confused tonight about what's happening here, listening to how that thing was dedicated. I know that when I moved in there, they said I had a house and a street and a park. And now I don't have a park. It was taken away and nobody asked me. Nobody cares. And I think that that's eminent domain or something. I know this is an area you don't want to get into, but that's what's happened. If I could have voted on that, I would have done so. If everyone else in Newport Coast and the Newport Ridge had been able to vote on this thing, it would have been really a nice thing. If everyone had voted on this in Newport Ridge, there wouldn't be any community center. Regardless of what you've heard in the past, I'm here to tell you there wouldn't be a community center. It would have been voted down. There's very few people who really want it. The PTA of the school up there doesn't want it. I think I'm probably a little late, probably in the 11th hour, actually, maybe later than that. If I weren't so tired, I'd be a little upset, but I think that the people of Newport Ridge have been mugged on this deal. We're going to get a community center that we don't want. When I say we, I don't mean Dan. He wants it, and some others want it, but most of the people don't. If most people had wanted it, the Newport Coast Annexation Committee would have put it to a vote, but they rejected it, as did the City Council. The City Council wants it because what? It's not their money. Am I wrong? So this is what's happened up there. And I've got a whole lot of notes here, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to pass on them. I'm just going to say that this is not a pleasant thing for the people who live there to see this structure go up. We could have not had that park, and we could have had more soccer fields. Probably a couple of them. And there's been no crying need for a community center, believe me. There's no one saying, good God, if we could only get a community center, we could raise our kids right. This isn't going to happen up there. And I really think before that 9 million becomes 10 million, becomes 11 million or 12 million, the thing ought to be rejected or rethought. Thank you.
John Batoff, Newport Heights, an evening of strange bedfellows. I find myself for the first time in agreement with Mr. Ridgway's position.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
We're worried now.
Better rethink that. Better start rethinking that.
What did I do wrong?
You know, having campaigned in this city on a number of occasions over the last few years, you ask people where they live, and some people say Newport Beach. You ask them if they're a Newport Beach voter, and they'll say, no, I live in Corona Del Mar, or no, I live in Newport Coast. It's time for this to be one city. And there is a crying need in this city for more ball fields, and I think that the fact that Ms. Daigle asked whether these lacrosse people had been in touch with the Newport Coast people, and they hadn't, because why would they? Why would they assume that that field was, that park was under the jurisdiction of some homeowners association or some regional association? I think that it makes a great deal of sense to bring the management of those ball fields under this jurisdiction of the city. All these other things aside, who knows what the intent was. The PAA is a sort of a exotic document, but the IOD does give the city an option, essentially, as I view it, and I think the city is within its rights to exercise that option for the benefit of all the residents of the city.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, good morning. My name's Dolores Odding. I have a problem with one issue of this, and it's not the money, and you guys will deal with the ball fields. It's page 26, which is Exhibit 1, the draft of the Council Policy B18, which essentially gives priority rights to the people of Newport Coast. We have a community center that will, I guess, maybe be built at the YMCA with $18 million of the Santa Ana PAC money. We have a fire station that's being built with $8 million of the Santa Ana Heights PAC money. Does that mean that we don't get to use that fire station over there? We don't get, I mean, like the rest of the city doesn't get to use the community center and the pool or whatever is going to be put? And why are we starting to set this type of a precedent where we are being turned into an elitist society, an elitist city? And if I want to go to the library and rent a room, I have to pay. But they even get exemption on, they don't pay, but we have to pay. And this has been a pet peeve of mine, and Dave will know, since I've been going to the meetings in 2000. It isn't like I haven't been talking about this one issue. I didn't even think it was legal for a city to do this kind of stuff. We're a city. We're a nonprofit entity. Everyone should be the same. It's one city. So this is really pissing me off, because I've been upset about it for years, and it's not right, and it isn't what we should be teaching our children or anybody in this community, just like the trash. We have Measure G that got passed for trash. The only people that were supposed to have their trash paid for was those that were in that boundary, okay? But what happened is part of this deal, to get this deal, you gave them free trash service. But then the people in Bonita Canyon, they get to pay for their trash. We get to pay for our recycling. We don't pay for our trash. It comes out of the ad valorem, the general fund, but Newport Coast gets their trash paid for and their recycling paid for, and now they get priority rights, and I guess they get to keep the ball field, which I understand that argument, but we are one city, and we're not an elitist city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois.
Good evening. My name is Philip Greer, and I live up in Newport Coast. About 4 or 5 years ago, I was one of about 1,100 people that signed petitions opposing the annexation. Over the last couple of years, we've seen some things by the city that have been really nice up there, and I'm here to first say that I think the city has proven me wrong, that it has been a good deal to be annexed into the city of Newport Beach. This proposal is another large step towards bringing the community of Newport Coast into Newport Beach. This proposal is a compromise. It's a balance. And it does provide for services for the city. It does provide access to the parks. And it does allow the community to, at the same time, maintain a little bit of its integrity and its identity. I think David Kiff, Dan Wampole, the Newport Coast Committee, and Keith Curry have done a wonderful job in reaching a compromise that can benefit everybody, and I would just urge this council to support that. Having been somebody who was opposed to the annexation, I see what good the city can do, and I think this is just another very positive step towards bringing Newport Coast into the city of Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greer. there anybody else that would like to speak at this time? I'm closing the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Curry.
Colleagues, obviously there are many issues and many different perspectives to this, and many of you have been involved in it for some time and have obviously lived through the history of this. I inherited this project. It was begun by my predecessors. And the first question, of course, is do we need a community center in Newport Coast? And many have approached me and indicated, as the previous speaker, that there are a group of folks that don't believe we need to have a community center. But in talking to more residents and talking to the leadership of the association and also sort of looking at how our city is developing, I have come to the conclusion that this is a very important community facility. We need a place for homeowner associations and communities to have their meetings. We need a place for recreation. We need a place to provide city services. We need a focal point in this community so that people can get out from behind the gates and have a place where they can congregate and become part of the civic life of our city. So I have come to the conclusion that this is, in fact, a very important facility, not only for the coast, but for the city as a whole. And I know that there are many who have concerns about the views and how it will affect their vistas from their homes, and I have had the opportunity to look at some landscaping strategies that I think need to be applied there that as we move forward with this, I think we need to implement to address that situation. But at the end of the day, I think this is a very important community resource. How should we pay for it? We have a shortfall of $1.9 million. I think it's fully appropriate for the city to pay for it. We've had a lot of discussion about which pocket it's coming out of. And we have a lot of discussion that's been reflected in this of us versus them. Well, it's not us versus them. There's only we now. The Newport Coast is part of Newport Beach, and we need to not treat them as some colony. We need to treat them as an integrated, important, relevant part of our community, and they frankly need to embrace that as well. And I think this is a strategy that brings us together and stops this us versus them mentality that frankly has bogged this process down as I've looked back and reviewed the record for several years. We must move beyond this. Now, I appreciate why my colleagues have issues with the compromise that's on the table. And I will tell you that the representatives of the Newport Coast have issues with it too. They don't want to see us take over the community center parcel while the deal is still pending on the park. They have, frankly, some distrust about our ability to perform on our promises, which I think is all the more reason why we need to adopt the second resolution and be clear about our intent today to complete this transaction as it's presented by the staff. It's unfortunate that it's not all documented in accordance with the Subdivision Map Act, and we don't have all the parcel maps so that we can include this, record it, and get it done in all one swoop. But because of the need to respond to the timing of the bids for the community center so that the costs don't increase further, I think it's important that we take this step of trust, that we approve the staff recommendation, and that we move forward to implement this in accordance with the law and in accordance with the negotiations with the Newport Coast that reflect the understandings that people have had over the years. It's not an easy solution. It's a complicated solution. It's one that requires trust. It's one that requires us to set aside the paradigms of how we've thought about each other in terms of these communities and think of ourselves as one city and doing things as one city and recognizing the historical development of that community and how the services are provided there and the fact that we have a unique situation where those associations provide maintenance services, provide athletic team services and youth services, and give them city services that work for them in that community. My friends, we need to listen to the community. We need to be responsive in how we implement these services. We need to be sensitive to these concerns. And the staff recommendation on the table today, to the degree that we can, does that. Therefore, I am proud to move the staff recommendation for your consideration.
I'd like to second that and make a couple comments. I have been on the Newport Coast Association group for 3 years, the 3 years I've been on the council. I've gone through this. If we were to fight this at this point, they would have control of the parks ultimately, and we would have no center, and we would be paying the $7 million, or the remainder of the $7 million back to them. We come out of this with a center for $2 million instead of 12 or 15 when you consider both cost of land and the center. And basically, they have facilities that they have a little bit of right to, the same as many of our community facilities within the city right now. Balboa Island has a first right to the center on that, down there by the ferry. We have the same right on Grant Howell Park in Corona del Mar. The people over there in Bonita Canyon, down in the ballparks, they had a first right to use those when we were playing junior All-American football down there. This is true in many of the areas. It's also going to be true in some extent when we do this stuff in Santa Ana Heights. So this is not unusual for the city to be that way. In fact, many of the subdivisions that have been brought into the city had private recreation facilities that were counted against their park requirement. So they didn't have to put as much park requirement out if they had those facilities. So I find this is not without precedent. Then the question here, is it without precedent up here? And I read right in the PAA, Coastal Canyon Park shall remain a private facility. So basically, the fact that a park can remain a private facility, we've done that before. We've said that right to them, and this is to a different association, and it's a part of the other group of associations that's looking at this and saying, well, gee, maybe we should oppose this happening here. We're putting in some of that $7 million, but if we do, we may put our own association in jeopardy. We may now mean that our private facilities, or the facilities that we have for our private use, are now open to everybody else. So I really think that we've got a good situation here. We're gaining. That the city was happy as a lark when they found out they were getting all this facility for $2 million. They now are asking in this document that they should have roughly half use, that 6 nights out of the weekend nights, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, of the facility every month, that they will have open use to it, that it will not be set up so it can only be used by the associations up there. So I believe it's a very good deal for this. I've looked at it. I believe that the wording definitely reinforces the right of them to have that, and basically our alternative is very clean. We can walk away from it, and then basically we save $2 million. We don't get any of the park, because it's turned back to them for $1 a year. It isn't turned. We don't get any part of that park. We can't make any comments on it. We can be the irrevocable holder of the thing, but basically they have the right to lease it back for $1 a year. So it seems to me that they could have subdivided this themselves, if that's the question, and only offered us that, and that's what the wording here says. It says, open space goals that will be reviewed and refined by the committee. That's the Newport Coast Advisory Committee, and submitted for confirming action by the City Council. It doesn't say that the City Council is the lead organization and makes up the rules. It says that it should be the committee. That's what's happening right now. We're following the rules. And I think we're breaking the rules a little bit because we're putting extra requirements on them, that they have to, use the ball fields in a special way that they're already doing, but we're saying you can't change that or have any less used by others, because then we're not going to go ahead. So I think we're already chinsing a little bit here, and I frankly think it's a good program, and I much encourage it, and I second the motion.
You second that. Okay. Councilmember Dago, did you have a comment?
I do. I see in our community a huge need for fields, and I believe that if the city were to manage this, that there would be more access to these fields. So that would be of interest to me to take in Parcel B. In terms of an indoor basketball court being a gathering place or a focal point of the community, it's difficult. I mean, do you really think that the women of Newport Coast are going to lace up their sneakers and go shoot some hoop? I mean, I don't see that happening. I don't think it really understands the sociology of that community to believe it's going to be some focal point. It could be a lightning rod. Don't see it as a focal point. In terms of listening to the community, I mean, what our community says to us all the time is more fields, more recreation, more programs. We do a phenomenal job servicing what is really an expanding need. And, here we have today the city of Irvine potentially taking over the Great Park, billions of dollars, and, we're about to choke on a 2-acre parcel.
Okay, Okay, just a second. Mr. Ridgway?
Thank you. First, I'd like to put a little historical perspective again on the comment that was, this is a gift. It is not a gift by the Newport Coast or Newport Ridge Association or the Committee of 2000. The irrevocable offer to dedicate exists, period. And despite what Mr. Nichols just said, we're not getting a gift of land. We have the entire park if we want it. There's an unenforceable provision in the PAA that was put in there after the negotiations. And quite candidly, again, I say the public policy of the IOD exists and trumps any provision that was contracted for. More importantly, the $25 million, let's go back to that for 1 second. I don't want to dwell on it. It was a negotiation that the IRWD paid to the city. Quite candidly, that was from a 1971 and a 72 agreement, and the city should have taken over both the sewer service, if they could have, and the water service for sure. And I would remind everybody in Newport Ridge and in Newport Coast that a line item is on your tax bill that you pay to IRWD for that service. And that was that line item that we wanted. And IRWD saw fit to, and they negotiated with us in good faith in 71 and 72, and that they put in the infrastructure and that we would get the infrastructure when there was, in fact, a takeover. And I believe that line item is, Dave, .06. It's a substantial...
You're talking about the share that IRWD gets of the 1% basic levy, and no, it's 23%. It's huge.
It's huge. And quite candidly, that's money that we gave up. That's a gift. That $25 million, quite candidly, was a gift to you. And I can tell you, in sitting with Homer and Dave, I argued and argued that $25 million shouldn't have gone to you folks. It should have gone to the city for giving up something that we contracted for in 1971 and 72. There's a lot of missing pieces here that people are not understanding. But let me say where I am. I think this is a benefit to the city of Newport Beach at large. My only request tonight is that we change Exhibit H, which is the draft operating agreement, and that we reverse it, and that the city effectively take over the operating control of the 2 baseball fields, and that we continue with parcel B in limbo. I don't like that, but I certainly would like to see the operating agreement be one where the city was, and we'll maintain, we can just reverse the language here, and we'll continue the use levels that are comparable to the 2005. We'll maintain the fields, and actually our community services would control those fields. And
is that amendment an amendment to the motion?
Well, I'd like the maker of the motion to amend it so Exhibit H basically just reverses these roles.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
Mr. Rosansky?
As part of the recommended actions here, there's at least 2 resolutions, an operating agreement, the award of the contract, and then a new council policy, right? And now, I'm assuming your motion encompassing all of them. But in reality, we don't have to adopt all these things tonight. I mean, we can just, let's say we wanted to go forward with the community center, which is, we have the bid out, we have, we need to award that, and we need the piece of property to put the community center on. So if we wanted to go with just one, which is
A1,
and C, and either continue the rest to further refine it, because now you're talking about changing the operating agreement, and
that's the only change I'm suggesting.
Well, even that, though, I mean, I think that's going to need, if maybe legal counsel here wants to chime in, but I mean, is that something we're going to just say, oh, we're going to change the operating agreement, or you need to go back and maybe redraft a little bit, if that's the case?
No, because this was just the basic parameters of the operating agreement, so there was no agreement drafted. I think the request was that these are the basic parameters of the operating agreement. As long as we went within that, then we would go ahead with fleshing it out too.
Can we really?
Well, I mean, certainly there's disagreement as to whether we're violating the Subdivision Map Act, or, I mean, I think no one's disputing it as to the parcel A, but as to the B and C parcels.
I think the requested action, as I read it before, would be all the second resolution does is declare the intent and request the.
Well, I sense that there's council members here that don't want to do that.
I know.
Can we? All right, let's approach it from another direction. Can we have separate votes on each?
That may be a good
item?
way to go.
There might be consensus on taking over management fields.
Well, that's why I say, can we vote on each one separately? Then,
we're going to take over the management of the fields. We should go ahead and accept the irrevocable offer of dedication.
For parcel B?
For parcel B. Take over the operation, the maintenance, and...
I would agree with that.
But, okay, I have one before we get into that too much more deeply. As far as the reject portions of parcel C is concerned, I don't have a problem with that as long as a part of that is related to us producing some mapping so we can see what parcels are out there. And I think that on those maps I'd like to see a public sidewalk easement that roughly follows the same alignment of the sidewalk that's out there today, to where the public can use that sidewalk and enjoy the views from the top of the bluff that you can today. And if that is, if we're reserving back that type of easement, then I could support the portion of that item A2.
well, I'm going to make an alternative motion. I'm just going to, because it's getting late here. Let's.
You're right.
I'm right. Hey, you finally agree that I'm right about something. Now, I'm going to make an alternative motion that we move to adopt A1, Resolution 2006, whatever it's going to be, and C, and that we continue the other items. Further study. I mean, Don wants exhibits. Todd wants to maybe rethink how we're going to operate this thing. If we don't take the ball, I mean, if we are going to run the ball fields that we're talking about, then maybe we should own that piece of property as well. We're going to run. Maybe we should just leave it all in limbo and let them kind of, just take the piece that we need and put it off to another day when what we're going to do with the ball fields and the tennis courts and all that stuff. But I think the important thing is to move forward on the community center tonight.
So
So my motion is to adopt Resolution A1 and approve the award of the community center contract C, and to continue all the rest of the items.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Council members, sorry, Mr. Curry.
Go ahead.
I just, in light of that proposed action, and because you've closed the public hearing, I wanted to express on Dan's behalf, this was kind of the scenario that he feared the worst, because I just wanted to get that on the record, that the council would take an action that would potentially not provide any reassurance to his community that the remainder of the park would not be as they desire it, at least parcel C being private. So just for the record, I wanted to state that to you.
Well, I'll indicate my intent. Parcel C should be private. I have no problem with parcel C.
With the caveat of the public sidewalk.
And
well, with the caveat of exactly what parcel C is that we're talking about, because it's very not clear, so we're going to need to revisit that. I don't know that anybody's saying that.
What we had proposed in Resolution 2 was that the exhibit shown a little bit earlier that showed a rough line of parcel C would be the exhibit to your resolution of intent. And if you adopted that tonight, we'd come back in 2 weeks with a resolution that actually rejected it with a legal map. And I think, Mayor Webb, your suggestion about public sidewalk easement is appropriate, and we could include that at the same time. So if you were to take that step, that provides additional reassurance to Dan. Again, I'm just offering my opinion there.
And I would, if I could, Mr. Mayor, speak to that point. I think we have consensus on parcel A. I think we have, with the mayor's recommendation as for the sidewalk easement, consensus on parcel C. The issue is the ball fields in parcel B. I think the whole operating agreement issue is more form over substance, because what they're agreeing to is to maintain access for city teams, AYSO, Little League, and the others. And to the extent that the lacrosse team wanted to use the field, I know of no impediment that the association would put in their place to do that. In fact, I've been there on the weekends when there's been plenty of opportunity for them to use the field if, in fact, they wanted to make application to do that. I think that's a simple matter to do it. And I think the operating agreement says that once Newport Coast teams are accommodated, and I think for the most part they are fully accommodated now, that the next priority is for city-associated leagues and teams to use the park. Their concern is not keeping out city teams. Their concern is keeping out people from out of the city. I think in that issue we are in full concord, and I really don't believe there will be a difficulty in making the park available for other city teams. I think we go a long way towards alienating the community by trying to give them half a loaf today and come back and by some of the rhetoric that we've used today that separates us again in this us versus you situation. I also think that we give comfort to those who are trying, frankly, to off-track the community center and have that project be aborted. And I think that would be a real tragedy if that's one of the outcomes of where we are. As I said before, it's unfortunate that the documentation in terms of subdivision of the lots was not prepared and ready to go. Tonight's meeting has created a lot of this angst. But I think, as David's pointed out, we're still going to have another crack at that because that, in fact, does come back. I think the mayor can be fully confident that it will reflect this open space sidewalk easement that he's talked about so that the community has access to walk through the park along the bluff side. And I think when people really understand what the operating agreement for the ball fields does, I think you should take comfort, as I do, that city teams will in fact have access to the park, for the most part, almost exactly as they have access to any other park in the community.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. I might suggest, as we go into this, that let's take item B and vote on that separately from the other items that we're voting on. And I would like, now, Mr. Rosansky, would you consider including A2 with the caveat of it come back with whatever the appropriate mapping is and a public sidewalk easement as a part of that?
Well, what's the legal significance of adopting this resolution 2006?
The A2
Yeah.
resolution?
Yeah.
The legal significance is not as significant as the...
I mean, are we agreeing to anything? Can we change our mind later? Or is this like...
Yes, what you're doing is you're making I think that...
Is this a promise to agree? Is that,
It's a promise, it's a declaration of your intent, that's what you want to do.
So can we change our intent a month from now if we decide we don't like the way
change it next week.
You can change your intent if that's not a declaration of your intent. I don't think that should be. I mean, it depends upon how you want to change it.
Well, the devil's in the details, I guess. That's what we're finding out here.
But all we're doing is suggesting that it's your intent to allow them. It sounds to me, from what I'm hearing from everybody here, and from what I've heard, the concerns are from the Newport Ridge, is that the council as a whole, knowing not the details of actually where that line is going to be drawn, does not object to the fact that the upper portion, the portion that they've developed that they now use as their local community park, the tot lot, the basketball courts, those sort of things, remains theirs, and that it revert to their fee ownership. If the only concern is that it remain open as far as like a walkway and a public sidewalk, we can work within this resolution to come back with the council with some sort of a resolution that handles that issue and gives you a better idea of exactly where that line is going to be drawn. So if that's your intent, then I don't think that it would be inappropriate for the council to adopt this resolution at this point in time, because it doesn't commit you to anything more than that.
Let me say that if it's your intent to maybe play around with it a little bit, it would be my intent not to support this.
Mr. Mayor, could I suggest just one thing for the City Council?
Sure.
If parcel B is really the bone of contention here, I think the council sent a very strong message to the Newport Ridge people about what the expectation for is use of this field. And then if at any time what you hear is that use really isn't being met because there is space available that isn't being given up, you can come back and accept that offer of dedication. I think maybe it's the best of both worlds, that field will really open up for community use, and at the same time the city won't pay for the maintenance of it.
Well, let me say Exhibit H doesn't do that, Homer, so I'm not supportive of that. Exhibit H really just, right now the park gets used by people, they want to put their bounce houses there. There are people from the city of Irvine that come over. There's really nobody to talk to. I don't know who they talk to at the association. At this point in time, it's poorly managed. I'm trying to get it under much better management. That's my intent. Don said it correctly. I just think we should ultimately take the irrevocable offer to dedicate on Parcel B, but at a bare minimum, take over management so there's more certainty to people who call, and there's absolutely no certainty the way this thing is presented tonight. I think the motion for A1 and letting the contract under C is appropriate, and I think you continue the rest until next meeting. That's been a motion and a second. That's a substitute motion.
Yeah, I'm going to let the motion stand. I'm satisfied.
Let me say just one more thing here, and that is that...
You got one thing.
Yeah, and that is that the city's fields that they kept for the football team and the city's fields that they kept for soccer and the ones that they kept for softball stunk. When the fields got well, they got well because they were taken over by the people that were using them. And that's what's been done at the various fields in town. And ask your Little League and ask your Junior All-Americans and ask the groups that are there. And basically, that's when you got these wonderful fields that we have. And what we had before is we had fields even within the school district where they were going to shut down the stadium over there at Harbor because there was a very good chance that somebody would break an ankle.
Mr. Nichols, I think that we are talking about things in the past, which I talk a lot about. But as far as the maintenance of our fields, I think that we have a change in management. We have a change in attitude. And I disagree with you. I think that our maintenance has significantly improved in the manner in the last 3 to 4 years over what it was 10 years ago. And I agree 100%. 10 years ago, it was not very good. So that I would like to, let's go forward, and we'll vote on items A1 and item C.
Is this the Rosansky
as a substitute
motion?
motion? This is the substitute motion. We're voting on A1.
Well, is this a substitute motion to the substitute motion to Councilman Curry's motion? I mean,
No,
I
it's
kinda lost the
Rosansky's
point of-
motion.
This is Rosansky's motion.
There's only two motions.
There's two motions. Curry's was to pass everything.
Well, don't we have to vote on that before we take up another
No, you
motion?
do the substitute motion first.
So his motion is a substitute motion then?
Mine
Yes.
is.
Okay.
That's
Roseanne.
Mr. Rosansky's.
Okay, and what is his motion again?
His motion is to approve A1
Okay.
and C, and continue items A2, B, and D.
So we're taking no action on parcel C, is that correct?
At this time...
B or C.
B or C.
Once we vote on this, we can still, if somebody wants to make another motion on the items that we haven't already approved, that would be a possibility in my interpretation.
I would move to amend the substitute motion to include...
Wait, he's got another motion. Can you have...
Okay, you can have two substitute motions.
The
and that's it.
irrevocable, to include parcel C, in other words, to include the giving back parcel C to the homeowners association on the offer. Keeping in mind that that will come back in the form of a parcel map ultimately, which will include the mayor's sidewalk easement.
Is there, would some, okay.
I think Steve has to accept it. He's the maker of the motion.
I didn't have to accept his.
No. We got substitute motions, and I guess this is a, you're asking that,
Hold on.
this is an amendment, you're asking to amend the substitute motion.
To add to his motion, the parcel C.
Okay, what the process is that if you make a motion and it's seconded, then that's the motion on the table. Councilman Rosansky made a substitute motion. He didn't make an amendment to yours. He made a substitute motion, and that was seconded. So that needs to get voted on. It's up to Councilmember Rosansky, I guess, if you would want to take the amendment that's suggested by Councilmember.
Or he can make another substitute motion.
Or somebody else would need to make another substitute motion.
Can he make one, since he made the original motion? Can he substitute motion to his original motion?
I think what he could do is ask for or propose an amendment to his original motion.
Why don't we just vote on the motion, and then we'll come back and vote on item A2, and if somebody wants to bring one of the others up.
The motion is to continue those.
Right.
So you can't bring it back.
Okay.
If we vote on this substitute motion, they get continued.
Okay, then I would back up. Was the motion to continue the other three items?
Yes.
Okay, then you lost my support.
Well, then can I offer a substitute motion to Mr. Rosansky's substitute motion?
So how many substitute motions can we have?
You can have one other substitute motion. I don't know if the maker of the first motion...
Well, why don't we just let Dick make it? He's going to second it anyway, and then we don't have to worry about Councilman Curry making the motion. How about that? Come on, Dick, can you craft a motion? Quick.
Okay, the motion is that parcel C and D or whatever are as talked about in the
C.
Second.
Wait a minute. That's the original motion.
Councilman, did you mean adding A2 to Mr. Rosansky's motion?
Yeah, that's sort of what Mr. Curry had suggested, is that you add A2, which is considering C, with the sidewalk easement to Mr. Rosansky's motion.
So we're back to your sidewalks, huh?
Yeah, so what we'd really be doing is voting on A1.
It's always the defining moment, the sidewalk.
All right.
I think what I would like to see us
You know
have
what, I take it back. I'm going to amend my motion to include, what we're looking to add?
A2. A2 with
Okay.
the sidewalk.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Call for the vote.
let's vote. This includes A2. No, this is A1, A2, C, and we continue B and D.
Okay.
Everybody got that?
I've already voted.
Vote.
With Councilmember Nichols abstaining, the motion carries.
Okay. Since Mr. Butoff is here, should we cancel the meeting and not consider any more items?
You know what? I would just open that item and have Mr. Butoff come forward because the staff report is self-explanatory.
No.
Well, no, wait a second, it's not self-explanatory.
It is not.
Okay, we're opening item 28, which is the indemnification agreement between the County of Orange and the City of Newport Beach for the election services provided to the City of Newport Beach. The petition submitted to the city on April 3rd, 2006, as it relates to the minority language provisions of the Voting Rights Act. City Clerk, would you please give us a report on this?
Yes, Your Honor. As we indicated in the staff report, this issue has been a moving target. So after the report was written and distributed to staff, last Thursday I was advised by the Registrar of Voters that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals had ordered that the Padilla case be reheard by the en banc court. In addition, the court also stated that the Padilla opinion shall not be cited as precedent. The date for the rehearing has not been set. However, the county feels that it will be set in mid-May and probably heard in June. That, though, does not give you an indication of when they will actually make their ruling. But since Padilla can no longer be cited as precedent, the indemnity agreement is no longer required by the county. Therefore, I am making a recommendation that you take no action on this item tonight.
Will we continue our count, or to have the count
The
continue?
county is continuing the count, whether we have the
Right.
indemnification agreement or not.
The
So,
petition
and
is
we
at,
don't need the indemnification agreement, is what the decision of the...
as of 12:53 a.m. on April 26th. No, we don't.
So is this a matter of continuing it or just rejecting it?
No, what
No,
we're really
no
doing
action.
is
Take no action.
we're taking no action.
Okay.
Okay,
Do we have to vote on
can
that?
I open this up to the public, please?
Huh?
Okay.
A substitute
Okay,
motion?
we're going to hold you to that one
John
second.
Bitoff, Newport Beach. I was aware of that decision, and I sat here only to watch the council in action and to take this opportunity to thank the city clerk and the city attorney for their efforts in preparing that staff report and the recommendation on the indemnification agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Council.
There is no action? Okay.
No action. Is that correct? Okay. We finally run out of items. Just a second. Let me get down to my end here. Motions for reconsideration.
There was a supplemental item, S30.
Those supplemental items were done in the consent calendar.
Yeah, that was...
Obviously, I didn't.
That's been done hours ago. Okay, motions for reconsideration, City Clerk?
Motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Anybody have any of those? Hearing none. I'd like to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Pat Smith. Pat Smith was a longtime member of our community. She was one of the most dedicated women that I've seen related to the various different activities that she provided her services to the community. She worked, I believe, for 14 or 15 years with the Taste of Newport, providing services. She's been an active member of the Race for the Cure and stayed up all 24 hours.
Relay for Life. Relay for Life.
Excuse me, not Race for the Cure, Relay for Life, I'm sorry. It's getting late. as well as one of the spark plugs on our float decoration. One of the things that I mentioned in her memorial service is that she, you got to remember that Pat wasn't all that tall, and she was walking with a cane, but she volunteered to guard our float all night long before the parade, in the rain. And let's see, it was just before I climbed on the float. She came over with her red, white, and blue umbrella and said, "Here, it's raining really hard. You need this more than I do. Take it on the float with you." And I guess that reflects the kind of person that Pat was. And so I'd like to just close this in her memory. Meeting adjourned. Yes.